Chapter 2639. Half a day later, the other 400 cultivators also arrived and joined Yang Kai's subordinates to await his orders. Yang Kai walked out of the wooden house, glanced at them, reprimanded them a few times, then turned around and walked back into the wooden house. After entering the wooden house, Yang Kai could not help but fall into contemplation. Yang Kai's main purpose in coming here, impersonating Xiao Bai-yi, was to find the Southern Gate Army. Once he found them, he would kill them if he could, capture them if he couldn't, but he never expected that he would be assigned the task of guarding the array flag and be trapped in place. Since he had to guard the array flags, he naturally could not run around. What's more, he did not even know where the Southern Gate Army was. For a moment, Yang Kai could not help but feel anxious. Looking at the Seeking Passion sect's array flags and array discs, it would not take long for them to break through Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. If they were too late, there would be nothing they could do. Considering all this, a look of determination flashed across Yang Kai's face as he pushed open the door and walked out. The 500 cultivator were now scattered around the array flags, sitting cross-legged in meditation. As soon as they saw Yang Kai appear, they stood up one after another, not knowing what order he had. But Yang Kai did not even look at them and just turned around and walked out. "Young Master Xiao," a clear voice rang out. It was Huan, who had cupped his fists and shouted. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned, looking quite unhappy. "Where is young Master Xiao going?" Huan asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Where this young master goes is none of your business." Huan looked annoyed. However, he said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "Young Master Xiao is wrong. Since Elder Feng wants you to guard this place and guard the array flags, then young Master Xiao should naturally obey the order. I'm afraid Elder Feng will be unhappy if he finds out that you left your post without a reason. If something happens here, who can bear the responsibility?" "It's calm here. What can happen?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Huan smiled slightly and said, "Who knows? I also said, what if?" Yang Kai said, "I'm just going for a walk. I'll be back soon." Huan said, "Leaving for even a moment is also leaving your post without permission. If young Master Xiao insists, then I will have to report this matter." Previously, Yang Kai had made him suffer, and he still bore a grudge. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to make things difficult for Yang Kai. Moreover, the Seeking Passion sect's disciples were stationed here not only to assist the people from the Emperor realm who had accepted the recruitment order to guard the array flags, but also to monitor the people from the Emperor realm. After all, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Who knew if these people from the Emperor realm were reliable, or if the loyalty of his own disciples was more reassuring? Therefore, every person from the Emperor realm who had accepted the recruitment order had a disciple from the Seeking Passion sect. Although there weren't many of them, Feng Qi needed these disciples to keep those from the Emperor realm in check. Looking at Huan's serious and complacent expression, Yang Kai felt sick of it. He also knew that the other party was taking revenge on him. However, since Huan had said so, he couldn't force him. If he really attracted Feng Qi's attention, he was afraid that he would be watched even more closely. "If you don't want to look, then don't look. It's not a big deal." Yang Kai curled his lips and chuckled, then turned around and returned to the wooden house, closing the door behind him. Huan stood in place with a happy smile on his face. Soon, night fell. Yang Kai, who was thinking of countermeasures, suddenly heard whispers coming from outside. After listening carefully for a while, Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. The 500 cultivators outside were whispering about nothing else. It was actually him. "Did you hear? Although our Master Zhao's background is not small, he is a henpecked husband. This matter has already spread. I heard that his fiancée is so ugly that people can't bear to look at her directly. Moreover, she has a bad temper. This Master Xiao couldn't stand being tormented by his fiancée in the Azure Sun Temple, so he ran to the Northern Territory. Ha! I thought he had some great ability, but it turns out that he is afraid of women. Really? There's such a thing? He said it himself in the recruitment hall. How can it be fake? Many people were there at the time. The way I see it, this Senior Xiao has probably never seen a beautiful woman in his life, so he came here to accept the recruitment order, hoping to pick up a few beautiful women after flattening Ice Heart Valley. So, what if he brings them back? With a fierce wife at home, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to be presumptuous. He can only look, how pitiful. Speaking of which, he is still in the Emperor realm. What a disgrace to men. He didn't know which bastard spread the news for a while, but now it seemed to have caused a lot of trouble, and the whole city knew about it. Yang Kai had just casually mentioned it in the recruitment hall, but who would have thought that this matter would be dug up and made fun of? Needless to say, it was definitely that bastard Huan's doing, although it was not true being talked about like this behind his back, especially by his subordinate in name. Yang Kai was still annoyed and couldn't help but snort. Hearing this, the discussion outside came to an abrupt end, but after everyone glanced at each other, they couldn't help curling their lips and sneering, getting angry out of humiliation. Huan stared in the direction of the wooden house and sneered softly. For 2 days, Yang Kai stayed in the wooden house as Huan's obstruction and surveillance forced him to make other plans. Yang Kai, who had the Space Divine technique, really wanted to leave, but how could a trivial third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator detect it? However, this place was deep in enemy territory, so Yang Kai could only act cautiously. On the 3rd day, Yang Kai, who was meditating in the wooden house, suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside, followed by Chao Su's voice. "Young Master Xiao, Chao Su requests an audience." Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why Chao Su had come again. Ever since Chao Su led him here a few days ago, he hadn't shown up again, but he did not expect to see him again today. Feeling suspicious, he opened the door and walked out, fanning himself with his folding fan. Before he could steady himself, a cold snort came from the opposite side, which seemed to contain great anger. Then, an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed towards him. Yang Kai's expression changed. Taking a few steps back, he opened his eyes wide and looked forward. In front of him, Chao Su was standing there with a dry smile on his face, and beside him there was a woman dressed in white as snow. Just by looking at this woman's figure, one could tell that she was quite curvaceous. Her exquisite figure made one's imagination run wild. But looking at her face, it made people lose their appetite. This woman's face was full of freckles, which were unevenly distributed on that face, single eyelids, small eyes, a flat nose, a big mouth, although her eyes were bright. But with such a dignified appearance, even if her eyes were bright, they would become as sharp as a knife, making people shudder. This woman's appearance was so ugly that it could not be described with words. It was unknown how she had offended the heavens to be given such a punishment. You. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. He exclaimed in shock. You couldn't say a word for a long time. Wow. You actually came here. You made this lady look for you. The ugly woman immediately gnashed her teeth, her eyes showing a fierce light, as if she wanted to peel off Yang Kai's skin and eat Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai was sweating profusely. He wiped his hands and said, Why are you here? He didn't expect that the person in front of him would come here, although the woman in front of him was ugly and unfamiliar. Yang Kai recognized her at a glance. Ji Yao. It wasn't that Yang Kai's eyesight was good, but the moment they met, Ji Yao immediately released her aura. Yang Kai and Ji Yao had been together for a long time, so he was naturally familiar with her aura. Ji Yao's current appearance was obviously a disguise given to her by Shi Tianhe. There was no trace of her original appearance. A few days ago, he had run out of Ice Heart Valley alone because he didn't want Ji Yao to be involved in his plans. but now she had come to him under Kai Su's lead. "What's going on?" Yong Kai was shocked and secretly glanced at Kai Su, who let out a hollow laugh and said, "Young Master Shao, this young lady said she has an engagement with you and came here specifically to find you. So, please forgive her, young Master Shao." Kai Su's voice was extremely dry, and he seemed very helpless. "Engagement?" Yong Kai's face was filled with black lines. The 500 cultivators who were meditating nearby also looked over curiously, but when they saw Ji Yao's current appearance, their faces changed, and those with poor psychological endurance turned around and vomited. "Too ugly, too ugly. No wonder Master Shao fled the southern territory. If I had such a fiancé, I would also flee. Poor, really pitiful. He is in the Emperor realm. How did he end up with such a woman?" "A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. If he married such a woman, he might as well die." There were many discussions, and most of the cultivator sympathized with Yong Kai from the bottom of their hearts. After all, he was in the Emperor realm, so what kind of beauty couldn't he have? Yet he had such a fiancé. Who could bear it? This Sun Rong. Even if he turned off the lights, he would still have a psychological shadow. On the other hand, Huahan and the other Seeking Passion sect disciples couldn't help but gloat, waiting for a good show. "What's wrong?" Ji Yao took a step forward, and the aura around her was oppressive. "You dare not acknowledge the parents' order and the matchmaker's words? Although this young lady's appearance is a bit ordinary, there are many people who want to marry me. If you dare not acknowledge today, I will immediately break your legs." Ordinary appearance. Kai Su's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this girl really dared to say that. Her appearance was simply a waste of the word ordinary. "You've got the wrong person. I don't know you. Hurry up and leave." Yong Kai covered his face with his hands, not daring to look at Ji Yao. At the same time, he quietly transmitted his voice to Ji Yao. "Why did you come here? This place is dangerous. Hurry up and go back." Ji Yao hysterically shouted, "Surnamed Shao, don't be so shameless. If it weren't for the sect master's order, do you think this young lady would be willing to marry you?" At the same time, she transmitted her voice, "You dared to leave me behind and run away. Previously in the ancient lands, you repeatedly deceived me and took advantage of me. Do you think this matter is over?" "How do you know my surname is Shao?" You also know what happened before. I was forced into a corner." Yong Kai transmitted his voice while panicking. "That marriage doesn't count. It doesn't count. From now on, you and I will not interfere with each other's business. We won't contact each other for the rest of our lives." Chapter 2640. The news of your family having a fierce wife has spread like wildfire these past few days. The entire Ice Moon City knows about it. If not for that, I wouldn't have known that you are pretending to be Xiao Bai Yi. Rest assured, my background is also perfectly fabricated. Seeking Passion sect won't be able to find out." Ji Yao quickly replied and shouted angrily, "Xiao Bai Yi, do you still have a conscience? If I hadn't taken care of you back then, you would have been fed to wild beasts in the wilderness. Now, after taking advantage of me, you want to abandon me." Taking advantage. The 500 cultivators suddenly pricked up their ears, all of them looking at Yong Kai in awe. They couldn't help but admire him. With such an ugly woman, no one would dare to accept her, but Yong Kai actually had the guts to take advantage of her. His taste was a bit too heavy. The noise here not only made the nearby 500 cultivators watch with great interest, but it also alarmed the cultivators guarding the other array flags in the distance. For a time, many people looked over. After a little inquiry, they knew that a fierce fiancé named Xiao Bai Yi had come to visit. The news of Xiao Bai Yi having a fierce wife had spread like wildfire these past few days, so everyone was watching the fun happily, wondering how Yong Kai would end up taking advantage. Yong Kai was sweating profusely, his face full of guilt and uneasiness. Everyone looked at his face and felt that it was true, making them admire him even more. Don't think I don't know what you want to do by coming to Seeking Passion Sect, to accept the recruitment order. You just want to take a few beautiful Ice Heart Valley disciples back with you. Let me tell you, you are delusional. If you dare take one, I will kill her. If you dare take two, I will kill both. Even your manhood will be cut off. The 500 cultivators burst into laughter. Although Ji Yao's current appearance was really not worthy of compliments, these words were really explosive. Sure enough, she was incomparably valiant. If it was an ordinary woman who would dare to say these things, especially Huahan, who was watching from the side and laughing, hoping that Yang Kai would be as unlucky as possible. It's over. It's over. Yang Kai hurriedly transmitted his voice. Others didn't know what Ji Yao looked like. However, he clearly understood that it was really difficult for such a beautiful and cold woman to say such words. He sighed in his heart and continued to transmit his voice. All right, since you've already made a fuss, then cooperate with me. Later, find a chance to fight with me. Ooh, Ji Yao's heart stirred. He quickly replied, all right, vulgar. Yang Kai cried out bitterly, pointing his finger at Ji Yao, a look of agony on his face as he shouted, I, Xiao Bai Yi, have lived a carefree life. How did I end up with such a vulgar woman like you? The heavens are blind. The heavens are blind. Ji Yao said furiously, you still dare to despise this young lady. While talking, his figure flashed as he rushed over. He waved his hands and scratched at Yang Kai. As he did so, he cursed endlessly. Everyone's faces were filled with fear. Yang Kai blocked left and right, but he was powerless, and after a short while, his clothes were torn apart by Ji Yao's claws. Hiss, this woman is actually from the Emperor realm? Master Xiao is from the Emperor realm, but he is not her opponent at all. It can be seen that this woman's cultivation is higher than Master Xiao's. I heard that Master Xiao is from Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Where does this woman come from? Previously, everyone was just watching the show and didn't put Ji Yao in their eyes, but now that Ji Yao made a move, her cultivation from the Emperor realm was exposed, making everyone tremble in fear. A shrew was not scary, a shrew with strength was. Enough! Yang Kai shouted angrily, pushing his Emperor Qi and pushing Ji Yao away, his eyes flashing fiercely. Don't touch this young master again, or don't blame this young master for being impolite. Ji Yao was stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected that Yang Kai would dare to attack her, but soon she shouted hysterically, Xiao Bai Yi, if you dare attack me, this young lady will kill you. Saying so, she flipped her hand and summoned a long sword, sweeping it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't dodge in time, and his clothes were cut open, almost ripping his stomach open. Bitch, you court death. Yang Kai's anger soared to the heavens as he clapped his hands together and pushed his Emperor Qi, sending a massive palm print towards Ji Yao. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk and Emperor Realm Master's attack was quite imposing, causing the expressions of many cultivators to change drastically. However, Ji Yao, who bore the brunt of this attack, easily broke Yang Kai's killing move with a single slash of her sword. She then raised her sword and surrounded Yang Kai in a flash. They're fighting. They're really fighting. This is a battle of life and death. How can two people who are engaged fight to this point? Master Zhao's temper isn't very good, and that woman is even more unreasonable. When they were watching the show earlier, the 500 cultivators were watching with great interest, but when they saw Yang Kai and Ji Yao really fighting, they were uneasy, not knowing if they would be affected. Huahan, on the other hand, was beaming with joy, secretly cheering for Ji Yao in his heart, wishing that Ji Yao would stab Yang Kai to death with her sword. Chao Su, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. He hesitated for a while before hurriedly rushing towards Feng Qi's direction. Now that the two great emperors were fighting, it was no longer something he could interfere with. He could only report this matter to Feng Qi and ask him to decide how to deal with it. In the sky, Yang Kai and Ji Yao were locked in a fierce battle, looking like they had a deep hatred for each other. As they fought, the two of them also cursed each other. For a while, the two of them fought here and there. It was a fiery battle. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm below were looking up, but they had no relationship with Yang Kai and Ji Yao, so they naturally wouldn't meddle in other people's business. After asking around a little, they knew what was going on and couldn't help but laugh. After fighting for a while, the battlefield had already shifted. At this moment, a voice came from below. "Young Master Xiao, what are you doing?" Kai Yang glanced down and saw that it was Feng Qi who had rushed over, his face filled with anger. Why would Yang Kai care about him? He only cared about fighting with Ji Yao as he rushed in a certain direction. "Where is the South Gate Army?" Ji Yao understood and asked while releasing her killer move. "Yes, I've secretly come out a few times these few days. Although I didn't dare to investigate deeply, the South Gate Army is definitely here. As for the exact location, I'm not too sure. You and I should pay more attention. What characteristics does he have?" Ji Yao asked. "I've never seen him before, nor do I know him. However, he's a formation master. Since he's in charge of breaking the formation, there must be experts protecting him. Let's see how many cultivators from the Emperor realm are together." "Okay," Ji Yao replied while releasing her divine perception to search around. Feng Qi's face couldn't help but turn cold when he didn't get a response from Yang Kai. "Elder Feng, that's where Grandmaster Nan Gate is now. We can't let them get any closer, or else they'll disturb Grandmaster Nan Gate," Chao Su hurriedly reminded when he saw the direction Yang Kai and Ji Yao were moving. "There's no need for you to say that. These two are now fighting for real. I'm afraid they won't stop until one of them is dead." Feng Qi's face was gloomy. Feng Qi's face darkened as he said in annoyance, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let you bring that woman over no matter what." Chao Su smiled bitterly. Who knew that woman would be so unreasonable? "There's no time to lose. Hurry up and stop them," Feng Qi said, and immediately flew towards Yang Kai and Ji Yao. "Over there." At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He quietly winked at Ji Yao and said, "There's a second-order Emperor Realm Master and 2 first-order Emperor Realm Masters over there. They should be the ones protecting the Southern Gate Army." The two of them looked at each other, and both of them rushed over, their moves still ferociously smashing towards each other. Not long after, the two arrived at the location they had previously scouted. Glancing around, Yang Kai saw a burly middle-aged man setting up an array flag. Beside him were 3 people from the Emperor realm. One of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the other 2 were first-order Emperor Realm Masters. The Southern Gate Army. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the burly man setting up the array flag. Who dares to act so presumptuously? "Leave this place immediately." The 3 second-order Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor realm raised their heads and shouted coldly, "Attack!" Yang Kai shouted at Ji Yao. Ji Yao saw an opportunity and slapped her palm towards Yang Kai. The power of this palm caused the wind to change color as it directly hit Yang Kai's chest. With a cry, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from the sky like a meteor. Looking at the direction he was falling, it turned out that he was falling towards the Southern Gate Army. At the same time, Ji Yao's eyes flashed fiercely as she shouted, "Xiao Bai Yi, today, this will be your burial ground." While shouting and yelling, he flew down. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to kill them all. Ji Yao arrived first, landing on the ground just a hair's breadth away from Yang Kai. However, when they approached the crowd, the two of them turned around and flew forward. Ji Yao no longer held back her strength and swept out her sword, causing the world to tremble. a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The faces of the three people guarding the Southern Gate army changed slightly. As they shouted, the second-order Emperor Realm Master also took action and intercepted Ji Yao. Yang Kai, on the other hand, ignored them and rushed straight towards the Southern Gate army. His expression was cold, and his vitality was soaring. He did not look injured at all. Although the Southern Gate Army's array Grandmaster was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, his cultivation was not weak. Although the Southern Gate Army was startled by Yang Kai's aggressive charge, they didn't panic. Instead, they just retreated a few steps and coldly glared at him. "Little thief, how dare you attack the Southern Gate Grandmaster?" one of the First-Order Emperor Realm Masters shouted as he stood up to meet Yang Kai. "Roll, roll, roll!" Yang Kai shouted angrily as he flicked his finger, sending a moon blade forward. When the First-Order Emperor Realm Master saw the moon blade approaching, he coldly snorted and pushed his Emperor Chi to defend himself, but he didn't know how strange and lethal this moon blade was. As soon as his Emperor Chi came into contact with the moon blade, it instantly collapsed, scaring the First-Order Emperor Realm Master out of his wits. He hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact in front of him. However, he missed this opportunity as Yang Kai arrived in front of him and slapped his palm towards his head. With a bang, the First-Order Emperor Realm Master did not even have time to react before his head was smashed, his brain splattering all over the ground. Chapter 2641. In just one exchange, a Seeking Passion sect elder from the Emperor Realm was smashed in the head and died on the spot. This brutal scene made the nearby cultivator exclaim in disbelief. That was the Emperor Realm's elder. How could he be killed with a single slap? How could this guy named Xiao Bai be so strong? After succeeding in one move, Yang Kai sent out another moon blade towards another First-Order Emperor Realm Master, while grabbing towards the South Gate army. "It's you, you little beast." The First-Order Emperor Realm Master didn't show any fear when he saw his companion die. Instead, his eyes flashed, as if he had discovered an incredible secret. He reached out to grab Yang Kai and his cultivation sword. Soon, he broke through his limits and reached a height that made others despair. Third-Order Emperor Realm, Yang Kai's eyes widened. After realizing this person's cultivation, he exclaimed, "Feng Xian, you were hiding here." He had received news before that Feng Xian was in Ice Moon City, but now he knew that Feng Xian wasn't in Ice Moon City at all. Instead, he had been guarding the Southern Gate Army and had even disguised his appearance and concealed his cultivation fluctuations, pretending to be an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master. As the Seeking Passion sect master, he must have the corresponding secret technique to do this. He must have done this to guard against Bing Yun, but he did not expect that Yang Kai would appear when Bing Yun was not on guard. It could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow. A few years ago, Feng Xian's soul descended into the Shattered Star Sea and used his son Feng Shi's body to fight with Yang Kai. Although he was defeated in the end, even his son was killed. But after that battle, he remembered Yang Kai's various divine technique in his heart. Now, as soon as the moon blade appeared, Feng Xian recognized Yang Kai's identity. "It's too late to know now. This king knew that you had a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Little beast, die." Feng Xian sneered. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, the principles of the Tao around him formed chains of Emperor Qi and wrapped around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand from the South Gate Army. His expression became solemn as he quickly formed hand seals, chanting, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle, dream, seal." Yang Kai's palm, "Flowing time, great emperor's shuttle seal." Feng Xian was shocked as he felt the great power contained in this divine ability. Even a third-order emperor, realm master like him couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Furthermore, in front of this divine ability, he suddenly had a very strange feeling. Everything in the surroundings seemed to come to a halt. Time principles. Feng Xian's face sank. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai had used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. It was precisely this divine ability that caused his soul to descend and his body to be defeated. His son was killed. So Feng Xian had been investigating the origins and mysteries of this divine technique for the past few years. His hard work paid off. He had finally found out the truth. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was a unique divine technique of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Once used, not only could the Flowing Time Great Emperor wither, but it also involved the time principles. It was a powerful secret technique that could make all the great emperors jealous. Now, Yang Kai was using the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal again, and he was undoubtedly more proficient than he was a few years ago. Feng Xian was shrouded by the time principles and was stunned for a moment. But at this moment, Kai Yang had already flashed past him. Like a tiger descending a mountain, he pounced in front of the Southern Gate army. The Southern Gate army hurriedly retreated in horror, and at the same time, their Emperor Qi surged as they tried to resist. But he was just a first-order emperor, realm master like Yang Kai. So how could he resist? Before he could even summon his emperor artifact, Yang Kai had already grabbed him by the neck. In the next moment, a ferocious tsunami-like force invaded his body, rampaging through his meridians and flesh. The Southern Gate army commander let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale and sweat dripped from his forehead. "Don't force me to kill you. You are an array grandmaster, and it's not easy for you to have such attainments." Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snort when he saw that the Southern Gate army still wanted to resist. The Southern Gate army sighed dejectedly and scattered his Emperor Qi, allowing Yang Kai to lift him up. At that moment, a light, cracking sound rang out. Yang Kai looked back and saw that Feng Xian, who was affected by the time principle, had broken free. The power of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal had been expelled from his body before it had a chance to take effect. As expected of a sect master, "You're really amazing." Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. Although the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was extraordinary, Yang Kai's cultivation was too low compared to Feng Xian's. It was lucky that it could trap him for a while. Asterisk, xiao, 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 xiao. Asterisk from all directions. Figures rose into the air one after another as Emperor Qi fluctuations spread out. It was the Seeking Passion sect and the Emperor realm cultivators who had temporarily surrendered to the Seeking Passion sect. They sensed that something was wrong and rushed over to help. Looking at the number of people, there were at least 30 of them. 30 cultivators from the Emperor realm was an extremely terrifying force. Although it wasn't as strong as the 32 Monster King or the 8 Great Saint Envoys of the ancient wild lands, it was still extremely shocking that a single sect could gather so many cultivators from the Emperor realm. "Yaoer, we've succeeded. Hurry up and retreat." Yang Kai shouted as he called out to Ji Yao, who was fighting the second-order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't want to be entangled in this battle. Since he had captured the Southern Gate army, it was better to leave first. Ji Yao nodded lightly and swung her ice snow pear blossom sword. Pear blossoms bloomed, causing the Seeking Passion sect's second-order Emperor Realm Master to panic. Ji Yao took the opportunity to escape and flew towards Yang Kai. "You want to leave? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." Feng Xian erupted like a volcano, filled with monstrous anger. He circulated the Seeking Passion Supreme art to its limit. In an instant, a mysterious aura enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In this aura, everyone's 7 emotions and 6 desires seemed to be infinitely magnified. Their minds were shaken, making it impossible for them to guard their hearts. This was the terrifying part of the Seeking Passion Supreme art. Once it was used, it could provoke the 7 emotions and 6 desires hidden in the heart of the enemy. In a life-or-death battle, the enemy would be suppressed by it. The slightest mistake would result in death. Circulating the Seeking Passion Supreme art, Feng Xian opened his hand and grabbed a spear in the air. When he poured his blood qi and emperor qi into it, the sound of wind and thunder immediately rang out from the spear. "Go!" Feng Xian shouted and threw the spear in his hand at Yang Kai. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the spear turned into a bolt of purple lightning, as if it wanted to destroy everything, soaring through the 9 heavens like a dragon. The relic of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. Many people in the Emperor realm were shocked when they saw this scene. There were also some knowledgeable people who recognized the origin of this spear. It was rumored that the Seeking Passion sect was founded by one of the great emperors. The Seeking Passion Supreme art was the secret art that the great emperors cultivated. It was because of this supreme secret art that the Seeking Passion Supreme art was able to ascend to the position of great emperors. After the Seeking Passion great emperors passed away, in addition to leaving behind the Seeking Passion Supreme art, there were naturally other relics left behind by them. And this Wind Thunder Divine Spear was the natal emperor artifact of the Seeking Passion great emperors. Its power was limitless and its lethality was immense. To deal with Yang Kai, a first-order emperor realm master, Feng Xian even used the Wind Thunder Divine Spear, which showed how determined he was to kill Yang Kai. Being locked onto by the Wind Thunder Divine Spear's aura, Yang Kai's face changed as he felt a sense of crisis he had never felt before, as if he would die in the next moment. Ji Yao's face also turned slightly pale. At the critical moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and a small ancient bell suddenly appeared in front of him. This small bell seemed to have been around for a long time. There were many mysterious patterns engraved on the bell. It grew as the wind blew, and suddenly became as big as a house, blocking Yang Kai, and Ji Yao behind it, the Mountains and Rivers Bell. As soon as this exotic treasure appeared, a world-suppressing aura rippled out. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm who were rushing over here inexplicably felt their breaths quicken. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their chests, making them feel suffocated. The power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell instantly leaked out, but this was not the end. Yang Kai suddenly slapped the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Asterisk, hong. Asterisk, the sound of the bell rang out, piercing straight into the 9 heavens, and the suppressive force suddenly increased several times. At this moment, countless cultivators standing in the air suddenly fell down like dumplings, unable to stabilize their bodies. Only the Emperor Realm Masters were barely able to resist the suppressive force. What the hell is this? Feng Xian was shocked. Even as powerful as he was, after hearing the sound of the bell, his blood tumbled, and he almost staggered. It was clear how powerful this exotic treasure was. Asterisk hong. Asterisk, another loud noise rang out. This time, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear collided with the Mountains and Rivers Bell. When the two collided, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear suddenly revealed its true form, but its brilliance dimmed a little, and it was directly sent flying. On the other hand, the Mountains and Rivers Bell, which was suspended in the void, was as steady as a mountain and did not move at all. But Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he was really injured, unlike when Ji Yao was acting and he had bitten his tongue and spat out blood. Although the Mountains and Rivers Bell was an exotic treasure, now that it had been subdued by Yang Kai, it was closely related to Yang Kai. The Mountains and Rivers Bell itself was not afraid of the power of the Wind Thunder Divine Spear, but a part of the power of the collision was transferred to its owner, Yang Kai. As a relic of the great emperors, its power was really extraordinary. Let's retreat. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice as he put away the mountains and rivers bell. Space principles lingered around him as he wrapped Ji Yao and the Southern Gate army and disappeared. In the wilderness, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone had a dazed look on their faces. The Emperor Realm Masters, who had originally planned to rush over to help, also froze in their tracks, no longer making any moves. Although the previous battle had been short, the earth-shattering shockwaves clearly showed how intense it was. No one could have imagined that a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master could actually exchange blows with a master like Feng Xian and escape unscathed. Where did he go? Where is that little brat? Who the hell is he? Questions popped up in the hearts of the masters from the Emperor realm, but no one could answer them. Perhaps the Seeking Passion sect knew the identity of that person, but at this time, no one dared to ask. Feng Xian's face was ashen, as if his parents had died. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if they tried to provoke him at this time? Chapter 2642. The Space Divine Technique. That's the Space Divine Technique. Suddenly, someone shouted in a low voice. His voice wasn't loud, but it quickly spread throughout the wilderness. Many people from the Emperor realm paled. The Space Divine Technique was a strange technique. In the entire star boundary, there were very few people who could master it, and rumor had it that the one who was most proficient in the Tao of Space was the one from the Eastern Territories' Spirit Beast Island. But that person was a powerful Third Order Emperor Realm Master. But now, there was a First Order Emperor Realm Master who had mastered the Space Divine Technique to such an extent. It was simply a divine skill that made people envious. That bell is probably the mountains and rivers bell. Someone recognized the origin of the bell. The mountains and rivers bell? The Yuan Ding, the relic of the great emperors? Yes, it really is the mountains and rivers bell. I've heard from my disciples that the mountains and rivers bell was born in the Shattered Star Sea, but I don't know where it is. Now it seems that someone has subdued the mountains and rivers bell and brought it out of the Shattered Star Sea. Hiss, mastering the Tao of Space, and subduing the mountains and rivers bell. What a great fortune! Who the hell is that person? Just as everyone was wondering, the pale-faced Feng Xian suddenly roared towards the sky. Yang Kai, this king will kill you. Yang Kai, isn't that the person Seeking Passion sect has been looking for? I heard that he has a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley. Because of this, Seeking Passion sect attacked Ice Heart Valley in order to force Bing Yun to reveal Yang Kai's origins. So that boy is Yang Kai. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was famous before or not, after today, he was famous. He killed a Seeking Passion sect elder in front of Seeking Passion sect Master Feng Xian. He abducted the Southern Gate army and escaped unscathed. Not everyone had this ability. The news that Yang Kai possessed the Space Divine Technique and the mountains and rivers bell naturally spread. It wouldn't be long before Yang Kai's name would spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. The Space Divine Technique was a matter of personal comprehension. Even if he captured Yang Kai, he probably wouldn't be able to learn it. However, the mountains and rivers bell was a relic left behind by the great emperors of the Yuan Cauldron. Rumor had it that it was a primordial treasure brought out from the savage, desolate ancient lands, which made countless people jealous during the War of Emperors. Even existences like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors had to kill Yuan Ding at the cost of getting injured. It was all because they were afraid of the mountains and rivers bell in his hand. This was a treasure that even the number one person in the star boundary feared. If he could obtain it, wouldn't he be able to soar to the heavens? From Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai and Ji Yao returned. As soon as Zhang Sun sensed the fluctuations of the array, she immediately flashed out. Glancing nervously at Ji Yao and Yang Kai, she saw blood at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. She was shocked. "Brother Yang, you're injured." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's fine." Zhang Suning said, "You're finally back. Honored Master has been worried about you for the past few days. If he wasn't afraid of alerting the enemy, Honored Master would have taken action himself." As she spoke, Zhang Suning suddenly glanced curiously at the Southern Gate Army in Yang Kai's hand. She asked, "Who is this person?" Ji Yao said, "The Southern Gate Army." Zhang Suning was surprised, but immediately overjoyed. "Did you succeed?" A few days ago, she didn't know why Yang Kai went out, but after Ji Yao went out, she knew that Yang Kai was going to deal with the Southern Gate Army. Now that the Southern Gate Army had been captured, it was undoubtedly a success. Yang Kai nodded and pushed the Southern Gate Army forward. "I'll leave them to you. Whether you kill them or keep them is up to Senior Bing Yun. I'll go heal first." After saying that, he turned to look at Ji Yao and said, "Junior Sister Yao, come find me tomorrow. I have something I need your help with." Ji Yao didn't ask what it was and just gently nodded. Yang Kai's figure flashed and disappeared. As for the captured Southern Gate Army, although their cultivations had been sealed, they did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they displayed the demeanor of a grandmaster as they looked around and said, "Ice Heart Valley, this king had long since intended to pay a visit, but he did not expect to do so as a prisoner." Zhang Suning and Ji Yao looked at each other. The former stretched out her hand and said, "Grandmaster Southern Gate, please. I'll take you to see Honored Master." The Southern Gate Army smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai's calm appearance caused many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples to look at him in a new light, although the culprit behind Ice Heart Valley's crisis was this man. In the end, there was no enmity between the Southern Gate Army and Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai was simply taking the other party's money to solve their problems. Now that they had been captured, Ice Heart Valley's crisis had been resolved. There was no need to make things difficult for them. In the small courtyard's room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took a few healing spirit pills while silently circulating his secret art. After a night, Yang Kai was full of energy, and no trace of injury could be seen. The next morning, Yang Kai pushed open the door and walked out. Ji Yao was already waiting outside. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "I want to see Senior Bing Yun. Come with me." Ji Yao responded. While leading the way, she took out her communication artifact and sent a message to Bing Yun. Not long after, the two of them arrived at Bing Yun's residence. After meeting, Bing Yun couldn't help but express her gratitude. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai personally taking action, even she wouldn't have been able to capture the Southern Gate Army so easily. Although her cultivation wasn't bad, some things couldn't be done just because of it. "Senior, what are you going to do with the Southern Gate Army?" Yang Kai asked. Bing Yun said, "Tell him that my Ice Heart Valley won't make things difficult for him, but he can't be an enemy of Ice Heart Valley in this life. He can be considered a guest now. After the war is over, he will be sent away." Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Senior is very kind. If it were him, he would definitely make the Southern Gate Army suffer a little. Even if he didn't kill them, he would torture them to vent the anger in his heart." Bing Yun smiled and said, "After all, he is a Generations Array Grandmaster. In the future, Ice Heart Valley may need his help. If we can form a good relationship with him, we should form a good relationship with him. Speaking of which, he isn't targeting my Ice Heart Valley." Yang Kai stopped talking about the Southern Gate Army and asked, "Have you prepared the things I asked Senior to prepare?" Hearing this, Bing Yun immediately threw a space ring to Yang Kai and said, "Everything is in there. Take a look and see if it's enough." Yang Kai caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, and nodded, "It's enough." Bing Yun asked curiously why you need so many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. "As far as I know, these things can only be used to refine space rings. Could it be that you also know how to refine artifacts?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "I don't know how to refine artifacts, but these things have a great use in addition to refining space rings. Bing Yun thought for a moment and suddenly said, "A space array?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I want to arrange a space array in Ice Heart Valley. I don't know if Senior has a suitable place in mind, preferably a well-guarded and hidden place." Bing Yun asked curiously, "Where do you want to go?" "Ice Heart Valley has a space array that can lead to most places in the Northern Territory. Although it has been closed recently, it can still be opened." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I need to arrange one myself." Seeing his insistence, Bing Yun pondered for a moment and said, "How about the Ice Lake restricted area?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "The place where Ziyu is imprisoned? That's a good place." Bing Yun said, "Then let's choose there." Yang Kai frowned and said, "But isn't that Ice Heart Valley's restricted area?" Bing Yun smiled and said, "It used to be a restricted area, but since you took the bead from there, that place is no longer a restricted area." Yang Kai was stunned and smiled awkwardly. A few years ago, when he came to Ice Heart Valley, he took the bead of winter from the restricted area. It was because of this opportunity that Yang Kai was able to comprehend the flowing time Great Emperor's divine technique in the Shattered Star Sea, and comprehend the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. In the past, Ice Heart Valley turned that place into a restricted area because of the bead of winter, but without the bead of winter, it was no longer a restricted area. A space array isn't so easy to arrange. Yang Kai, are you also proficient in spirit arrays? Bing Yun asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. "I only know how to arrange this spirit array. It was taught to me by an expert by chance." As he spoke, a woman in black appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai had not seen her for many years in the star boundary, but he had never heard of a master named Yang Inflammation, and there was also no news of Lin Yun, who was taken away by her. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai got up and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll go arrange it now. Junior sister Yao, come with me." Bing Yun ordered, "Yaober, follow Yang Kai. If you have any requests, don't hesitate to fulfill them." "Yes." Ji Yao nodded. The two immediately walked out of the hall and headed to the former restricted area of Ice Heart Valley. Soon, they arrived. This was a small island in the middle of a lake. When Yang Kai came last time, this place was extremely cold because of the bead of winter, but now it was no different from the rest of Ice Heart Valley. The altar in the middle of the island still existed, and the bead of winter was originally placed on it. Yang Kai scanned the island with his divine sense and carefully checked the surrounding terrain. He said with satisfaction, "This place is good. We'll do it here." Saying so, he waved his hand and countless materials flew out, including a large number of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. Yang Kai had arranged space arrays many times. When he was in Hung Luo star field, the space arrays he arranged could connect the entire Hung Luo star field, making it very convenient for the cultivator to travel between the various cultivation stars. One had to know that before Yang Kai arranged those space arrays, if a cultivator in Hung Luo star field wanted to go from one cultivation star to another, they might have to drift in the vast territory of the star field for several months or even a year. But with Yang Kai's methods, they only needed to use the space arrays to reach their destination in an instant, saving them a lot of time and avoiding the dangers along the way. It could be said that Yang Kai's contribution to Hung Luo star field was unprecedented, if not unsurpassed in the future. Before him, no one had ever been able to reach this point. After not arranging space arrays for many years, Yang Kai inevitably felt a little rusty, but he still had his foundation, so he only needed a moment to prepare before starting. Chapter 26:43. The method of arranging space arrays was taught to him by Yang Yen, so Yang Kai had long since become familiar with it. If it were any other array master, even someone like the Southgate Army would have had to spend 3 to 5 months to set it up. This was because this involved the laws and mysteries of space. So The person setting up the array formation had to go through detailed deductions before they could set it up. However, Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in space principles and had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. So arranging such a space array gave him a unique advantage. Under Ji Yao's attention, it only took half a day for the prototype of an embodiment to take shape. Pieces of space spirit crystal and space spirit jade were smelted by Yang Kai and placed on top of the array, gradually perfecting it. A day later, Yang Kai finished correcting the last of the rough edges and breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. Although Ji Yao asked in a flat tone, there was an unconcealable shock in her beautiful eyes. Even if one hadn't eaten pork, they had at least seen a pig run, right? Space arrays were one of the most difficult arrays to arrange. It was said that arranging one required a lot of manpower, money, and energy, and in the entire star boundary, only a few people had the ability to arrange one. But when it came to Yang Kai, it only took him a day to set up a space array in the Ice Lake restricted area, appearing in front of Ji Yao. It's done. Yang Kai nodded affirmatively and observed the space array for a while, sizing up his masterpiece with satisfaction. Although he hadn't arranged such a thing for many years, he could still pick it up easily. It seemed that some things couldn't be forgotten once they were learned. The space array in front of him was about 100 square meters. It could only be regarded as a small or medium-sized space array, capable of transporting no more than 10 people at a time. The array base was buried deep underground, and the array plate was engraved with countless mysterious runes. The array gate was as white as jade and seemed to lead to the 9 nether void. Above the array base, there were hundreds of grooves for embedding source crystals. Only by embedding source crystals could this space array be activated. Where does it lead to? Ji Yao asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. It doesn't lead anywhere. It is now an independent space array. Independent? Ji Yao was stunned. Then, what's the use of it? Space magic circles always needed to be connected to each other in order to be effective. If a cultivator wanted to go from one place to another through a space magic circle, the cultivator would have to use a space magic circle. Therefore, these two places must have the existence of a space array. Only by connecting the two space nodes could the teleportation effect be realized. A standalone space array was completely useless. It's useless now, but it will be useful in a few days. Yang Kai grinned. Ji Yao didn't know what Yang Kai was up to, but she could see his mysterious appearance. They could only hold back their questions. Take me to your Ice Heart Valley space array. Teleport me to the place closest to the Eastern Territory. I want to make a trip to the ancient lands. Yang Kai turned to look at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed when she heard this. She gently nodded and said, "Come with me." She naturally knew what Yang Kai was going to do in the ancient lands. He was going to ask for reinforcements. Now that Seeking Passion sect had a strong army, there were as many as 30 to 40 cultivators in the Emperor Realm alone, and there were even 2 third-order Emperor Realm masters. Ice Heart Valley's current strength was not enough to resist them. If they really fought, not many people from Ice Heart Valley would survive. However, if Yang Kai could ask for reinforcements from the ancient lands, the situation would be different. Ji Yao had seen the power of the Monster King and the Saint Envoy with her own eyes. None of them were inferior to Feng Xian. Along the way, Yang Kai said, "I won't be going to Senior Bingyun to say goodbye. Help me tell her that I'll definitely be back in a month or 2 months at most. Your Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array should be able to last until then." Okay, Ji Yao nodded gently. Also, Yang Kai said, as he took out a jade slip. Using his divine sense, he engraved some information into it and tossed it to Ji Yao. "Take this and teach it to the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Have them practice it well during this time." Ji Yao took it curiously and glanced at it casually. Her tender body trembled as she asked, "What kind of spirit array is this?" What was recorded in the jade slip was not a powerful divine technique or secret technique, but a set of mysterious spirit arrays. Ji Yao was also a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master, so she had a lot of experience, so she could see the power of this spirit array at a glance. With the help of this spirit array, the strength of Ice Heart Valley's disciples would increase by several times. The 7 points black tortoise spirit array. Yang Kai replied, "It used to be the sect guarding array of the Eastern Territories Black Tortoise Sect. The 7 points black tortoise spirit array was taught to him by Maplewood City's Qin Chaoyang. At that time, Maplewood City was besieged by the demonic Qi, and Maplewood City managed to gather 7 Tao Source Realm Masters to form the 7 points black tortoise spirit array to investigate, but they were almost wiped out. It wasn't that the 7 points black tortoise spirit array was weak, but that the people who formed it were not strong enough. One had to know that the 7 points black tortoise spirit array was the sect guarding array of the Eastern Territories Black Tortoise Sect. Once 7 people formed the spirit array, they could both attack and defend, and their defensive power would definitely increase exponentially. Unfortunately, Black Tortoise Sect had somehow offended the divine spirit, Shihua. As a result, Shihua came knocking on their door. Black Tortoise Sect used all of their strength, but they were unable to resist and were tragically wiped out. The ancestor of Maplewood City's Qin family was a master of Black Tortoise Sect. After Black Tortoise Sect was wiped out, he drifted to the Southern Territory and settled down in Maplewood City. Unfortunately, the Qin family was getting worse and worse with each generation. In the current era, even a Tao Source Realm Master had become a rarity. As for the Emperor artifact, Myriad's sword, no one could control it. If we really go to war with Seeking Passion Sect, with this spirit array, Ice Heart Valley's disciples will be able to reduce the casualties. Yang Kai sighed softly. Seeking Passion Sect had 100,000 disciples. Although their origins were complicated, and they were not on the same side as Seeking Passion Sect, their numbers were still there. Resisting them with only 7,000 Ice Heart Valley disciples would be like striking a stone with an egg. This 7 points black tortoise spirit array was definitely a life-saving spirit array for Ice Heart Valley's disciples. On behalf of all my sisters from Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao thanks Big Brother, Ji Yao suddenly said with a serious expression. Yang Kai had been busy helping Ice Heart Valley all this time, and Ji Yao had seen it all. Now that he had gifted her this mysterious spirit array, it was truly a great kindness. In this world, there were many people who would add flowers to a brocade, but how many would send charcoal in snowy weather? Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I have a deep relationship with Senior Bing Yun, so this is nothing. As long as Junior Sister Yao doesn't tease me in the future, I'll be fine." Ji Yao blushed slightly when she heard this. She naturally knew what Yang Kai was talking about. However, when she thought of how she had kneeled in front of him naked and allowed him to look at her body from head to toe and even massaged his back, Ji Yao felt a little ashamed. She didn't know how she had been so muddle-headed at that time. Yang Kai was clearly a man. So how could she have mistaken him for her honored master? This was a stain on her life, a stain that could never be erased along the way. The two of them soon arrived in front of Ice Heart Valley's space array. This space array was one way. In other words, one could only leave and not enter. Normally, the arrays in a sect were unidirectional. This was to prevent enemies from being teleported into the sect through the array. However, now that Ice Heart Valley was on the verge of falling out with Seeking Passion Sect, Bing Yun had even closed this one-way space array just in case. With Ji Yao's help, it was naturally not difficult to reopen the space array. Soon, the space array was reopened. After installing enough source crystals, Yang Kai stepped on it and disappeared with a flash of light. Ji Yao watched silently for a while before her tender body flickered, and she hurriedly went to find Bing Yun. She wanted to give the 7 points black tortoise array to Bingyun and teach it to all the disciples. In a city near the border of the Northern Territory, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. Without stopping, he left the main hall and asked someone for directions. Then, he directly flew in the direction of the Eastern Territory. Although this was the border of the Northern Territory, it took Yang Kai 5 days to completely leave the territory. 20 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Desolate City, next to the ancient wild lands. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have handed over his communication bead or communication artifact to Wanfeng and the others. With a way to contact them, he could have asked Wanfeng to come out and pick him up. Now, if he wanted to enter the ancient wild lands again, he would have to go through a lot of trouble. Yang Kai pushed open the door of a small courtyard and swept it with his divine sense. Sensing a familiar aura inside, he couldn't help but relax. He was really afraid that his master wouldn't be here at this time, which would be troublesome. Old Ban, Yang Kai shouted into the house. Soon, Old Ban's figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. Seeing that it was Yang Kai, Old Ban smiled and said, "So it's young Master Yang. Didn't young Master Yang leave Desolate City? Why are you back?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "I want to enter the ancient wild lands again. I hope Old Ban can help me. This is the reward." Saying so, he flicked a space ring over. Old Ban casually took it back and smiled. If young Master Yang wants to enter the ancient wild lands, this old man will not refuse. There's no need for a reward. Last time, when he was captured by the Netherworld sect, it was thanks to Yang Kai that he was rescued. Now, he naturally couldn't accept Yang Kai's payment. Yang Kai didn't insist and simply said, "Then many thanks, Old Ban." Old Ban said, "Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. I'll settle Lil Ling down." As he spoke, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl ran out of the house. It was Old Ban's granddaughter, Lil Ling. The last time Yang Kai saw her, she was still ill. Now, she seemed to have recovered, but her face was sallow and emaciated. It seemed that she had lost some of her yuan qi. Is Grandpa leaving again? Although Lil Ling was young, she was very sensible. She stared at Yang Kai with her big black eyes, then turned to Old Ban and asked. Old Ban stroked Lil Linger's head and said, "Grandpa is going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Lil Ling, be good at home and don't run around." Lil Ling, understands. "Grandpa, be careful on the way," the little girl said seriously. Old Ban looked relieved and said, "Young Master Yang, let's go." Chapter 2644. Yang Kai didn't move. He looked at Di Lingyan for a moment before asking, "Old Ban, is it safe for a little girl like her to stay here alone?" The Desolate City was a chaotic place with no one to maintain order. Fights often broke out, and Di Lingyan was only 7 or 8 years old. If she were to get involved in any danger, she wouldn't have the ability to protect herself. Old Ban didn't answer, but Di Lingyan said, "I won't cause trouble for Grandpa." Old Ban smiled. Di Lingyan is very sensible. She won't go out if I'm not around. Yang Kai shook his head. This wasn't a matter of going out or not. If someone wanted to harm Di Lingyan, it was useless to hide at home. He didn't know how Di Lingyan had grown up safely these past few years. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Old Ban, have you ever thought of sending her to a sect to cultivate?" Old Ban smiled bitterly. "I've thought about it, but this old man has no way to send her to any sect. It's better to keep her by my side and teach her. Those famous sects aren't so easy to enter." "How about I send her to a sect?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Treat it as a reward for leading the way for me." Old Ban was startled, then immediately became overjoyed. "Young Master Yang, are you serious?" Yang Kai smiled. "Why don't you ask me where I'll send her?" Old Ban said, "Since young Master Yang is willing to help, the sect won't be bad." Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm. Old Ban had seen his strength with his own eyes. Since he's already opened his mouth, there's no way he's going to send Di Ling Yen to some unknown sect. For him, this was a wish, but for Di Ling Yen, it was also an opportunity. Di Ling Yen, kneel down and thank young Master Yang. Old Ban looked at Di Ling Yen with a happy expression. Di Ling Yen didn't kneel. She just looked at Yang Kai curiously, her big eyes blinking. Her long eyelashes trembled as she asked, Di Ling Yen wants to ask something. Is that okay? Yang Kai was amused by her appearance. He didn't expect such a young little girl to have such strong opinions. He crouched down to her level and nodded. What do you want to ask? Di Ling Yen tilted her head and thought for a moment. Will I be separated from Grandpa? Yang nodded. Yes, the place I'm sending you is only for girls. Men are not allowed to stay there. Di Ling Yen immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. Then I won't go. I want to accompany Grandpa. Old Ban stomped his foot anxiously. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Yang wants to send you to cultivate. That's your good fortune. You're still making excuses. Di Ling Yan's voice was firm, separate from Grandpa. I won't go. Old Ban was angry and anxious, but his heart was filled with relief. He looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, afraid that Yang Kai would refuse this good thing. Simple, naive, cute, and sensible. Di Ling Yan is not bad. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, earnestly asking, Shaoling do you still remember when Grandfather was taken away last time? Hearing this, Di Ling Yan's expression changed. She clearly remembered what happened last time, and a look of panic appeared in her eyes. If Di Ling Yan doesn't agree, are you going to take Grandpa away too? If that's the case, then Di Ling Yan will go with you. Don't take my Grandpa. Yang Kai laughed. I won't take your Grandpa. But if he is taken once, there will be a second time, a third time. Do you want to protect Grandpa? Di Ling Yan looked up at Old Ban and nodded heavily. Yes, I want to beat those bad people away and not let them bully Grandpa. Yang Kai said, That's good. If you want to beat those bad people away, then you need to be strong. You need to cultivate and enter a powerful sect. Come with me. I will give you the ability to protect Grandpa. Di Ling Yan pursed her lips, her face full of embarrassment. Yang Kai continued, As for your Grandpa, you don't have to worry. Grandpa will come with us. Although he can't always be by your side like before, as long as you miss him, you can go and see him at any time. Really? Di Ling Yan's eyes lit up with surprise. Pinky promise? Yang Kai smiled slightly and gave Di Ling Yan a pinky finger. Di Ling Yan glanced at him and said crisply, Pinky promises are for children. I won't pinky promise with you. Yang Kai's face darkened, thinking that this girl was too precocious. Could it be that she was from a poor family? Di Ling Yan said, But Di Ling Yan believes in you. Saying so, she knelt down in front of Yang Kai and kowtowed. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted her up. Don't kowtow to me. I'm just leading you to a sect. When you get there and see Honored Master, it won't be too late to kowtow. Turning his head, Yang Kai said to Old Ban, Old Ban, you should also pack up. Don't come back to Desolate City in the future. Good. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. Old Ban was overjoyed. Although he had been staying in Desolate City for a long time and relied on leading people to make a living, if Di Ling Yan really had a bright future, he naturally wouldn't stay in this place where dragons and snakes mix together. He was old and only had the cultivation of the First Order Tao Source Realm. If he didn't earn source crystals here as a guide, he wouldn't be able to make a living. Old Ban went into the house to pack up. Di Ling Yan looked up at Yang Kai and said, Grandpa calls you Young Master Yang. Can Di Ling Yan call you Big Brother Yang? Di Ling Yan can call me whatever you want. Yang Kai patted her little head. Big Brother Yang, where is Di Ling Yan going? Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai replied, Don't worry, there are many beautiful big sisters there. They are all very gentle and kind. Di Ling, Yen will be taken care of by them there. Are there children like me? There should be. Yong Kai wasn't sure, but Ice Heart Valley had always accepted orphans as disciples, so there should be young disciples in the valley. Bringing Di Ling Yen to Ice Heart Valley was Yong Kai's idea on the spur of the moment. He had entered the ancient lands twice with the help of Old Ban. This time, Old Ban didn't ask for a reward. Giving Di Ling Yen a bright future could be considered returning the favor. Not long after, Old Ban finished packing up and came out of the house, cupping his fists and saying, "Young Master Yang, everything is ready. Then let's go," Yong Kai said, then picked up Di Ling Yen and put her on his neck. Di Ling Yen was obviously startled and quickly hugged Yong Kai's head with both hands. But after all, she was still a child and soon recovered and giggled. How can this be? On the contrary, Old Ban looked terrified. "Young Master Yang, I can take care of Di Ling Yen. She can't ride on your neck. It's too presumptuous." Yong Kai waved his hand. "It's fine. Moreover, the ancient land's passageway is extremely dangerous. With me protecting her, she won't be in danger." Ooh. Hearing him say that, Old Ban gave up trying to persuade him because Yong Kai was telling the truth. The ancient land's passageway was dangerous, and having the Emperor realm's protection was better than him looking after her. He could only cup his fists gratefully. "Many thanks, young Master Yang." On the road, Yong Kai briefly introduced Ice Heart Valley and his arrangements for Di Ling Yen to Old Ban. Old Ban didn't refuse. He had heard of Ice Heart Valley's name even in the Eastern Territory and knew that it was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. It was definitely a great opportunity for Di Ling Yen to join Ice Heart Valley. In the past, this was something he didn't even dare to think about, but now it was happening. He didn't know what the relationship between Yong Kai and Ice Heart Valley was, but since Yong Kai had boasted, he could definitely believe him. For a moment, Old Ban couldn't help but cry. He hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. Di Ling Yen will join Ice Heart Valley. In the future, Old Ban, you can find a job in Ice Moon City. When the little girl misses you, she can come and see you. I'll follow young Master Yang's arrangements. Old Ban raised his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. The ancient land's passageway was still shrouded in strange fog, with gales, lightning, and souls roaming freely. However, with Old Ban leading the way, they didn't encounter too much danger. It took about 10 days for the trio to pass through the ancient land's passageway and officially enter the ancient lands. The surrounding wild force seemed to corrode any living creature. Yong Kai carried Di Ling Yen and told Old Ban not to go too far before flying straight into the depths of the ancient lands. Old Ban trembled with fear along the way, although he had entered and exited the ancient lands passageway countless times. This was the first time he had stepped into the ancient lands. After all, the ancient lands were too dangerous, and with his cultivation, there was no chance of survival. However, Yong Kai seemed to be very familiar with the ancient lands. Entering the ancient lands was like walking in his own backyard, and he couldn't help but admire him. He had doubts in his heart because Yong Kai had clearly said that he would take Di Ling Yen to join Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley was in the Northern Territory, while Yong Kai had entered the ancient lands. The two places were completely opposite, so he didn't know what Yong Kai planned to do. Along the way, Di Ling Yen experienced the joy of flying for the first time. From time to time, she would giggle. Old Ban panicked and repeatedly told her not to laugh so loudly, lest they attract the attention of the ancient land's monster race. However, what he feared would happen. Less than half a day after entering the ancient lands, a demonic chi suddenly rose up in front of them, followed by a group of fierce monster race cultivators. The monster race leader exuded an aura comparable to that of the Emperor realm. Monster Commander. Old Ban's face turned pale, and his clothes were instantly soaked with sweat. He didn't expect that the first monster race cultivator he encountered in the ancient lands would be a monster commander, and one that led a group of monster soldiers and monster generals. I'm dead. Although Yong Kai had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, these monster race cultivators weren't weak either. If they really fought, Yong Kai's chances of survival were slim. Audacious human, how dare you run amok in my ancient lands? Quickly report your name, and we'll give you a quick death. The leading demon commander opened his mouth and roared, causing the group of demon soldiers and demon generals under him to roar, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. For a moment, the group of demon clan members were like a group of demons dancing wildly. The scene was extremely terrifying. Old Ban trembled all over and almost fainted. Di Ling Yan also nervously grabbed Yong Kai's hair, her face pale. Yong Kai, however, remained as still as a mountain and coldly stared at the monster commander. When the demon commander saw how excited his subordinates were, he couldn't help but flaunt his prowess. He wanted to show off his might and shouted, "Little human, are you scared silly? Before he could finish his words, his whole body suddenly quivered, his eyes widening as he carefully examined Kai Yang's face. A moment later, his face changed greatly, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He hurriedly waved to his subordinates and shouted, "All of you, shut up! Disperse! Disperse! Disperse!" Chapter 2645. The Fiend Commander suddenly looked as if he had encountered a snake or scorpion. He was terrified, causing the other Fiend soldiers and generals to be dumbfounded. "I didn't know Master was coming. This little demon had eyes but failed to see and offended you. Please forgive me, Master," the demon commander said while trembling with fear. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and his mind was in a daze. "You're not that stupid after all." Yong Kai snorted lightly as he led Old Ban and Xiaoling straight past the group of monster race cultivators. Seeing that Yong Kai didn't intend to make things difficult for him, the Fiend Commander heaved a sigh of relief. After Yong Kai's figure disappeared from sight, one of the Fiend generals asked curiously, "Master, who is that man? Why is the Master so respectful to him?" The Fiend soldiers couldn't understand. The savage wildlands was a paradise for the savage survivors. Here, the Fiend race was the most powerful force. Why would the Fiend Commander Master be so afraid of a human? The Fiend Commander's expression changed, but he didn't answer. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "This person is not to be provoked. All of you, remember this. The next time you meet him, get as far away as possible. If you provoke him, even the Monster King Master won't be able to protect you." What? The Fiend soldiers were shocked. They were even more curious about Yong Kai's identity. They didn't know what kind of ability he had to make the Monster King Master so helpless. No. This matter must be reported to the Monster King Master as soon as possible. The Fiend Commander muttered to himself for a while before his figure flickered, and he turned into a cloud of black gas and rushed in a certain direction. Yong Kai's sudden appearance here was a big deal for the entire savage wildlands. Since he had encountered him, he had to report it. Otherwise, if the Monster King found out and blamed him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Yong Kai continued to fly through the forest. Di Ling was ignorant and didn't understand the meaning of the scene just now, but Old Ban was shocked by Yong Kai, a powerful Fiend commander leading so many Fiend soldiers and generals. They were all so respectful to Yong Kai. What was going on? Old Ban wanted to ask more questions, but he felt that his relationship with Yong Kai wasn't good enough to get to the bottom of it, so he could only keep his questions to himself. After flying for a while, suddenly Kai Yang's brow furrowed as he stopped and looked back. "What's the matter?" Old Ban asked curiously. "There's a powerful guy coming over. I wonder what he's here for. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "What a powerful fellow." Old Ban's heart skipped a beat. That said, "Fiend." He was. To him, to him, to him to be. This was a middle-aged man dressed in green with an aquiline nose. His eyes were as sharp as knives and his aura as deep as the sea made it difficult to breathe. "It really is the Monster King." Old Ban's face turned pale. Although he had never seen the Monster King before, he could recognize that the man in front of him was the Monster King of the ancient wild lands. It was rumored that only a third-order emperor, realm master, could become the Monster King of the ancient wild lands. In other words, the middle-aged man in front of him was a third-order emperor, realm master. Such an existence could kill him and dealing 1,000 times over with a casual breath. It really is young Master Yang. The middle-aged man didn't show any hostility when he saw Yang Kai. Instead, he was overjoyed. As if he had just reunited with an old friend, he cupped his fists and said, "Old Dog Master's Monster King, Ing Fei greets young Master Yang." "So, it's Ing Fei, Monster King." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent. The Monster King in front of him looked familiar. He should have seen him near the blood door last time. Now that he introduced himself, Yang Kai knew that he was called Ing Fei. Old Dog, Old Ban's eyes widened as his face turned sluggish. He was almost petrified. Although the division of forces in the ancient wild lands was unknown to most people, even Old Ban didn't know much about it, but he had heard of Old Dog. He was an ancient divine spirit. It turned out that there really were divine spirits in the ancient wild lands, and the Monster King in front of him was a subordinate of Old Dog Divine Spirit. "I heard that we saw young Master Yang just now, so I thought we were seeing things. I didn't expect it to really be young Master Yang," Ing Fei said with a smile. Yang Kai said, "I wonder why the Monster King has chased us all the way here." Ing Fei hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare to say that I have something to teach you. But where is young Master Yang going? Do you need this one's help?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No need. I'm just going to find the Phoenix Lady. I have something to discuss with her." "You're looking for the Phoenix Master." Ing Fei smiled and said, "This place is quite far from Senior Wanfeng's Phoenix Gathering Palace. Although the Monster Kings and Monster Commanders in the ancient land know young Master Yang's appearance and don't dare to offend you, there are still many monster race experts who have eyes but fail to see. It wouldn't be good if they offend young Master Yang. How about this if young Master Yang doesn't mind? How about this? This one doesn't dare to boast, but in terms of speed, I'm not inferior to others." Ever since Yang Kai had caused havoc in the ancient wild lands, the remaining 3 Saint Masters had instructed the Monster King and Saint Envoys to not be rude to Yang Kai in the future. The 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys had also participated in the battle that day. So how could they not know about Yang Kai's identity and the relationship between him and the descendant of Tianxing? Even without the Saint Master's instructions, they knew what to do. After returning to their respective territories, they summoned their monster commanders and monster generals and released Yang Kai's image, solemnly warning them. This was also why the monster commander had been able to recognize Yang Kai and had been so terrified. Although he didn't know who Yang Kai was, he knew that this human was an existence that the Monster King and Master had taken special care of. So naturally, he didn't dare to offend him. Yang Kai took a deep look at Ing Fei, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Seeing Ing Fei's enthusiasm, how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? After all, in this world, only he had a close relationship with Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi was a descendant of Tianxing and was in charge of the Blood Door, Forbidden Area, which contained countless divine spirit sources. Zhang Ruoxi had now entered the Blood Door and couldn't be found, but Yang Kai was right in front of him. If he could establish a good relationship with Yang Kai, Ing Fei might have a chance to obtain a suitable divine spirit source from the descendant of Tian Xing and awaken his ancestral bloodline to become a divine spirit. Very well, then I'll have to trouble Monster King Ing Fei. Yang Kai nodded. Ing Fei was overjoyed and said, "It's no trouble at all. It's Ing Fei's honor to be able to serve young Master Yang." Once he finished speaking, he turned around and green light shone brightly. The cry of an eagle rang out, and a gigantic eagle that was more than 100 feet long and covered in green light appeared on the spot. When the eagle flapped its wings, a monstrous gust of wind was stirred up. "Big bird! Big bird!" Xiao who was riding on Yang Kai's neck, saw Ing Fei reveal his true form and clapped her hands happily, as if she had seen something new. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "If Xiao likes it, then let's ride on this big bird." Okay. Xiao eyes lit up, and she was overjoyed. Yang Kai's figure flickered and landed on the bird's back. Ing Fei's body was huge, and its back was flat and spacious. Even if 20 to 30 people sat on it, it wouldn't feel crowded. The feathers on its neck were smooth and soft, making sitting on it feel like sitting on a velvet blanket, very comfortable. "Grandpa, come on up. This big bird is so comfortable, even more comfortable than our bed." Xiao climbed down from Yang Kai's neck and stood on the bird's back, greeting Old Ban. Old Ban broke out in cold sweat and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." The little girl didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but he knew how powerful the Monster King was. This was an existence that could kill him with a single breath. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to see it, but now he had to sit on its back. Old Ban was terrified and hesitated, not knowing what to do. He could only look at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The Monster King is so kind. Old Ban, come on up as well." The giant eagle also spoke at this time. "Don't worry, old sir. This king will protect you." When Old Ban heard this, he nervously cupped his fists and said, "Then this old man will offend you." As he spoke, he carefully climbed onto the bird's back. Deep in his heart, he felt extremely unreal. He had been muddle-headed all his life, and now he was lucky enough to sit on the back of a Monster King. Everyone sit tight. Ing Fei reminded them. With a flap of his wings, his huge body suddenly turned into a blue light and rushed into the depths of the ancient land. The surrounding scenery quickly passed by, causing Xiao to shout excitedly. Although the speed was fast, there was a demonic chi on Ing Fei's back that turned into a protective barrier. The wind was blocked, and Yang Kai and the others were not disturbed at all. Perhaps it was a deliberate show of strength, but the eagle's speed was not only fast, but also very stable. They didn't feel any inclination or bump along the way, as if they were standing on flat ground. In less than an hour, the Wanfang's Feng Luo Palace appeared in their sight. Ing Fei led the group to the entrance of the Feng Luo Palace. When Yang Kai and the others got off, he transformed into his human form and cupped his fist to Yang Kai. "Young Master Yang, I was fortunate to not disappoint you. This one will take his leave." He was the Monster King under the Azure Dog. Since they were outside the Feng Luo Palace, he couldn't stay for long. From the beginning to the end, he didn't mention anything else to Yang Kai. It was as if this trip was just to escort Yang Kai. This was where he was smart. He believed that Yang Kai knew why he deliberately tried to befriend him. If he didn't mention it, he might be able to get a good impression from Yang Kai. If he really did mention it, it would be too snobbish. What's more, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. It wasn't something that could be done just because Yang Kai agreed, now that the blood door had disappeared without a trace. Even if he wanted to obtain the ancestors' divine spirit source, he would have to wait for the blood door to open again. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your trouble, Monster King. Young Master Yang is too polite." Ing Fei returned the gesture and turned around to return the way he came. Chapter 2646. Young Master Yang. This is Once the eagle was far away, Old Ban cautiously asked, "Phoenix Luo's palace, Phoenix Luo palace." Yang Kai replied, "Phoenix Luon." Old Ban's eyes bulged. What he had encountered today was more shocking than anything he had experienced in his life. The fact that he was able to sit on the back of a Yao King was already shocking enough. Now, he was actually in the palace of a holy spirit. If Yang Kai hadn't brought him here, he would never have been able to come here. But Yang Kai not only made the Eagle Monster King a willing mount, but he also knew the way to the Divine Spirit's palace. Old Ban couldn't figure out Yang Kai's identity and origin. Just as he was speaking, the door of the palace suddenly opened, and a beautiful woman in a palace robe walked out. She stood in front of Yang Kai and bowed. "This servant greets young Master Yang." Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. "Tian Long, long time no see." This woman was none other than the maidservant Luan Feng had arranged to serve him when he visited Phoenix Luo Palace last time. Although Yang Kai hadn't had many interactions with her, he was still familiar with her, so seeing her now was no stranger. "It hasn't been long." Tian Long forced a smile and looked up. "May I ask why young Master Yang is here?" Yang Kai said, "I need Madame Feng's help." "Where is she?" Tian Long replied, "Young Master, you came at a bad time. Madame Feng happened to be in seclusion a few days ago." Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at her. He snorted, "Madame Feng is a divine spirit. Her cultivation is blessed by heaven and earth. Why would she be in seclusion? Is she unwilling to see me?" Tian Long hurriedly said, "How could that be? Madame really is in seclusion." Yang Kai ignored her and walked straight into Phoenix Luo Palace. Seeing this, Tian Long hurriedly followed him with small steps. After entering Phoenix Luo Palace, Yang Kai rampaged through the palace. He kept shouting, "Madame Feng, Madame Feng, Yang Kai is here to see you." Tian Long didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only follow along and constantly remind him, "Young master, don't make a fuss. If you disturb Madame's cultivation, she will blame me." "Madame Feng, Madame Feng." Yang Kai still ignored her and continued to shout. After a long time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. That figure was graceful and noble, and her aura was profound. Who else could it be but the Luanfeng? However, the Luanfeng was looking at Yang Kai with resentment. It was as if Yang Kai had abandoned her. His eyes were filled with blood and tears as he complained. "Lady Wang." Yang Kai couldn't help grinning when he saw her appear. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Yang Kai greets Lady Wang." Tian Long, who was following behind Yang Kai, also stepped forward and helplessly looked at Luan Feng. "Master, this servant. You can leave." The Luan Feng waved her hand. Tian Long received the order and respectfully withdrew. The Luan Feng glanced at Yang Kai with disgust and turned to walk forward. Yang Kai followed with a grin, calling out to an Old Ban as he walked. When they arrived at a large hall, the Luan Feng turned around and sat at the head of the table. She didn't have any intention of greeting Yang Kai and the others. Instead, she picked up a cup of steaming hot tea and sipped it. "Sit, sit." Yang Kai gestured to Old Ban. Old Ban didn't dare to sit. He was already strong enough to stand here. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This old man will stand." The woman in front of him was the Holy Spirit Luan Feng. Even if she didn't release her monstrous aura, Old Ban still didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of her. He didn't even dare to smile for fear that his image would offend the master. As for she was tightly held in his hand to prevent the child from rudely bumping into the Luan Feng. Since Old Ban didn't want to sit, Yang Kai didn't force him. He just turned to the Luan Feng with a grin and said, "Madam, you don't seem to be in a good mood." The Luan Feng looked up at him and said in a bad mood, "I was fine, but now I'm in a bad mood." "Why are you here again?" Yang Kai said, I haven't seen you for a long time and missed you. So I came to see you. The Wanfeng nodded slightly. Now that you've seen me, please go back. Don't. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. I just arrived, and Madam is already driving me away. This is not how you treat a guest. If young master wants to stay for a few days, then this queen can only welcome you. You can stay where you stayed last time. If you need anything, just look for Tian Long. The Wanfeng stood up, unwilling to stay with Yang Kai any longer. Wait, wait, wait. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her when he saw she was about to leave. The Wanfeng snorted, Boy, what is it that you came to see this queen this time? Hurry up and say it. This queen is not in the mood to chat with you. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Madam's eyes are like torches. This junior really does have a small matter that requires Madam's help. Oh. The Wanfeng suddenly laughed sarcastically. What in this world can embarrass a character like young Master Yang? Why do you need this queen's help? Last time when you caused a ruckus in the ancient ruins and showed off your power in front of the 32 Monster King and the 8 saints, I didn't see you like this. Yang Kai awkwardly replied, That was then, this is now. Wasn't that a misunderstanding? The Wanfeng snorted. Even the Holy Spirit was killed, and you call it a misunderstanding? Yang Kai sternly said, That wasn't me. It was Ruo Shi. If you want to blame someone, blame her. The Wanfeng frowned. This queen doesn't want to court death. Moreover, this queen doesn't owe you anything. So why should I help you again and again? Last time, Yang Kai took her to the Netherworld sect and killed their great elder. Although it was Wanfeng who did it, if it wasn't for Yang Kai, she wouldn't have gone to their sect and acted so atrociously. Not long after that, Yang Kai actually came to visit again. Wanfeng was very worried about him and didn't know what he wanted to do this time. Madam, why are you acting like an outsider? It's just a small matter for you. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Wanfeng sighed deeply and said, Tell me, what is it? Since Yang Kai came to her door, she couldn't refuse. After all, even if she didn't give face to the monk, she still had to give face to the Buddha. Yang Kai had a close relationship with Zhang Ruoxi, so Wanfeng was very wary of Zhang Ruoxi. A descendant of Tianxing, Yang Kai sternly said, I want to ask Madame Feng to help me deal with 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Who? Wanfeng frowned and asked, The Seeking Passion Sect Master and Vice Sect Master from the Northern Territory. The Seeking Passion Sect from the Northern Territory. Wanfeng frowned and said, That's a big sect. This queen has no grievances with them. So why would I attack them? I don't care. In any case, Madame Feng has to help, Yang Kai said stubbornly. You. Wanfeng was so angry that she laughed. Why are you acting like a rascal in front of me? It's them who offended you, not this queen. Yang Kai grinned and said, Madame Feng only needs to help 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters. She can easily crush them. Wanfeng snorted, Easy for you to say. Although there are no great emperor's sects in the Northern Territory, the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill sect are in the Northern Territory. If this queen attacked a human sect for no reason, how could she get away? Yang Kai said, Although the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill sect are in the Northern Territory, they are obsessed with the alchemic Tao. How could they care about such grievances? Wanfeng shook her head. They may not care about other things, but if this queen takes action, then that is not necessarily the case. I can't help with this matter. Since Madame Feng says so, then I won't force you. Yang Kai sighed with a helpless look on his face. Wanfeng was stunned and looked at Yang Kai strangely, as if she didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. But soon, Wanfeng frowned because she felt that Yang Kai definitely wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Perhaps he had some kind of trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, after Yang Kai got up and walked out, he muttered, wait for Ruo Shi to come out and let her know that her sect has been destroyed. In any case, she will take revenge, so there's no need to rush. Wait a moment, Wan Feng hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai turned around and asked, Madam Feng, do you have any other orders? Wan Feng gritted her teeth and asked, What did you just say? Tell me in detail. Yang Kai sighed. Since Madam Feng already heard it, why ask? Wan Feng quickly asked, You said that Master's sect was destroyed? What do you mean? What else could it mean? Seeking Passion sect wants to destroy Ice Heart Valley, and Ruo Shi is from Ice Heart Valley. This junior is alone and wanted to ask Madam Feng for help, but since Madam Feng has some concerns, this junior won't force you. Wan Feng was surprised that Master is from Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were two of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Now, listening to Yang Kai's words, it seemed that the two sects were at war, and Ice Heart Valley's situation was not good. Yes, didn't I say so? Yang Kai asked. Wan Feng solemnly asked, Is she really from Ice Heart Valley? You're not lying to me, right? Kai Yang replied in all seriousness, How could it be fake? That crazy woman last time was Ruo Shi's martial aunt, Ji Yao. She also took action. You should have noticed the secret art she cultivates, right? It's an orthodox ice attribute secret art. Wan Feng recalled carefully and found that it was indeed as Yang Kai said. Although Ji Yao didn't take action at that time, as a divine spirit, she could naturally feel the ice attribute Emperor Qi in Ji Yao's body. On the other hand, Zhang Ruo Shi didn't show any signs of cultivating an ice attribute secret art, but Zhang Ruo Shi and Ji Yao seemed to have a close relationship. Wan Feng didn't know whether to believe Yang Kai's words or not. While she was contemplating, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Madam Feng, I will take my leave first. When Ruo Shi comes out of the blood door in the future, I will have to trouble you to tell her that her sect has been destroyed and that she should return to the Northern Territory to seek revenge. When Wan Feng heard this, her nose became crooked. If Zhang Ruo Shi was really from Ice Heart Valley, then she couldn't tell her this. When the time came and Ruo Shi asked how her sect was destroyed, how was Wan Feng supposed to answer? Was she supposed to say that she knew about it, but just stood by and watched? Stop. Wan Feng saw that Yang Kai was really about to leave and hurriedly shouted, Chapter 2647. Yang Kai turned around again with a grin and looked at Wan Feng. Madam, do you have any other orders? Wan Feng gritted her teeth, so hard that they almost broke. She said angrily, I really don't know what this queen owes you. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Madam, you're wrong. Helping others is the foundation of happiness. But is Madam willing to help? Since she was willing to help, she naturally wouldn't refuse this matter. After all, she wasn't sure if Zhang Ruo Shi was from Ice Heart Valley, but she would rather believe it than not. Since Yang Kai mentioned Zhang Ruo Shi, Wan Feng had to help him no matter what. She wasn't helping Yang Kai, but the descendant of Tianxing, whom she was afraid of. Two trivial third-order Emperor Realm Masters. This queen can just send a few monster kings. Why do I need to do it personally? Wan Feng said with a displeased look. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, Madam is wise. Then, I ask Madam to send 7 or 8 monster kings to follow me back to the Northern Territory to eradicate these cowards. He didn't expect Wan Feng to help from the beginning. His original plan was to let Wan Feng send a few monster kings. Now that Wan Feng said so, it was exactly what he wanted. 7 or 8. The Wan Feng rolled her eyes. In your dreams, how many monster kings did she have? Yang Kai asked for 7 or 8 at once. Those who knew would understand that he was going to solve the crisis of Ice Heart Valley, but those who didn't know would think that he was going to conquer the world. 4 or 5 then. Yang Kai grinned. Wan Feng didn't answer. Instead, she showed a thoughtful look After a while, she said, since this matter involves the master, it is a matter of the entire ancient lands. This queen can't bear the responsibility alone. How about this? You stay in Phoenix Net Palace for a few days. Within 3 days, this queen will give you a satisfactory answer. Yang Kai heard this and thought for a while. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Many thanks, madam. After a pause, Yang Kai said, there is one more thing I need madam's help with. What? The Luan Feng suddenly became vigilant. The more she looked at Yang Kai, the more disgusted she felt. In any case, nothing good would come out of this brat's mouth. Yang Kai said, I want to build a spatial array in Phoenix Net Palace, but I don't know where is a suitable place. Space array? The Luan Feng frowned. You actually know how to set up formations. I know a thing or two. You want to build a space array? Where does it lead to? Luan Feng asked worriedly. Return to Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai answered matter-of-factly. I spent a month on the way here. I can't go back the way I came. I'm afraid there isn't enough time, so I need to build a space array that leads directly to Ice Heart Valley. A spatial array that can cross territory. The Luan Feng was shocked. Can you really do that? One had to know that this was the Eastern Territory, while Ice Heart Valley was in the Northern Territory. If Yang Kai wasn't just spouting nonsense, then he really did have the ability to arrange a spatial array that could cross territory. This was an incredible feat currently. All the spatial arrays that could cross territory in the star boundary were extremely ancient, and no one could arrange one today. Madam Feng, please wait and see. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The Luan Feng nodded lightly. She said, I'll allow it. Go look for Tianlong. She'll make the arrangements for you. Many thanks, madam. After everything was discussed, the Luan Feng called Tianlong and instructed her to take Yang Kai to the small building where he stayed last time. After returning to the small building, Yang Kai told Old Ban and Ling to rest while he informed Tianlong of his request. Tianlong heard that this was the Luan Feng's idea, so she didn't stop him and personally found a secluded and spacious place for Yang Kai. Next, Yang Kai arranged the space array in that secluded place. It didn't take much time. In less than a day, a brand new space array was completed. After confirming that there were no problems with the space array, Yang Kai returned to his loft to rest. Just as he left, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside the space array. This figure looked at her in surprise. Tianlong. Did he really spend a day arranging this? The Luan Feng asked in disbelief. Tianlong, who was standing to the side, also nodded in shock. This servant saw it with her own eyes. Although this servant was standing far away when young Master Yang was arranging it, this servant saw everything from the beginning to the end. Is it really that amazing? The Luan Feng asked in disbelief. A space array was not so easy to arrange, not to mention a spatial array that could cross territory. The Luan Feng thought that it would take Yang Kai at least 10 days to half a month to arrange this thing, but who would have thought that he would complete it in a single day? This was simply miraculous. Ice Heart Valley. The Luan Feng muttered and said, Tianlong, I'm going to Ice Heart Valley. You stay here. She wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley for 2 reasons. Firstly, she wanted to see if this space array was useful. Secondly, she wanted to ask Zhang Rua if she was really from Ice Heart Valley. She always felt that Yang Kai was fooling her. That little brat was full of evil tricks and never had good intentions. Tianlong was shocked and said, Madam, you can't. Whether this space array is useful or not is still uncertain. If something unexpected happens, if an accident happened during the teleportation process, it would be no laughing matter. If things went wrong, they would be banished to the void forever, unable to find their way out. Even if the Luan Feng was powerful, being banished to the void would not end well. The Luan Feng waved her hand and said, This queen has her own plans. Saying so, She waved her hand and inserted many high-rank source crystals into the grooves of the array base before standing on top of it. Tian Long waited on tenterhooks. The Luanfeng was also slightly nervous. After all, this was something that Yang Kai had spent less than a day to arrange. Who knew if it was defective or not? But, to their surprise, even after waiting for a long time, the space array didn't react in the slightest. What? You're just bragging. The Luanfeng sneered. After confirming that the space array was completely useless, she walked down from it and returned to the palace with a happy face. She wanted to see what Yang Kai's expression would be when he needed to use the space array, and found out that it was defective. For the next few days, Old Ban was trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. This was the Divine Spirit Palace, and it was thanks to Yang Kai that he was lucky enough to live here once in his life. How could he dare to overstep his boundaries? On the other hand, Xiaoling Heir was ignorant and lively by nature. Living in such a luxurious place, all of a sudden, she couldn't help but feel curious. The spirit fruits placed on the table were almost all eaten by her. One had to know that these spirit fruits were a specialty of the ancient lands. They were rich in world energy and were extremely rare in the outside world. Anyone who ate them would benefit greatly in their cultivation. Xiaoling Heir lived here for 3 days and ate several dozen spirit fruits. Her originally sallow and emaciated body had become tender and supple. Even her yellow hair had become black and shiny. Her whole person was full of spirit. On an early morning 3 days later, an eagle's cry suddenly resounded from outside the Phoenix Gathering Palace. Shortly after, a green light descended from the sky and stood outside the palace. Before he could knock on the door, another figure flew over from another direction and landed not far away from him. The two looked at each other. The former smiled and raised an eyebrow. Xiao Wei. The latter said lightly, Ying Fei. Ying Fei looked at Xia Wei curiously. Why did Brother Xia come to the Phoenix Net Palace? This is not Master Fan Ku's territory. Xia Wei curled his lips. Aren't you also here? This is also not Old Dog Master's territory. After saying that, the two seemed to realize something and asked in unison, You came for that matter? There was no need for an answer. The answer was obvious. Xia Wei was surprised. You're quite lucky to have such a task fall into your hands. I'm sure the others would be angry to death. Ying Fei smiled. A few days ago, young Master Yang passed by this king's territory, and this king escorted him. When Old Dog Master found out about this, he sent this king to assist young Master Yang. Brother Xia, how did you get this task? He knew that amongst the demon kings under Fan Wu's command, Xia Wei was absolutely not the strongest, nor was he the one that Fan Wu valued the most. Because Xia Wu's temper was bad and stubborn, and he wasn't likable. But now, Xia Wei had actually stood out from the crowd and seized this wonderful task, and it was truly surprising. He could get this job without shedding a drop of blood, mainly because of a chance encounter with Yang Kai a few days ago. What did Xia Wei have? Xia Wei heard this and said, It's none of your business. Ying Fei almost choked to death and couldn't help but roll his eyes. As the two were talking, there was a sudden clap of thunder and a lightning-like light shot from the distance. The light rushed in front of Xia Wei and Ying Fei and dispersed, revealing an extremely burly figure. She lay. Xia Wei raised an eyebrow. Ying Fei, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. Brother Shilei, how did you end up like this? The burly figure in front of them was Shilei, one of the 32 monster kings. He was originally a monster king under Shihua, but after Shihua was extinguished, he went to Luanfeng and was now one of Luanfeng's most capable subordinates. Despite Shilei's coarse appearance, his strength was among the top 3 among the 32 demon kings. However, such a powerful demon king was currently covered in wounds and bruises. It was as if he had just fought a great battle with someone, and it was an extremely difficult battle. The monster race had strong bodies, and ordinary injuries were nothing to them. They would recover quickly, but Shi Lei's injuries were still there. It was shocking to see how serious his injuries were. Shi Lei heard this and said angrily, "I fought with those bastards. I didn't have a good time, but those bastards can't be much stronger." Although Shi Lei's name didn't have the word ox, his body was a rhinoceros with an ancient bloodline, so he had always called himself Old Ox. Xie Wuwei and Ing Fei looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little sad. When they saw Shi Lei's appearance, they immediately understood that if it weren't for their luck and involvement with Yang Kai, they would have to fight with those bastards to get this good job. Chapter 2648. With the strength of those bastard Monster King and Saint Envoys, the one who stood out in the end would definitely not be him. For a moment, whether it was Xie Wuwei or Eagle Flying, they couldn't help but rejoice. Especially Eagle Flying. He felt that his decision to send Yang Kai a few days ago was right. At this time, Shi Lei also noticed the abnormality. He stared at Eagle Flying and Xie Wuwei. "You guys aren't injured?" Eagle Flying was happy. "Why would we be injured?" Shi Lei shook his head. "Don't tell me that those guys would give this good job to you guys for no reason." Old Ox also spent a lot of effort to get this opportunity. Eagle Flying said proudly, "Tsang Master appointed us. How would those bastards dare to have any objections? As for Brother Xie, I don't know." Xie Wuwei snorted with an unfathomable look, but he didn't explain. Shi Lei said angrily, "There's no justice, there's no justice, there's no justice at all." One had to know that when the news spread a few days ago, the 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys of the ancient land were all excited. Who wouldn't be jealous of that job? Shi Lei had a good fight with them, and finally won by force. When it came to Eagle Flying's side, Tsang Dog Master personally appointed him, which saved him a lot of trouble. In comparison, it would be strange if Shi Lei didn't feel bad. But thinking about it, no matter what the process was, he accepted the job, and the result was good. As the three were chatting, the palace door opened, and a woman in palace clothes walked out. The 3 Monster Kings saw her and cupped their fists. Miss Tianlong. Tianlong's cultivation was not as good as theirs, but she was Luan Feng's confidant. The 3 naturally didn't dare to be rude. Otherwise, if Tianlong casually whispered in Luan Feng's ear, it would be enough to make their lives difficult. "The madam wants you to go in," Tianlong said, and led the way. The 3 hurriedly followed. Entering the main hall, they saw Luan Feng sitting at the top, Yang Kai sitting below, and behind them stood an old man and a little girl. The 3 looked straight ahead. They cupped their fists. "This subordinate greets Master Luan Feng?" "Yes." The Luan Feng gently nodded, her face filled with grace as she lightly opened her mouth and said, "You should understand what is going on. I have summoned you this time to accompany young Master Yang to the Northern Territory to resolve the crisis facing Ice Heart Valley. This queen hopes that you will obey young Master Yang's orders. If you dare to oppose him in public, you will be severely punished." The 3 of them quickly shouted, "We will not disappoint you." How would they dare to go against him? Being able to receive such a good job was already a blessing from their ancestors. Even without the Luan Feng's reminder, they would still do their best. After all, it was an opportunity to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. Luan Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Young Master Yang is not an outsider. Please meet him." The 3 turned around and cupped their fists. "Greetings, young Master Yang." Yang Kai smiled. He glanced at the 3 Monster Kings in front of him. His heart was as clear as a mirror. Of the 3 Monster Kings in front of him, he knew the details of 2 of them. Xie Wuwei was Fan Hua's subordinate, Ing Fei was Tsang Dog's subordinate, and the last one should be Luan Feng's subordinate. He came here to ask the Luan Feng for help, but he didn't expect that the Luan Feng would transfer a Monster King from each of the other 2 Saint Seniors. Clearly, She wanted to share the risk. He didn't point it out and just said, "There is no need to be polite. I will have to rely on you in the future." The three Monster Kings were also within Yang Kai's expectations, so he wasn't disappointed. If the Wan Feng really assigned 7 or 8 Monster Kings to accompany him, it would be a fool's dream. Xie Wuwei and the others naturally didn't dare and were extremely respectful. Yang Kai got up and said, "Madam Feng, since everyone is here, Yang Kai will take his leave." The Wan Feng couldn't wait for him to leave, so she naturally didn't have any intention to keep him. She stood up and said, "This queen will see you out." She didn't really want to see him. She mainly wanted to see Yang Kai make a fool of himself. Last time, this brat stole a large amount of wealth from the ancient lands and dragged her down with him in the Netherworld sect. This time, he even had the cheek to come to her for help. The Wan Feng couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but seeing him make a fool of himself was fine. She had personally tested the so-called transdomain space array, and it was simply trash that couldn't be used. She was looking forward to seeing what kind of expression Yang Kai would have when he discovered this. The group went straight to the space array. When they arrived, Yang Kai instructed them to stand there, and then took out a high-rank source crystal and inserted it into the groove of the space array. "Madam Feng, farewell. If I have time in the future, this brat will definitely come to visit again. Go, don't waste time." The Wan Feng pursed her lips and smiled as she waved her hand. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling that Wan Feng's expression was a bit strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Glancing over at Tianlong, who was standing next to him, Yang Kai saw that Tianlong was also trying to stifle a laugh. What the hell? Yang Kai was full of doubts, but it wasn't convenient for him to ask, so he simply stood in the middle of the space array and pushed his space principles. The next moment, a burst of light suddenly appeared and enveloped everyone. By the time the light dissipated, everyone had already disappeared. Wan Feng stared at the empty space array in shock, but she wasn't stupid. After recovering from her shock, she immediately grit her teeth and muttered, "Boy, you still have a trick up your sleeve." She couldn't activate that space array, but Yang Kai was able to so easily activate it. Obviously, he had placed some kind of barrier around it. In other words, the space array was useful, but apart from Yang Kai, no one else could use it. This made the Wan Feng grit her teeth and instinctively suspect that Yang Kai knew that she would go to Ice Heart Valley to confirm the news. So he had used this trick. It really worked. To the side, Tianlong was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. A space array that had been arranged in less than a day could actually be activated. This was simply a miracle. So what if it worked? Wan Feng coldly snorted, "Smash it." "Smash. Smash it?" Tianlong was startled. "Smash it." Wan Feng nodded affirmatively. "With this thing here, that boy will be able to enter and leave the ancient lands as he pleases in the future. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world?" She was afraid of Yang Kai. In order to prevent Yang Kai from harassing them again in the future, it was better to smash the space array. Otherwise, who knew when Yang Kai would suddenly come back? Tianlong no longer hesitated after receiving the order, and quickly smashed the space array arranged by Yang Kai into pieces. In Ice Heart Valley, buzzing sounds rang out, and the ground shook from time to time. The world energy was in chaos, as if the end of the world was coming. The entire Ice Heart Valley was now in danger. Many disciples were on tenterhooks, but there was a firm look in their eyes. It was a will to live and die with Ice Heart Valley. The light curtain that enveloped Ice Heart Valley had become extremely dim and was shaking from time to time, as if it could no longer hold on. Think of a way. If you don't find a way to stabilize the array, you will die when it is broken. Somewhere in Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao's long sword was pointed at the neck of a man. The sharp sword had already pierced through the man's skin, causing blood to ooze out. With a sword pointed at him and his life in danger, the man didn't panic. He just sighed and said, "Now that things have come to this king is powerless to do anything. Although this king was captured by you, the foundation of the breaking array has already been set up. Even without this king presiding over it, the Seeking Passion sect can still display half of its power. If this king hadn't helped you stabilize the array these days, do you think you would have been able to hold on until now? I'm afraid the array would have been broken half a month ago." This man was none other than the Southern Gate Army member who was captured by Yang Kai that day. After being captured by Yang Kai, Bing Yun didn't make things difficult for him. He just told him that he would let him go after the battle. The Southern Gate Army member also knew how to repay kindness. During the days he lived in Ice Heart Valley, he wholeheartedly helped Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array. He was right. Although he was captured by Yang Kai more than a month ago, at that time, the many array flags he had arranged had already begun to resonate with each other, and the foundation to break the array was almost complete. Even without him, the Seeking Passion sect would still be able to display half of its power. If the Southern Gate Army hadn't taken the initiative to help Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array, how could they have held on until today? He was the one in charge of breaking the array, and he was also the one in charge of stabilizing the array. It couldn't be said that he was capricious. It was just that the Southern Gate Army had been paid to do so. Now, they were simply repaying kindness. However, this was already the limit. The Southern Gate Army member had profound attainments in spirit arrays. At a glance, he could see that Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array would be broken in less than an hour. Enough nonsense. If you dare to say that there's no other way, I'll kill you right now. Ji Yao shouted angrily. The Southern Gate Army member glanced at her indifferently and said, "If I were you, I would take advantage of the fact that the array hasn't been broken to evacuate the disciples. Otherwise, it will be too late. You court death." Ji Yao flew into a rage and stabbed the long sword in her hand. "Yaoer, don't be rude." At that moment, Bing Yun rushed over from somewhere and shouted. In the past few days, Bing Yun had left Ice Heart Valley many times to harass the other side. She didn't want to kill many people, but she just wanted to interfere with the speed of the other side breaking the array. Unfortunately, every time she went out, she was entangled by Feng Xian. Recently, if she hadn't reacted quickly, she wouldn't have been able to escape. If they really fought, she would be on par with Feng Xian. She might even have the upper hand, but she couldn't withstand the other side's overwhelming numbers. Valley Master Bing Yun. The Southern Gate Army member was quite respectful to Bing Yun. Seeing her arrive, he cupped his fists and saluted. Grand Master Nen Men doesn't need to be so polite. Bing Yun showed a worried look and said, "Is there really no other way?" The Southern Gate Army member shook his head and said, "Breaking the array is inevitable. It will take at least half an hour, and at most 2 hours. Valley Master Bing Yun should make plans early." Bing Yun was indifferent for a while. She knew that since the Southern Gate Army member had said so, there was no hope of saving Ice Heart Valley. Unfortunately, Yang Kai hadn't returned yet. If he had, perhaps he would have brought some hope to Ice Heart Valley. However, when Yang Kai left, he said that he would return in 1 to 2 months. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to make it in time. Chapter 2649. Yun Xiu Yao. Bing Yun called out softly, sounding a little tired. "Disciple is here." Anruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, and Ji Yao stepped forward together. The 3 of them were Bing Yun's first 3 disciples, and they were also the only 3 second-order Emperor Realm Masters in Ice Heart Valley. "Let the disciples leave through the space array. I'll stay and delay them for a while." The 3 disciples looked at each other, and in the end, Anruo Yun replied, "Honored Master, it's not that we don't want to follow your orders, but I'm afraid no one is willing to leave. More than half of the remaining 7,000 disciples of Ice Heart Valley were orphans. They had been brought back to Ice Heart Valley from a young age and were carefully nurtured. To them, Ice Heart Valley was their home, their roots. Now that their home was in trouble, who would be willing to leave? It could be said that in the entire Northern Territory, or even the entire star boundary, there were very few sects that could compare to Ice Heart Valley in terms of cohesion. A few days ago, Ruo Yun and the others had made arrangements to send some disciples out of Ice Heart Valley in advance, but after asking, none of the disciples were willing to drag out an ignoble existence. All of them said that they wanted to live or die with the sect. Even if they don't want to leave, they have to leave. Save as many as you can. Bing Yun ordered sternly, "Go and make arrangements now. Take the disciples you like and leave the Northern Territory." The three women were indifferent, but they didn't move. The Southern Gate Army watched from the side and felt emotional. He secretly regretted making things difficult for this group of women, for some wealth. Now that the sect defending array was broken, he had to bear the biggest responsibility. What are you waiting for? Bing Yun saw that they weren't moving. She couldn't help but scold them. Seeing that their honored master was angry, the three women instinctively trembled. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out as the light curtain covering Ice Heart Valley's spirit array suddenly shattered like a broken piece of porcelain. The last thin layer of protection was torn, and Ice Heart Valley was completely exposed. The array is broken. The Southern Gate Army's expression changed. Bing Yun and the others also had cold looks on their pretty faces. "Bing Yun, this Feng is here." Suddenly, someone shouted from outside. Then, gusts of wind whistled from all directions as powerful divine senses swept across Ice Heart Valley. Soon, the sounds of battle reached everyone's ears. Ice Heart Valley's disciples had encountered foreign invaders. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, Bing Yun and the others were surrounded by more than 20 people. And these 20-odd people all exuded the aura of the Emperor realm. Their leaders, Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo, were both third-order Emperor realm masters. Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is only SOO. Feng Xian Ling stood in the air and looked down at Bing Yun and the others. A smug and disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bing Yun's face sank. Her beautiful eyes swept over the people of the Emperor realm one by one, although many of them looked at her calmly. But even more people's eyes flickered, as if they had done something wrong. Ice Heart Valley had been in the Northern Territory for many years and had never had a bad relationship with any sect. On the contrary, many female disciples had been married off. Bing Yun had set a rule that the married disciples would no longer have any relationship with Ice Heart Valley, but rules were rules after all, and this was something that could not be changed. In other words, after so many years, Bing Yun more or less had some relationship with the various sects in the Northern Territory. In every era, some outstanding disciples would marry into these sects. But now, the masters of so many sects had actually followed Feng Xian and broken through Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. They had even surrounded Bing Yun and the others. Such an act was truly chilling. Now, facing Bing Yun's scorching gaze, these people couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "Valley Master Chen, my Ice Heart Valley has no grievances with Yutzang Lu Valley. On the contrary, 100 years ago, when Valley Master Chen was poisoned by flame poison, it was this queen who helped you detoxify it. Does Valley Master Chen want to make things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley today?" And Ruo Yun's beautiful eyes were cold as she looked at an elderly man. The elderly man's face turned red, and he avoided her gaze, not saying a word. And Ruo Yun then looked at another woman dressed like a married woman and said, "When Elder Yu came to Ice Heart Valley as a guest in the past, she called us Big Sister and Little Sister very affectionately. This queen is quite surprised that you came uninvited today." When the woman called Elder Yu heard this, she forced a smile and said, "Younger sister, and don't blame elder sister. Elder sister has her own difficulties and has no other choice. Besides, Sect Master Fong didn't want to make things difficult for your Ice Heart Valley. He just wanted to inquire about a person's origin. Wouldn't it be fine if your Ice Heart Valley told him? Younger sister, and how about this? You tell Sect Master Fong what he wants to know now. Elder sister will speak on your behalf, and he won't make things difficult for you." And Ruo Yun sneered. This queen appreciates Elder Yu's good intentions. Elder Yu's brows furrowed, and he said, "Younger sister, and why bother? You don't talk too much. Being friends with you in the past, it was this consort who was blind. I actually couldn't tell that you were an ungrateful villain." These words were ruthless, causing Elder Yu's face to turn red, and she shouted angrily, "You really don't know how to appreciate kindness, treating others' good intentions as ill intent. Younger sister, and if you continue to be stubborn, you won't have a good end today." After being scolded by Ruo Yun, the woman couldn't help but become angry out of shame. She shouted in a deep voice, "Today, Sect Master Fong has come with supreme power. Younger sister, and had best adapt to the circumstances." "Well said." Fong Xian laughed and clapped his hands. He looked down and sneered, "Bing Yun, when you protected my son's murderer, did you ever think that today would come? But it's too late to regret now. Since this king has come, he won't let you have a good time." He seemed to be confident in his victory, so he wasn't in a hurry to attack Bing Yun and the others. He just flaunted his power and enjoyed the pleasure of controlling the overall situation. Sect Master Fong. Nan Gate de Jun frowned and shouted from the side, cupping his fists slightly. Before he could say anything, Fong Xian interrupted him and glanced at him indifferently. "So Grandmaster Nan Gate is also here." Nan Gate de Jun thought to himself, "Aren't you talking nonsense?" That day, he was kidnapped right in front of Fong Xian. So where else could he be? Fong Xian said, "Today we were able to break the spirit array thanks to Grandmaster Nan Gate. Grandmaster, please stand a little further away. Otherwise, if you are accidentally injured, this king is afraid. He will feel apologetic. After this sect master destroys Ice Heart Valley, he will need Grandmaster's help." When Nan Gate de Jun heard this, he frowned and sighed, no longer saying anything. He also knew that his words carried little weight. Although he was an array Grandmaster and others had to beg him for help, there was no lack of people in this world who would burn the bridge after crossing the river. He felt that he didn't have enough face to make Fong Xian listen to his advice. So he simply shut his mouth, lest he really draw fire to himself. "Brother Yao, join forces with this king. First we will kill Bing Yun, then destroy Ice Heart Valley." Fong Xian enjoyed the despair of Ice Heart Valley's people for a while, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Only then did he let out a shout, his murderous intent surging. Yao Shua, who had been standing to the side silently, took a step forward when he heard this, and the powerful aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master burst out. Although his aura wasn't as rich and pure as that of a veteran master like Fong Xian, there was no doubt that he was a third-order master. In the end, he had just broken through. A long saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a flash of light, it seemed to break through the sky as it slashed towards Bing Yun. At the same time, Fong Xian also summoned the relic of the Wen Qing Great Emperors, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. The sound of wind and thunder reverberated from the divine spear as it turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Bing Yun. When the two third-order Great Emperors joined forces, Bing Yun's face suddenly became extremely solemn. These days, she had fought with these two guys many times. In a one-on-one battle, she wasn't afraid of either of them. She was even confident that she could kill Yao Zhuo within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, but she was powerless in the face of the two of them working together. So she tapped her foot lightly and retreated. "Form the array." and Ruo Yun shouted at the right time. In the next moment, the 6 from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley flew to Bing Yun's side and spread out in a mysterious formation. When they circulated their Emperor Qi, the power of the 7 suddenly resonated. For a moment, the sand and stones on the ground were blown away, and the sun and moon dimmed. Vaguely, it seemed like a behemoth was suddenly born, raising its head and roaring angrily. Asterisk dang dang. Asterisk after the 2 shock waves. Yao Shua's eyes widened in shock as he retreated a dozen steps, the blood in his chest roiling. Feng Xian's figure also swayed as he staggered back a few steps. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear that he had thrown out was actually blocked by a mysterious force. What's going on? What's going on? Is Bing Yun so powerful? The group of spectators from the Emperor realm were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Although Bing Yun's strength was obvious to all, no one present would believe that she could block the joint attack of Feng Xian and Yao Shuo by herself, and even force them to retreat. But the truth was right in front of them, so it was hard for them to doubt it. No, it's not Bing Yun's power. Spirit Array? What kind of spirit array is this? The Black Tortoise Phantom, this spirit array, is incredible. After the light dissipated, the scene on the ground gradually became clear. After everyone saw it, they suddenly realized how Bing Yun forced the 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters to retreat. At this moment, Bing Yun and the other 6 disciples had formed a mysterious spirit array. This spirit array connected the 7 people's Emperor Qis tightly, and the energy visible to the naked eye condensed into a huge black tortoise phantom. Bing Yun was hiding in the head of the black tortoise phantom, while Ruo Yun and son Yun Xiu were on its shoulders. Ji Yao and another elder from the Emperor realm were standing on its feet, with one on its back and one on its tail. The black tortoise phantom looked down on the crowd, as if it could hold back 10,000 enemies alone. The 7 points black tortoise spirit array. Chapter 2650. Before Yang Kai left more than a month ago, he had taught the 7 points black tortoise spirit array to Ji Yao. Over the past month, every disciple of Ice Heart Valley had been practicing this spirit array. Bing Yun and the others had also been practicing for a while. This was the sect guarding spirit array of Black Tortoise Sect. It was a secret technique that had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Now, 7 people from the Emperor realm had joined forces to form this spirit array, and with a third-order Emperor realm master like Bing Yun taking the lead, it was not an exaggeration to say that this spirit array was impregnable. Although Bing Yun and the others did not doubt the power of this 7 points black tortoise spirit array, this was the first time they had used it, so they did not know how powerful it was. Seeing that they had easily forced back Feng Xian and Yao Shuo, they were overjoyed and excited. They knew that if it were not for this peerless spirit array left behind by Yang Kai, Ice Heart Valley would have been finished today. Although the sect defending array had been broken, with this 7 points black tortoise spirit array, the 7,000 disciples might be able to reduce the number of casualties. Some might even be able to escape and leave behind an inheritance for the sect. Bastard! Compared to the amazement of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Feng Xian was furious. His Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley were both top sects in the Northern Territory, so they knew each other very well. He had never heard of this wonderful spirit array before, so he did not know where Bing Yun had obtained it. His complacent attack had suddenly turned into a bubble, and his mood had become extremely bad. Disciples, listen to my orders. Follow me and open a bloody path. Bing Yun shouted coldly. Yes, everyone responded in unison. What are you all standing there for? Kill them. Feng Xian shouted angrily. Seeing that he and Yao Shuo could not take advantage of the situation, he could only take a step back. He had to use human wave tactics. This spirit array was indeed mysterious and unparalleled. However, Feng Xian could also see that Bing Yun and the others had not cultivated this spirit array for long and were not very proficient. In other words, they could not display the full power of this spirit array. Therefore, even if they formed a spirit array, the amplification was limited. On their side, there were more than 20 people from the Emperor realm working together. It might not be impossible to stop them. Hearing Feng Xian's order, all the masters from the Emperor realm wore solemn expressions as they pushed their Emperor Qis and summoned their Emperor artifacts, bombarding Bing Yun and the others. For a time, the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos. The void was torn apart, the universe was turned upside down, and the earth was shaking nonstop. Nearly 30 people from the Emperor realm were fighting here. This kind of battle was extremely rare, and it was hard for ordinary people to see it. Various Emperor artifacts of different shapes and sizes displayed great power, turning into one attack after another that bombarded the Black Tortoise Phantom. However, this Black Tortoise Phantom was also extremely powerful. No matter how it was bombarded, it was unable to withstand the attacks. They were all safe and sound. The soldiers of the South Gate army watched from the side with bright eyes. After a long while, he suddenly came to his senses and cried out, "Black Tortoise 7 points formation." As expected of a generation's array master, his eyesight was indeed extraordinary. Although it was also the first time he had seen this array formation, he still recognized the origin of this array formation based on his own experience and knowledge. It's actually the Black Tortoise Sect's secret array formation. The Southgate army was extremely excited. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. He had a very deep understanding of array formations, and his love for this world's strange array formations was like a pervert's love for beauties. He had once entered an ancient array formation without hesitation in order to study it. In the end, it took him 3 years to crack it. At that time, he had narrowly escaped death and almost lost his life. He had once read about the Black Tortoise 7 points formation in an ancient book and knew that it was a secret array of the Eastern Territory's Black Tortoise Sect. Unfortunately, when the Black Tortoise Sect was destroyed, this array formation had been lost. According to the ancient book, this array formation was comprehended by the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit by observing the posture of the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit. The Black Tortoise Divine Spirit was a peak existence. So how could the array formation comprehended by observing its majestic posture be bad? The Southgate army was excited to see this and naturally studied it for a while. But unfortunately, they couldn't find a method to arrange this array formation. They never thought that they would see this lost array formation in Ice Heart Valley today. This trip was not made in vain. It was not made in vain. The Southgate army's eyes lit up, completely forgetting that this was a life and death battle. Instead, they were studying it with great interest. Looking at the way they were staring, it was as if they couldn't wait to rush to the front to study it. However, although he was excited, he knew that if he really rushed forward, he would be caught in the crossfire with his cultivation. He wouldn't even know how he died. On the other side, the people from Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion's sect fought fiercely. Although there were more than 20 people from the Emperor realm from Seeking Passion sect joining forces, and they far surpassed Ice Heart Valley in both numbers and cultivation, they were still unable to break through the defenses of the Black Tortoise 7 points formation. All the attacks were blocked by Bing Yun and the others. On the contrary, Bing Yun and the others would occasionally use their killing moves, causing the Seeking Passion sect's people to break out in cold sweat as they struggled to cope with the attacks. In particular, the ice concept and ice principles that shrouded the surroundings made it difficult for them to circulate their strength. As time passed, the more the Seeking Passion sect's people fought, the more frightened they became. If this continued, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to break through the array formation's defenses even if they exhausted their strength. When that time came, they could only wait to be slaughtered. After all, Bing Yun and the others were defending instead of attacking, and with the assistance of the spirit array, they consumed much less energy than the seeking passion sex people. Many people panicked, and their attacks were no longer as ferocious as before. Seemingly aware of this, Feng Xian, who was like an erupting volcano, suddenly shouted, "Bing Yun, you can put up a desperate struggle, but this king wants to see how your 7,000 disciples from Ice Heart Valley will resist. Another 10 people from the Emperor Realm from my sect have attacked your Ice Heart Valley. I'm afraid that blood is flowing like a river in your Ice Heart Valley right now, right?" There were more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm on the Seeking Passion sect side. There were more than 30 people from the Seeking Passion sect, and only about a third of them were from the Seeking Passion sect. The rest were helpers recruited by the Seeking Passion sect. Before coming here, 10 people from the Emperor Realm had been ordered to lead people to kill Ice Heart Valley's disciples. With the remaining strength of Ice Heart Valley, it was impossible for them to resist. Sure enough, when Feng Xian's words came out, the faces of Ice Heart Valley's people changed. Bing Yun gritted her teeth and shouted, "Let's go!" Saying so, she led her disciples to break out of the encirclement. Feng Xian's face turned ruthless. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand slammed down as he shouted, "Wishful thinking! Bing Yun, you can only watch helplessly as Ice Heart Valley is flattened by this king and tremble in despair. When the 10 people from the Emperor Realm under this king's command return, it will be the time of your death." Yao Zhua, who had been silent all this time, was extremely arrogant at this moment. He sneered, "This is the fate of those who oppose my Seeking Passion sect." These words had a profound meaning, causing those from the Emperor Realm who did not belong to the Seeking Passion sect to keep quiet out of fear. They all decided that after this battle, they would have to surrender to the Seeking Passion sect. Otherwise, no matter how big the Northern Territory was in the future, they would not have a foothold. 10 people from the Emperor Realm. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. When this voice reached the ears of the people from Ice Heart Valley, they could not help but feel happy. They all raised their eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Ji Yao was even more surprised and called out, "Brother Yang." Feng Xian was even more furious as he shouted, "Little bastard." He recognized that this voice belonged to Yang Kai, who had killed his son. More than a month ago, he had met Yang Kai outside Ice Heart Valley, so how could he forget? Suddenly, Feng Xian turned his head and glared at Yang Kai with murderous intent, as if there was no one else present. "Are they the 10 people from the Emperor Realm you mentioned? This young master has brought them over for you, so there's no need to be polite." From the void, Yang Kai slowly walked over, not showing the slightest nervousness. Instead, he was taking a leisurely stroll, and when his figure appeared, he waved his hand. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk corpses suddenly fell from the sky and fell to the ground. These corpses were either rich or noble, and at a glance, one could tell that they were people who had been in high positions for a long time. But now they were all lifeless, with a fatal wound on each of their bodies that was bleeding profusely. Ah, it's Tsang Lu Valley's great elder Feng Ziping, 100 refinement temples Lu Rui, 9-star sect master. Exclamations rang out as the people from the Emperor Realm who were besieging Bingyun and the others glanced at the corpses and exclaimed, because they knew these people and were familiar with their names. Just a while ago, they had separated from them. They had followed Feng Xian here to block Bingyun, while the rest led the army of 100,000 to attack Ice Heart Valley. But now, they were all corpses. Everyone counted 10 people from the Emperor Realm, not one more, not one less. In other words, all the people who had separated from them were dead. For a moment, More than 20 people from the emperor realm sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling cold all over their bodies. Their hands and feet turned cold, and a chill suddenly spread from their tailbones to the top of their heads. Everyone stopped attacking and looked at the 10 corpses in disbelief. How long had it been? How could they all be dead? How could Ice Heart Valley still have such a powerful force, compared with the horror of Seeking Passion Sex people? Ice Heart Valley's people were pleasantly surprised, especially Bing Yun and Ji Yao. The two of them knew what Yang Kai's plan was. Now that they saw the 10 corpses, they immediately understood that Yang Kai must have brought some incredible helpers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this silently. Yang Kai. Bing Yun's lips trembled as she looked at Yang Kai standing there, not knowing what to say. Yang Kai nodded to Bing Yun and said, "I came back late." "You're not late. It's good that you're back." Bing Yun slowly shook her head. She knew that since Yang Kai had returned, Ice Heart Valley could be saved. Sect Master Feng, long time no see. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the ashen-faced Feng Xian with a grin. "Little beast." Feng Xian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He shouted, "With your ability, how could you possibly kill them?" "This." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "I can't tell you." "Evil beast, hand over your life." At that moment, Yao Shua suddenly roared as his emperor chi surged. His long saber tore through the air and slashed towards Yang Kai with astonishing power. Chapter 2651. Last time, he brought Feng Shi to Ice Heart Valley to pick up the bride, but in the end, he suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai. Not only was he beaten up by Yang Kai using the Emperor Authority Bead, but his space ring containing the betrothal gifts was also snatched away. At that time, Yang Kai was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. This was a great humiliation. And now that he had met his enemy, it was natural for him to be enraged. Yao Shua's strength was already extraordinary, and now that he had broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm, his attacks were even more majestic, as if they could tear the world apart. An ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master was no match for him, and when he swung his saber, he would most likely die on the spot. "Yang Kai, be careful. Brother Yang, be careful." Bing Yun, Ji Yao, and the others all cried out in alarm and worry. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood there motionless, as if he hadn't reacted yet. He didn't even show any intention of dodging. This scene made Bing Yun and the others even more nervous. Yao Shua was overjoyed and increased the strength in his hand, causing a dazzling saber light to shine. At that moment, everyone's vision blurred as an unpredictable figure brushed past Yao Shua, turned into a wisp of blue smoke, and appeared behind him. At the same time, Yao Shua, who was rushing towards Yang Kai aggressively, froze in place as if he had been hit by a body immobilization technique. The Emperor artifact saber in his hand suddenly shattered, and his Third Order Emperor realm aura rapidly withered like a punctured balloon. **Pooh**, inexplicably. Yao Shua coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning as white as paper, and his body tottering. "What?" Everyone from Seeking Passion Sect was shocked, and their eyes filled with horror. They all stared at the wisp of blue smoke behind Yao Shua. The wisp of blue smoke slowly stretched out. A figure gradually appeared, and at this moment, this figure, who had jumped out of nowhere, stood behind Yao Shua with a leisurely expression, holding something in his hand. **dong dong. Dong dong. A series of thumping sounds came from that object, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. He trembled with fear. They could clearly see that the thing in this person's hand was none other than a beating heart that was still emitting warmth. The heart was about the size of a fist, and the thick blood vessels were clearly visible. Every time it beat, dark red blood would flow out from the heart. Gulp, swallowing sounds rang out, and everyone's eyes naturally focused on Yao Zhua's back. Just a single glance was enough to make their faces turn ashen and their bodies tremble, because at the center of Yao Zhua's back, a hole had appeared at some unknown time. That hole went straight through Yao Zhua's body, and from his back, he could see the scenery in front of him. And in that chest, the place where the heart should have been was actually empty. The matter in front of them was already very obvious. Yao Zhua's heart was actually grabbed out by this middle-aged man in a green robe. What kind of method was this? After all, Yao Zhua was now a third-order emperor, realm master. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Northern Territories? Questions popped up in everyone's hearts one after another, but they couldn't find an answer. Monster King, Feng Xian suddenly shouted, as if he had recognized something. At the same time, Yao Zhua lowered his head with difficulty and glanced at the hole in his chest. Blood drained from his face as he turned back and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, save me." Fortunately, he was strong enough, otherwise he would have died immediately after his heart was pulled out. If Feng Xian could help him get his heart back, and with some healing pills he might be able to come back to life. So, Yao Zhua used his great cultivation to seal the circulation of his blood and anxiously asked for help. Your sect master is already a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He can't even save himself, so how could he have the time to save you? Yang Kai sneered and flicked his finger, sending a moon blade towards Yao Zhua. If it were any other time, even if Yao Zhua couldn't dodge such an attack, he would definitely have a way to resolve it. But now, most of his cultivation was used to suppress his injuries, so how could he have any spare energy to dodge and resolve it? With a swish, the moon blade struck and directly cut Yao Zhua in half. Yao Zhua's broken body fell from the sky and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of meat paste. A third-order Emperor Realm Master had been killed so easily, everyone from Seeking Passion Sect was silent out of fear, their eyes filled with horror. Pooh. Ing Fei crushed the heart in his hand and swept his hawk-like gaze across the Seeking Passion Sect's crowd, asking, "Young Master Yang, are these the people?" Yang Kai nodded, and the corner of Ing Fei's mouth twitched as he said indifferently, "Young Master Yang, how should we deal with them?" Yang Kai snorted. "What else can we do? Naturally, we'll kill them all." Ing Fei nodded, and in the next moment, his figure suddenly turned into a wisp of blue light and rushed directly into the camp of the 20 or so Seeking Passion Sect masters from the Emperor Realm, moving back and forth leisurely as if there was no one there. Everyone panicked and used all kinds of methods to dodge and resist. Feng Xian was even more furious, and his Wind Thunder Divine Spear transformed into the power of wind and thunder and shot towards Ing Fei. Among everyone present, only his cultivation was comparable to Ing Fei's, so he might be able to resist for a bit. However, Ing Fei's true form was that of a giant eagle, so he was naturally fast. Ing Fei seemed to be deliberately creating panic, so he didn't come into direct contact with Feng Xian. He just swayed back and forth in the crowd a few times before suddenly flashing back. Poo piu piu. A few muffled sounds rang out as several Emperor Realm masters from the Emperor Realm coughed up blood. When the others looked over, they saw that there was a hole in each of their chests, and the place where their hearts should have been was empty. This scene was exactly the same as what Yao Zhua had encountered before. Looking at Ing Fei's big hand again, sure enough, that hand was holding a few hearts that were still beating. They were of different sizes and were still beating. He clenched his fist and crushed the hearts into pieces. When the injured Emperor Realm Master saw this, their faces instantly turned ashen, and their bodies swayed as they fell from the sky. Although they could hold on for a while with their cultivation, their hearts had been dug out. So no matter how hard they tried, they would only be able to struggle at death's door. Sooner or later, they would die. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor Realm had been killed, and panic suddenly spread in the Seeking Passion Sect's camp. The Emperor Realm Masters looked at Ing Fei as if he was an evil demon. They didn't have the courage to fight him, and all they wanted was to leave this place as soon as possible. On the other hand, the morale of Ice Heart Valley's disciples was greatly boosted, and the previous worry and determination in their beautiful eyes were replaced with a dazzling luster. A trivial monster king dares to be presumptuous in front of this king. Feng Xian was furious. Sensing that the morale of his own camp was unstable, he naturally wanted to salvage the situation. Things had already reached this point, and either his Seeking Passion sect or Ice Heart Valley had to die. There was no other choice. The originally complacent encirclement and suppression plan was now full of twists and turns because of the sudden appearance of the Monster King. Feng Xian naturally hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him to stabilize the morale of his people. If one Monster King isn't enough, what about 2? A muffled, thunderous voice rang out, followed by a bolt of lightning that turned into a burly figure standing side by side with Ing Fei. She lay. If 2 isn't enough, then 3. Another figure strolled over and stood beside Ing Fei, and she lay. The 3 Monster Kings had gathered, and at this moment they no longer hid their strength. Monster chi rolled around their bodies as if it was about to break through the 9 heavens. Sensing the strength of these 3, the remaining members of the Seeking Passion sect from the Emperor Realm trembled in an instant. Even Feng Xian's face paled, his eyes filled with disbelief. One had to know that although the Monster King's cultivation was similar to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, due to the sensitivity of his race's identity, he rarely moved around the human world. Under normal circumstances, he would hide deep in the mountains and forests, ruling over his own territory. Of course, there were also some powerful monster race members who sought refuge in human sects and became elders or protectors, but that was only a small minority. Feng Xian had never thought that there would be 3 Monster Kings in this world gathered together, and all of them were targeting his Seeking Passion sect. At this moment, Feng Xian ate a bitter pill. If it was just 1 Monster King, he would still have the heart to fight, but 3 had appeared at the same time. Even if Yao Zhua came back from the dead, the Seeking Passion sect would definitely be no match for them. 3 Monster Kings. Where did Brother Yang find them? He has been missing all this time. Could it be that he went to get reinforcements? I thought he saw that our Ice Heart Valley was in danger and ran away alone. How shameful. We're saved, we're saved. Those from Bingyun Valley, who didn't know the truth of the Emperor Realm, were overjoyed and looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of gratitude. Now, they finally understood why Yang Kai could kill 10 people from the Emperor Realm at once. With 3 Monster Kings by his side, 10 people from the Emperor Realm were nothing. How is it going? Yang Kai asked after seeing Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei come over together. Xie Wuwei replied, Brother Shi Lei and I joined forces to kill more than 10,000 people. There is still a lot of trash left, but the people's hearts have already scattered. More than 10,000. All of a sudden, everyone from the Seeking Passion sect staggered. They didn't doubt Xie Wuwei's words. It wasn't difficult for 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters to kill more than 10,000 people. After all, those people weren't from the Emperor Realm, so no one could stop them. With more than 10,000 people dead at once, all the sects would suffer heavy losses. This didn't include the people from the Emperor Realm who died. After this battle, Yuan Qi in the Northern Territory would suffer heavy losses. However, what they were most concerned about was their own fate. Previously, they had aggressively attacked other sects and thought that victory was in their hands, but in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Now, they were meat on the chopping block. Senior Bingyun, leave this to us. Senior should take these junior sisters to the valley to have a look. Yang Kai turned to Bingyun and said, Bing Yun pondered for a moment, but didn't refuse and nodded, okay. Although the outcome of this battle was already decided, and Ice Heart Valley was destined to win, an army of 100,000 was no laughing matter. With just 7,000 disciples, Ice Heart Valley was unlikely to be able to resist such a force. Fortunately, the two monster kings had taken action before this, causing the enemy's morale to falter, minimizing Ice Heart Valley's losses. They were going there now to clean up the mess and preserve Ice Heart Valley's yuan qi as much as possible. Chapter 2652. Seeing that Bing Yun and the others were about to leave, Tsang Lu Valley's Chen Gu Zhang opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Looking at his difficult expression, it seemed he wanted to admit defeat, but when he thought of his previous actions, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew that things had reached this point, and it was useless for him to say anything. For a moment, regret filled his heart. If he had known that Ice Heart Valley could pull in such strong reinforcements, how could he have gotten involved with Seeking Passion Sect? Now, not only was Seeking Passion Sect in danger, even as Tsang Lu Valley might not be able to protect itself. With a thin face, he couldn't open his mouth, but someone else did. Elder Sister, and please don't go. I ask Elder Sister to spare Junior Sister this time. Junior Sister was really wrong this time. Please let me go. It was Elder Yu, who was dressed like a married woman, who shouted in panic. Previously, when many Seeking Passion Sect masters arrived, she and Enrua Yun had a very unpleasant exchange. She even said that Enrua Yun didn't know how to appreciate kindness, and that if she didn't wake up, she would definitely not have a good end today. She even said that she was willing to follow Seeking Passion Sect's lead. But who would have thought that in less than a stick of incense, the situation would change? It had to be said that this Elder Yu's face was thick enough. As soon as she said this, many people cast contemptuous looks at her. But on second thought, losing face was better than losing life. If she could save her life by saying a few words, what harm was there in putting down her face? Unfortunately, Enrua Yun was destined to not pay attention to a petty person like her who changed the rudder according to the wind. In the past, this Elder Yu had come to Ice Heart Valley many times as a guest and had a good relationship with Enrua Yun. Today, she had come here together with Seeking Passion Sect. They were enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. So, even though she heard her words, Enrua Yun didn't pay her any attention. She didn't even bother to say a word to her. She just quickly rushed into the valley under Bing Yun's lead. Elder Sister and Elder Yu's face was ashen as she screamed, but it was useless. Seeing that it was useless to plead with Enrua Yun, Elder Yu suddenly turned her gaze back to Yang Kai and squeezed out a smile. This little brother, this mistress is not a member of Seeking Passion Sect. This mistress made a mistake this time and really should not have become an enemy of Ice Heart Valley. However, this mistress now understands and also repents. I ask little brother to be magnanimous. This concubine is willing to pay any price to bypass this concubine. Ooh. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes flickered with a watery luster. Her red lips lightly pursed, giving off a pitiful appearance. She could see it too. These three monster kings had suddenly arrived. They all seemed to listen to Yang Kai's instructions, so as long as he could convince Yang Kai, he would be able to save his life this time. Her real age was definitely not young, but she was skilled in maintaining her appearance. Just by looking at her appearance, she was only around 30 years old. She was full of charm. At this moment, she deliberately put on this soft and weak appearance, which was very charming and made people want to eat her. Yang Kai sneered. That bitch wants to eat young grass. How hateful. Kill her for me, lest she tarnish this young master's eyes. As soon as he said this, Elder Yu's pretty face changed greatly. She did not expect Yang Kai to have such a heart of iron blood and be so ruthless. With a scream, She pushed all her strength to retreat, wanting to escape from this place. But even though she was fast, Ing Fei was even faster. With a flash of blue light, Ing Fei had already appeared in front of her. Using his fingers as a blade, he ruthlessly stabbed towards her chest. The protective Emperor Qi of a First-Order Emperor realm master burst like a bubble under Ing Fei's attack. Ing Fei's sharp fingers pierced into Elder Yu's chest like a sharp sword, and with a vicious tug, a red heart was pulled out. Ing Fei sent out another palm strike, directly knocking Elder Yu to the ground and killing her on the spot. Kill. At this time, there was no need for Yang Kai to give any further orders. The two monster kings, Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei, roared and rushed into the Seeking Passion sect's camp. Ing Fei also turned back, turning into a blue light as he flew back and forth. The three top monster kings were like tigers in a flock of sheep. In an instant, they killed everyone from the Seeking Passion sect. Everyone was thrown off their feet. Wherever they went, no one was able to resist, and no one was able to escape. In front of Ing Fei, who was known for his speed, escaping was just a pipe dream. Mutilated corpses fell from the sky one after another, blood blooming like flowers. Amidst the beauty, there was a murderous intent. In less than 10 breaths of time, 14 to 15 people from the Emperor realm had died. Whether it was intentional or not, everyone else died except for Feng Xian, who was unscathed. The three monster kings did not seem to have attacked him at all. While the three monster kings were slaughtering, Feng Xian did not have any intention of stopping them. He just stood in midair, watching coldly. After everyone else died, Feng Xian sighed softly. His face seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Seeking Passion sect had fallen. The Seeking Passion sect, which had stood tall in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, and had been passed down by the great emperors of the Seeking Passion sect, had fallen, not at the hands of Ice Heart Valley, but at the hands of a young man in the First Order Emperor realm. Feng Xian still could not figure out who this young man was. Why was he so similar to the nemesis of Seeking Passion sect? Back then, when he appeared in Ice Heart Valley, the marriage alliance between Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley fell through. Later, Yang Kai's son was killed by him, and now even the entire sect had failed miserably. He's the last one. Who's up? Shi Lei stared at Feng Xian and asked indifferently. As the monster kings of the ancient wild lands, Shi Lei and the others had the right to be proud. Previously, the three of them had joined forces to kill the enemy because the other side had more people. Now that there was only one left, there was naturally no need for them to work together. However, it was troublesome as to who would be the one to kill this person. The three monster kings knew that this was an opportunity to show their faces in front of Yang Kai, so they naturally did not want to give this opportunity to others. I'll do it. Xie Wuwei immediately replied. As he pushed his monster chi, the phantom of a huge scorpion appeared behind him. The scorpion's tail flickered with a green light. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a highly poisonous creature. Why should you do it? Ing Fei looked at him with an unhappy expression. Do you want to do it? Xie Wuwei curled his lips and snorted coldly. Why not? Ing Fei raised his brow and took a step forward, ready to take action at any time. This king will do it. Shi Lei grinned meaningfully, revealing his fox tail. Nonsense. Ing Fei and Xie Wuwei glared at him at the same time. At that moment, Feng Xian, who had been silent all this time, glared at them and suddenly released an astonishing light. His powerful Third-Order Emperor realm cultivation erupted and poured into the Wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand. This relic of the great emperors suddenly shook violently and turned into a purple thunderbolt. Little beast, die. Feng Xian roared. His figure flickered as he wrapped himself in the purple thunderbolt and rushed in front of Yang Kai. Shi Lei and the others did not have time to argue. The moment Feng Xian suddenly attacked, the three of them had already made their move. Ying Fei was the fastest and rushed straight towards Feng Xian. As an eagle's cry rang out, his hands turned into eagle claws that filled the sky, as if he could seal the world. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei and Shi Lei were wrapped in their demonic qi and attacked Feng Xian from both sides. They did not hold back at all. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk a loud bang rang out as Emperor Qi and demonic Qi surged. The purple thunderbolt was filled with a will to destroy everything. It tore through space and collided with the three monster kings in an instant. With a muffled groan, Ying Fei's figure was knocked back. After he staggered to his feet, his hands were covered in blood. Even his 5 fingers were a little twisted and scorched, as if he had been struck by lightning. Xiao Wei also spat out a mouthful of blood. The giant scorpion phantom behind him suddenly collapsed. His face was pale, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Shi Lei, who was the strongest, was also sent flying 1,000 meters away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, his face filled with shock. The 3 monster kings had joined forces, but they were all injured by Feng Xian alone. Asterisk, chi 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 chi. Asterisk, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun. The purple thunderbolt flickered a few times before suddenly collapsing. Feng Xian stood less than 10 meters in front of Yang Kai in a daze, holding the Wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand and glaring at him with gritted teeth. But at this moment, this 10 meters distance was like a heavenly moat blocking Feng Xian's path, making it impossible for him to cross. Yang Kai did not move, but his eyes were cold. "Little beast, this king will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Feng Xian grinned as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, his third-order Emperor realm aura rapidly weakened. Even his black hair turned white in the blink of an eye. Although Feng Xian had injured 3 monster kings by himself, Shi Lei and the others were not to be trifled with. They had not only blocked Feng Xian's life-risking attack, but they had also left a fatal wound on him. "Let's see if you have the chance to become a ghost." Yang Kai sneered. He stretched out his hand, and a black banner appeared in his palm. The black banner was filled with yin qi, and from time to time it would emit cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. The Netherworld Purgatory Banner, the relic of the Netherworld sex elder Hua Fei-chen. This was an emperor artifact, the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. It could devour 10,000 souls, and its power was unfathomable. Holding the Netherworld Purgatory Banner, Yang Kai snorted, "After you die, this young master will collect your soul into the banner." TSK. A third-order Emperor Realm soul should be enough to be the main soul. Asterisk, pooh, asterisk, hearing this, Feng Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone could not hold it in and vomited blood. The blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. With such an evil artifact, even if he died, he would not have the chance to become a ghost. In the end, he would only be collected into this evil artifact by Yang Kai and become a puppet. It seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, Feng Xian's eyes became dim and the vitality in his body quickly dissipated. His body swayed and fell from the sky. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. He did not really collect Feng Xian's soul into the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. After all, he had not refined this thing before and did not know how to do so. Before Feng Xian's body hit the ground, Yang Kai had already sent out a palm strike. When his Emperor Qi erupted, Feng Xian exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yang Kai stretched out his hand again and summoned the Wind Thunder Divine Spear back to his hand. This guy is so strong. At this time, Ying Fei and the others gradually came over and looked down with some lingering fear on their faces. "It's not him that's strong. It's this thing." Yang Kai played with the Wind Thunder Divine Spear for a while before stuffing it into his space ring. Chapter 2653. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear was a relic left behind by the great emperors of seeking passion, so it was naturally extraordinary. However, Yang Kai had countless rare treasures on him now, so he didn't really care about it. He would just put it away and see if he could give it away in the future. Go help Ice Heart Valley deal with this mess. Yang Kai turned his head and said to the three Monster Kings. The three Monster Kings didn't say a word and left in a flash. Inside Ice Heart Valley, fluctuations of various sizes could be heard from time to time, mixed with screams. However, most of the sounds were men's, so it should be the sound of enemies being killed. Looking around, there were more than 30 corpses of the Emperor Realms Masters on the ground. No one would have thought that these people, who were still alive and kicking just a stick of incense worth of time ago, would die in just that short time. Yang Kai collected their space rings one by one. Young Master Yang. Young Master Yang. At that moment, a shout came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and said indifferently, "What's wrong?" "Grandmaster Nan Men has enjoyed a good show and hasn't left yet. Don't tell me you still want to stay as a guest in Ice Heart Valley? Ice Heart Valley has never welcomed men, so Southern Gate Army should leave as soon as possible." The Southern Gate Army had been watching from the sidelines. Neither Ice Heart Valley nor Seeking Passion Sect had any intention of making things difficult for him, so he was safe and sound. Hearing the warning in Yang Kai's words, he just smiled meaningfully and said, "Young Master Yang, aren't you also a man?" Yang Kai sneered. "How can you compare to this young master?" The Southern Gate Army didn't care about such shameless boasting. He didn't have the arrogance of a legendary array master. After all, from Ice Heart Valley's point of view, he really couldn't compare with Yang Kai. The reason Ice Heart Valley could survive was all because of Yang Kai's contribution. For a sect, this was like giving a new lease on life. He just rubbed his hands and said, "Young Master Yang, this one wants to ask you something." "No comment." Yang Kai coldly snorted, not interested in talking to him at all. Although the Southern Gate Army was a generation array master, Yang Kai's ability wasn't bad either. He was an Emperor Realm alchemist, so there was no need for him to lower his status and give others face, especially Ice Heart Valley's crisis. Yang Kai was already lucky that he didn't kill him, yet he still wanted to ask for more information. "Young Master Yang, don't be so unreasonable." Southgate dodged you and laughed dryly. "Young Master Yang Kai didn't Yang. Young Master, Yang, and Young Master. Yang, God, sect of God, and Yang. Yang. S Yang Yangs. His sharp eyes glared at the Southern Gate Army's army as he said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to speak so rashly at your age. Be careful of your words." Shi Lei and the other two Monster Kings were brought out by him from the ancient wild lands. Although there weren't many of them, if the news of the three Monster Kings coming out of seclusion were to spread, it would arouse the disgust of the human race's masters, especially those from the ancient wild lands. Suspicious people might wonder if the monster race in the ancient wild lands couldn't bear the loneliness and came out to harm the human race's sex. If such a thing really happened, it would be troublesome for Yang Kai. So they really came from that place? The Southern Gate Army's army turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's threat. Instead, his eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang, rest assured, only the heavens and earth know about this. This one will never spread it to the outside world." Humph. Yang Kai looked at him unhappily, wondering if he should kill him to silence him. The Southern Gate Army's army seemed to be rash, but in fact, his heart was as clear as a mirror. As soon as Yang Kai's murderous intent appeared, he sensed it and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang, please calm down. This one is only interested in the many ancient restrictions and natural spirit arrays hidden in that place. In the past, I went in and out several times to study them, but unfortunately my strength was too low, and I didn't dare to go too deep. I couldn't help but sigh and sigh. This one sees that young Master Yang's relationship with the three Masters seems to be unusual. Could young Master Yang please? What are you talking about? This young master doesn't understand. Don't mention this again. Yang Kai rudely interrupted him. The Southern Gate Army's army had spoken until now, so Yang Kai understood what he meant. He wanted to borrow Yang Kai's strength to form a good relationship with Shi Lei and the others so that he could enter the ancient wild lands in the future to study the ancient restrictions and spirit arrays. He was a Generations Array Grandmaster. He wasn't interested in other things, but he was very interested in anything related to spirit arrays. The Southern Gate Army's army opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed heavily and comforted himself in his heart that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Changing the topic, he said, since young Master Yang doesn't want to talk more about this matter, then this one will speak without thinking. However, there is another matter I would like young Master Yang to enlighten me about, and it is related to the 7 points black tortoise spirit array. Oh, Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. You know about the 7 points black tortoise spirit array? Bing Yun and the others had formed the 7 points black tortoise spirit array here before, so the Southern Gate Army naturally saw it clearly. Yang Kai didn't expect that Yang Kai's eyesight would be so good. He was actually able to recognize the black tortoise spirit array that had been kept secret for tens of thousands of years. It seemed that this array grandmaster's reputation was well-deserved. In other words, even if he was really a fame-seeking spirit array, he wouldn't be able to break Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. Young Master Yang must be joking. This is what this one does. The Southern Gate Army laughed meaningfully. If I can't recognize such a famous spirit array in front of me, then wouldn't this one be blind? What about the 7 points black tortoise spirit array? Do you want to learn how to arrange it? Yang Kai looked at him with interest. The Southern Gate Army rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, if there is a chance, naturally I want to study it. Humph. Yang Kai sneered. Don't even think about it. The Southern Gate Army was stunned and asked, why? No reason, just don't think about it. Yang Kai waved his hand. The Southern Gate Army said angrily, Young Master Yang, don't be so full of yourself. Senior Bing Yun is a kind person. I believe that as long as I show full sincerity, she won't necessarily refuse me. Before, the Southern Gate Army had spoken nicely to Yang Kai mainly because he felt guilty and wanted something from Yang Kai. But now, he just wanted to study the 7 points black tortoise spirit array and was actually rejected by Yang Kai. This was too much. Why? The 7 points black tortoise spirit array was arranged by Ice Heart Valley's people. He found Yang Kai just to ask Yang Kai to help him put in a few good words. It would have been fine if Yang Kai didn't help, but why did Yang Kai reject him and even tell him to forget about it in the future? A peerless spirit array that had been lost for tens of thousands of years suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he just forget about it? If he didn't obtain the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, how could he have the heart to study spirit arrays in the future? Yo, you're throwing a tantrum. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Humph, this one won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Senior Bing Yun. The Southern Gate Army flicked his sleeves and turned to leave unhappily. Yang Kai sneered, Go, go. Don't come back and beg me. The Southern Gate Army wanted to retort that only a ghost would beg you, but when he thought about the ancient wild land, he restrained himself. He was also obsessed with the barriers and spirit arrays in the ancient wild land. If he could get Yang Kai to say a few good words, he wouldn't have to worry about the monster race in the ancient wild land finding trouble with him. He could study them to his heart's content and maybe make another breakthrough in the spirit array Tao. However, this young man wasn't easy to talk to, which gave the Southern Gate Army a headache. After the Southern Gate Army left, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the situation in Ice Heart Valley. The result of the battle was no different from what he expected. More than 30 Seeking Passion sect disciples from the Emperor realm had been wiped out. Previously, Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei had joined forces and killed more than 10,000 people. Although there were many people left, they were like a group of dragons without a leader and were scattered like sand. Then many of Ice Heart Valley's higher-ups arrived, so the battle was naturally one-sided. At this moment, Ice Heart Valley was already cleaning up the mess, and it wouldn't be long before the dust settled. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew towards the Ice Lake restricted area. Along the way, he naturally killed many people, leaving behind a trail of corpses. A moment later, he appeared in the Ice Lake restricted area where Ice Heart Valley used to be. Looking around, he whistled softly. 2 figures, one old and one young, walked out from a hidden rockery nearby. When they saw Yang Kai, they immediately greeted him with joy. This old and young pair were naturally Old Ban and his granddaughter, who had come to Ice Heart Valley with Yang Kai. Asterisk, a strange noise rang out as a swarm of about 100 black insects flew towards Yang Kai right after these 2 figures, soul-devouring demon insects. Yang Kai took out the insect enslavement bracelet and stored the soul-devouring demon insects inside before looking at Old Ban and Xiaoling with a smile. No one found this place, right? Old Ban shook his head. No, it was all thanks to young Master Yang's careful arrangements. As he spoke, he glanced at the insect enslavement bracelet in Yang Kai's hand, and a faint look of horror appeared on his face. Although he didn't know what those black bugs were, every single one of them gave him a sense of fear and trepidation. Old Ben also knew that since Yang Kai had left those insects to protect him and his granddaughter, he was naturally confident in their strength. With the soul-devouring demon insects guarding them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be worried. With more than 100 insects gathered together, they could even fight against a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, not to mention now that the Seeking Passion sect's disciples in the Emperor Realm were all dead. Even if someone happened to find Old Ban and his granddaughter and wanted to harm them, they would only end up being killed by the soul-devouring demon insects. Young Master Yang, the fight outside is fierce. Don't you want to help? Xiaoling, and I can just hide there. There's no need to worry too much. Old Ban glanced at Ice Heart Valley with some worry. Although he had been hiding in the rockery, he could still hear the noise and shouting outside, so he naturally knew that there was a great battle going on here. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. No, it's almost done. The dust will settle soon. Lowering his head, he smiled and patted Xiaoling head. Do you like this place? This will be your sect from now on. Xiaoling blinked and said crisply, I like it, but it's a little cold. Yang Kai smiled. This is Ice Heart Valley, so it's normal to be cold. You'll get used to it slowly. Chapter 26:54. Half of the entire Northern Territory was covered in ice and snow, but not all of it. However, Ice Heart Valley's inheritance was ice attribute secret arts, so when Bing Yun founded Ice Heart Valley, she naturally chose a place with extreme cold. Although Xiaoling had also started cultivating, she was still young and weak, so it was normal for her to feel cold. Young Master Yang, Old Ban asked nervously, can the little girl really enter Ice Heart Valley? Although he could see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley was not ordinary, otherwise he wouldn't have come directly through the space array. This matter was related to Xiaoling future, so he naturally couldn't care less. Don't worry, entering Ice Heart Valley is absolutely not a problem, but how much she can achieve in the future will depend on her own efforts and luck. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I don't ask for great achievements, just a safe life for the little girl. Old Ban sighed sincerely, feeling a little happy after receiving a positive answer from Yang Kai. back in the desolate city, where dragons and snakes mixed together. Every time he led someone into the ancient land's passageway, Old Ban would worry about the safety of the little girl, but if he didn't lead the way, they wouldn't be able to establish a foothold there. Now, as long as the little girl could enter Ice Heart Valley, he would no longer have to live in fear. Not far from Ice Heart Valley is Ice Moon City, which is Ice Heart Valley's property. While waiting for the battle to end, Yong Kai chatted with Old Ban. He told him about Ice Heart Valley's situation. After learning that Ice Moon City was not far from Ice Heart Valley, Yong Kai was relieved. This way, if Xiao Ling missed him in the future, or if he wanted to see her, it wouldn't be too troublesome. As long as he could find a job in Ice Moon City and maintain his life, he wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Ling. The two chatted casually. The commotion outside became quieter and quieter, and in the end, no sounds of fighting could be heard. Only the cheers of women could be heard. It was obvious that Ice Heart Valley had won a great victory, which was why the disciples were so happy. 7,000 against 100,000. And the final victory was simply a miracle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of strange noises rang out from all directions as swarms of black insects rushed into the Ice Lake Island from various locations in Ice Heart Valley. Seeing this, Yong Kai took out the insect enslavement bracelet. He stored the soul-devouring demon bugs into his bracelet. The soul-devouring demon insects' contribution in today's battle was not small. When Yong Kai returned to Ice Heart Valley, he had released all his soul-devouring demon insects and ordered them to slaughter the enemy. With the soul-devouring demon bug's current strength, it would not be able to help Yong Kai deal with an intense battle. But for a large-scale massacre like this, it was the most convenient method. Without the Emperor Realm's 100,000 troops, the Emperor Realm's army was gone. No one could stop the soul-devouring demon insect slaughter. Wherever the insect cloud passed, the Seeking Passion Sect's army would fall like straw. With the soul-devouring demon insects, the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, and the assistance of the Emperor Realm and the 3 Monster Kings, Ice Heart Valley's victory was a foregone conclusion. Young Master Yang, at that moment, a person's shout rang out from not far away. Young Master Yang, someone is looking for you. Old Ban glanced in the direction of the voice. Ignore him! Yong Kai curled his lips and continued talking to Old Ban. Old Ban observed Yong Kai's expression. Although he did not know why Yong Kai did not want to see that person, he tactfully did not ask. After a while, the Southern Gate army finally discovered Yong Kai's figure. Overjoyed, they hurriedly rushed over and cupped their fists. Young Master Yang, so you were here? Fortunately, Yong Kai had killed some enemies along the way, allowing many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples to discover his tracks. Otherwise, the Southern Gate Army would not have been able to find this place. The Southern Gate Army had asked many people and followed the tracks to this place. When they saw that Yong Kai was here, they were overjoyed. This place was originally the Ice Lake restricted area. It was hidden and ordinary people would not be able to find it. The Southern Gate Army's previous indignant attitude was swept away. Instead, they became arrogant and respectful. If someone who did not know the truth saw this, they would think that this guy was a flatterer. He did not have the demeanor of a grandmaster at all. His moral integrity had been shattered. Young Master Yang, you really hid it from me. If I had known that the spirit array was created by Young Master Yang, I would not have bothered Senior Bing Yun. The Southern Gate Army's face was full of smiles, but in fact his heart was bitter. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. It was simply a complex feeling. After parting with Yong Kai, he went to find Bing Yun to inquire about the 7 points black tortoise spirit array. However, at that time, Bing Yun was commanding the battle, so it was not convenient for him to disturb her. He waited until the dust had settled before he dared to approach her. After asking, the Southern Gate Army was stunned. It turned out that Ice Heart Valley's 7 points black tortoise spirit array was passed down by Yang Kai more than a month ago. It was not something that belonged to Ice Heart Valley. Bing Yun also clearly told the Southern Gate Army that it was not convenient for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with him about the spirit array. If he wanted to know the details, he could only ask Yang Kai. The Southern Gate Army was dumbfounded. He also realized what Yang Kai's last words meant when he parted with Yang Kai. At that time, he snorted and did not take it seriously. It turned out that Yang Kai had already dug a big hole and was waiting for him to jump into it. For a moment, the Southern Gate Army's army was regretful and angry. He was a Generations Array Grandmaster. Although he did not have a big background, he was still a respected existence. Even Third Order Emperor Realm Sect Masters had to be respectful when they saw him. After all, which sect did not have a sect protecting array? Which sect did not need to arrange a spirit array? Now, if he went back and begged Yang Kai for a spirit array, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? He had already been slapped once in the ancient wild lands. Wouldn't he be slapping the left side of his face now? How could he be so cheap? The Southern Gate Army despised himself in his heart. After thinking about it for a while, he really could not do anything. Even if he was humiliating himself, he was also unable to cut off the allure of this peerless treasure. In his heart, he secretly decided that no matter how hard Kai Yang tried to make things difficult for him, he would bite the bullet and swallow it into his stomach. He would force Kai Yang to show him the 7 points black tortoise spirit array. Are we familiar with each other? Yang Kai glanced at him with an indifferent expression. The Southern Gate Army's army laughed dryly and said, "The first time, the second time, the second time. The third time is a walk in the park." "No need." Yang Kai put on a fake smile and said, "Grandmaster Namon's fame is in the star boundary, a spirit array grandmaster. This young master is insignificant and cannot compare to you." The Southern Gate Army's face turned bitter, and he said, "Young Master Yang, you're too serious. This one has only done some research on spirit arrays. How could I dare call myself a spirit array grandmaster? Young Master Yang, you're flattering me to death." If it were anyone else who praised him like this, he would have accepted it without hesitation. But in front of Yang Kai, he could not be unyielding. After eating someone's food, one's mouth should be closed, and one's hands should be soft. They hadn't even eaten anything yet they were already inferior to Kai Yang. Yang Kai ignored him. He just chatted with Old Ban. Old Ban did not know what was going on. However, he could also see that this Grandmaster Nan Men had something to ask of Yang Kai, so it was naturally inappropriate for him to intervene. He simply didn't have the qualifications to do so, so he simply pretended to be ignorant and asked Yang Kai questions. Kai Yang's arrogance really made the Southern Gate Army's anger not light, but he could only suppress this anger in his heart. Laughing dryly, he stood to the side, hoping that his sincerity would be able to move metal and stone. When Yang Kai changed his mind, after listening for a while, the Southern Gate Army's army suddenly looked down at Pippa and asked kindly, "Little girl, what's your name?" Di Ling Yen glanced at him and replied in a crisp voice. The Southern Gate Army smiled and said, "Little girl is smart and cute, and her eyes are simple. It is fate that we met. Come, this king will give you a little thing." As he spoke, an item suddenly appeared in the hand of the South Gate Dajuan. It looked like a jade pendant, but the pendant was not jade in color. Instead, it was pale yellow in color. It was unknown what material it was made of. Taking it out, he hung it around Di Ling Er's neck without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. Old Ban, who was talking to Yang Kai, was shocked and said, "Grandmaster, you can't accept such a precious gift. The little girl is ashamed to accept it." Although he did not recognize what the jade pendant was, he knew that the other party would not go easy on him. The Southern Gate Army chuckled and said, "Old Master is too serious. Since you know young Kai, you are my friend. This is the first time we met, so I didn't prepare anything. Please accept this small gift as a token of my respect." Old Ben opened his mouth, but did not know how to refuse. He could only look at young Kai for help. The other party did not know him, so there was no reason for him to suddenly give something to Pippa. He was just trying to curry favor with young Kai. Only young Kai could handle this matter. Young Kai said lightly, "Grandmaster Nan Men is so bold. You gave away an array plate just like that." The Southern Gate Army's eyes lit up. Young Master Yang saw through it. He was afraid that young Kai did not know the value of this thing, so he wanted to say a few words. Who knew that he had underestimated young Kai's eyesight? What? An array plate? Old Ban was taken aback and looked a little frightened. If it really was an array plate, then this gift was too great. A formation plate was sealed with a formation. When facing an enemy, one only needed to take out the plate to easily set up a large formation. The reason Old Ban had heard of formation plates was because he had been in the savage, desolate, ancient land for a long time and had come into contact with many people. Naturally, his knowledge wasn't lacking. "It's just a small thing. I refined it in my spare time. It is useless in my hands, so please don't refuse it." The Southern Gate Army chuckled. Young Kai did not speak. He just reached out and touched the array plate. He nodded and said, "Not bad. It should be able to trap 1 or 2 people in the third order Tao source realm. Anyone below the third order realm will be killed." This time, it was the Southern Gate Army's turn to be surprised. He said in surprise, "Young Master Yang has good eyesight." Old Ban, who was listening from the side, sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out, "Anyone below the third order realm will be killed." Chapter 2655. This array plate was of little value to young Kai. Even to the Southern Gate Army, it was something that could be casually refined, so it wasn't too valuable. However, it was different for Old Ban and Ling Er. Old Ban was only in the first order Tao source realm, so how could he not be shocked when he saw a formation plate that could trap even the third order Tao source realm? In other words, this formation plate was enough to kill him 1,000 times over. What's more, this formation plate was made by the South Gate Army, so it was definitely the best of the best. It was enough to protect Ling Er for a long time as she grew up. Old Ban couldn't help but feel terrified. He didn't want to accept such a valuable gift, especially since young Kai and Grandmaster Nan Men weren't on good terms, so he couldn't accept it. But before he could refuse, young Kai put down the jade pendant and said, "Since it's for Ling Er, then accept it." The South Gate Army was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that his strategy had succeeded and couldn't help but chuckle. With a complicated expression, Old Ban cupped his fists and said, "This old man thanks the Grandmaster on behalf of Ling Er. You're welcome. If you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." The South Gate Army was in a good mood and took on the responsibility. In any case, Old Ban looked like an honest person. Whether or not he would be thick-skinned enough to ask him for help in the future was another matter altogether. Even if that day came, the First Order Tao source realm would be a piece of cake for him, so he might as well leave a good impression on Yang Kai. As it turned out, his approach was indeed effective. Yang Kai restrained his indifference and nodded slightly. Grandmaster Nan Men is considerate. The South Gate Army laughed heartily. Young Master Yang is too kind. He was slightly relieved. However, he knew that it wasn't the right time to push too much, so he simply didn't mention the 7 points black tortoise formation and the savage, desolate ancient lands. He just stood to the side and waited quietly. In any case, there was still plenty of time in the future, so he wasn't afraid of not finding an opportunity. Looking left and right, The Southgate Army's eyes were suddenly attracted by a formation array. This was an island on the ice lake. The space array that Yang Kai had previously arranged was located here. When the Southgate Army first arrived, they only cared about Yang Kai's attitude and didn't see anything else. Now that they were relaxed, they could see the extraordinariness of this array at a glance. He let out a soft cry of surprise and walked towards the space array with great interest. He circled around the space array and sized it up. A moment later, the Southgate Army seemed to have discovered something incredible. All of a sudden, they cried out in alarm, and their eyes shone with a shocking light. He directly pounced on the array and reached out to touch here and there. After a while, he said in horror, "A spatial array that crosses territory." He didn't know how he saw this, but he was able to determine that this was a territory-crossing space array. In an instant, the Southgate Army's faces turned red. That was a sign of extreme excitement. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter as he began to study it with extreme concentration. At this moment, for the Southgate Army, this spatial array that crosses territory was the only thing left in the entire world. There was nothing else that could disturb him. As time passed, he would frown from time to time, as if he had encountered some difficult problem, but he would also smile from time to time. He would even laugh sinisterly like a lunatic. A spatial array that crosses territory was rare in the entire star boundary. They were all treasures left behind from ancient times, and these spatial arrays were all controlled by the sects established by the great emperors. It could even be said that in the entire Northern Territory, there was not a single spatial array that crossed territory. It could be said that spatial arrays that crossed territory were extremely precious in the star boundary. Even if the Southgate Army had some fame, they couldn't find one to study. The Southgate Army never expected that he would be able to see one in Ice Heart Valley. This was his luck and also his opportunity. If he could crack the secrets of this spatial array that crossed territory with his ability, he might be able to replicate it. At that time, it would be a blessing to the entire star boundary, and the Southgate Army's name would resound throughout the entire star boundary. Fame didn't matter. The main thing was that if he could make another breakthrough with the help of this ancient array, he could die without regrets. For people like the Southgate Army, a spatial array that crossed territory was more attractive than anything else. Wonderful, wonderful. After a long time, the Southgate Army slowly stood up and praised. Although it was unknown what he saw, the admiration on his face was obvious. Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Young Master Yang, you are familiar with Ice Heart Valley. You know who arranged this thing? What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The Southgate Army pondered for a moment before explaining. "This one is certain that this is a spatial array that crosses territory. The design of this array is extremely exquisite and rare. But what?" Yang Kai frowned. "But why does this technique feel a little awkward? That's not right. To be able to arrange such an exquisite spirit array, this person's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays are definitely not low, at least several levels higher than this one's. But why does it feel like this one isn't very skilled?" The Southgate Army didn't know whether he was explaining to Yang Kai or talking to himself, but after a while he shook his head and said, "I don't understand. I really don't understand." It was no wonder he couldn't figure it out. Although he had good eyesight and recognized that this was a spatial array that crossed territory, he probably couldn't have imagined that this array was created by Yang Kai. What he said wasn't wrong. The concept of this spirit array was indeed exquisite and rarely seen in this world, because the concept and method of arranging this spirit array came from Yang Yen. The person who arranged it was Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays and only knew how to arrange this one spirit array, so he was somewhat unfamiliar with the details. The reason was that when Yang Kai arranged the array, he knew how it looked, but he didn't know why. He just followed the instructions of Yang Yan and didn't have his own understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. What I don't understand the most is that this array doesn't seem to have been passed down from ancient times, but seems to have been arranged recently. The Southgate army frowned, then laughed and said, "Maybe I'm wrong." Even he didn't quite believe this judgment. As everyone knew, the method of arranging a spatial array that crossed territory had long been lost. Now, who had the ability to arrange such a spatial array that crossed territory? Grandmaster Southgate really has good eyesight. At that moment, a voice called out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of beautiful women with different temperaments walking over. They were none other than Ice Heart Valley's disciples from the Emperor Realm. Leading them was naturally Bing Yun. Yang Kai, Southgate Army, and the others hurriedly saluted. Although Old Ban had never seen Bing Yun before, after hearing Yang Kai's greeting, how could he not know that this beautiful woman in front of him was Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master? He immediately pulled Ling to greet her in fear. A strange light flashed in Bing Yun's eyes. She didn't know why Yang Kai had brought an old man here, but she didn't ask. She just stretched out her hand and lifted Old Ban up, saying, "No need to be so polite." Glancing at Ling Bing Yun smiled and said, "What a clever little girl. Yang Kai, where did you kidnap her from?" Yang Kai smiled and explained the origins of Old Ban and Ling before asking, "Senior, I want Ling to join Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. I wonder if it's convenient?" Bing Yun nodded and said, "It's not inconvenient at all. There are many disciples of her age in Ice Heart Valley. She can cultivate with them in the future." Old Ban was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Quick, Ling quickly greet the Valley Master." Saying so, he pushed the little girl. The little girl was quick-witted and immediately knelt down, saying crisply, "Ling greets the Valley Master and all the seniors." Sure enough, she's a clever little girl. A strange light flashed in Bing Yun's eyes as he reached out and pulled her up, turning back and saying, arrange a place for her." Zhang Sunning stepped forward and whispered a few words to Di Ling, only to see Di Ling constantly nodding. After a while, Ling turned back and said, "Grandpa, take care of yourself. When Ling has time, she will come to see you." Old Ban's eyes were wet as he suppressed the reluctance in his heart and waved his hand. "Go. Grandpa will live in Ice Moon City in the future. Cultivate well, and don't let the seniors worry." Ling was pulled away by Zhang Sunning and gradually walked away, looking back 3 times with each step. Old Ban should be happy that Ling can join Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai comforted from the side. "I'm happy. This old man is just too happy." Old Ban raised his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. Although he felt that with Yang Kai's guarantee, it shouldn't be difficult for the little girl to join Ice Heart Valley. Now that his wish was fulfilled so easily, he was moved to tears. "Senior Bing Yun, when you arrived earlier, what did you mean by those words?" The Southern Gate Army had been waiting for a long time, and now that they finally had time, they hurriedly asked, could it be that this territory crossing space array was really arranged recently? "You'll have to ask Yang Kai about this." Bing Yun smiled slightly and looked to the side meaningfully. "What?" The Southern Gate Army was shocked. They looked at Bing Yun, then at Yang Kai, and asked suspiciously, "Senior means that this space array was arranged by young Master Yang? Senior Bing Yun isn't joking, right?" Bing Yun said, "In any case, my Ice Heart Valley didn't have such a thing before. More than a month ago, Yang Kai asked me for a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, and then we had one." Her words were very clear. With Bing Yun's identity and status, she wouldn't make such a joke. The Southern Gate Army's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. After a long time, he excitedly said, "Young Master Yang, no, Grandmaster Yang, please accept this one's respect, Grandmaster." As he spoke, he really bowed to the ground with a respectful attitude. If the Southern Gate Army had to please Yang Kai because of all kinds of selfish motives before, then they were truly convinced now. Being able to arrange a territory crossing space array, Yang Kai's attainments in spirit arrays were definitely not something they could compare with. Chapter 2656. There were 3,000 ways to achieve the Great Tao, and those who reached the top were the first. Southgate de June mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was some great hidden master and was full of admiration for him. Grandmaster Yang, you're really good at hiding yourself. I hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive me for my previous rudeness. Southgate de June smiled bitterly and was sincerely convinced. Yang Kai blushed slightly, but he was too lazy to explain too much to him. He just said, "This space array was indeed arranged by me, but it's not what you think. Grandmaster Yang is too modest." It was this one who displayed his slight skill in front of an expert. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored him. He turned to look at Bing Yun and asked, "Senior, how are the casualties?" Bing Yun sighed slightly and said, "Thousands of disciples died, and more than half were injured. Although the loss is not small, it is still a fortunate outcome. It is all thanks to you and the three Monster King." Although Yang Kai did not participate in the battle, the soul-devouring demon insects he released made a great contribution. If it were not for the soul-devouring demon insects, Ice Heart Valley's casualties would be at least several times higher. After all, the number of enemies was too large. With the Emperor Realm and the three Monster King on Ice Heart Valley's side, it was impossible to kill them all. But the soul-devouring demon insects were different. Wherever the insect cloud passed, seeking passion sex, people would fall. It could be said that they were a large-scale killing machine. What about seeking passion sect? Yang Kai asked again. Half of the 100,000 people died, 20 to 30,000 escaped, and the rest surrendered. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. This result was within his expectations. However, from now on, the behemoth that was the Seeking Passion sect had completely declined. Everyone in the sect, from the sect master down to the sect master, the sect master of the Emperor Realm was almost completely wiped out. Even if there were masters left to guard the sect, they would not be able to do much. What is Senior's plan next? Bing Yun said, "First, settle the injured disciples. The sect defending array also needs to be repaired. As for those who surrendered, it will be difficult to deal with them. There were 20 to 30,000 cultivator who surrendered. Killing all of them would cause bad consequences, but letting them go would make Ice Heart Valley seem easy to bully." That was why Bing Yun was so hesitant. After all, only a small number of these people were from Seeking Passion sect, while the rest had been recruited by Seeking Passion sect recently. They didn't have any deep hatred for Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be avoided. We can let them go, but we must let them suffer a little." Bing Yun nodded and said, "I think so too." While the two of them were talking, Southgate Dajuan suddenly said, "Senior Bing Yun wants to repair the sect protection array. This humble one can help." Bing Yun smiled and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm just afraid that Grandmaster Nanmen won't agree." Yes, yes. How could we not be willing? The Southern Gate Army was overjoyed. As they spoke, they glanced at the space array. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? As long as you can repair Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array, you can study this territory crossing space array however you want. In any case, this thing was set up by him using the Space Divine technique. No matter how thorough the research of the Southgate Army was, they would never be able to do anything about it. It could not be replicated either. Yang Kai wasn't afraid that he would steal it. The Southgate Army's eyes lit up when they heard this. They quickly cupped their hands and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster Yang." He really thought that Yang Kai was an even better array formation master than himself. "Senior, I want to go to the Seeking Passion sect." Yang Kai's face suddenly turned solemn as a faint murderous intent lingered around his body. Hearing this, Bingyun understood. She nodded and said, "Then let Yao accompany you." Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bingyun, and nodded in agreement. Without any delay, he took Ji Yao and flew out of the small island on the ice lake. After calling out to Shi Lei and the other two Monster King, they left Ice Heart Valley. "Young Master Yang, where are we going?" Shi Lei was a straightforward person. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, he knew that he was going to cause trouble, so he couldn't help but ask. "Seeking Passion sect." Yang Kai replied. Shi Lei and the others understood, and didn't say anything else. They just followed behind Ji Yao. This time, Ice Heart Valley's matter was more or less related to Yang Kai. In the final analysis, it was Yang Kai who had caused the trouble. If he hadn't killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been besieged. Now that the Seeking Passion sect's upper echelons had suffered, Yang Kai obviously didn't intend to let it go so easily. Since the enmity had already been formed, it was natural to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. What's more, Seeking Passion sect had stood tall in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, so there must be a lot of good things stored in the sect. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Not long after, the group arrived at Ice Moon City. Previously, Ice Moon City had been occupied by Seeking Passion sect, but after today's battle, Seeking Passion sect's troops had been utterly defeated. Ice Moon City had become even more desolate, and the streets that used to be bustling with activity were now empty. They went straight into the City Lord's mansion, found the space array, and set up the source crystals. After activating it, their figures disappeared. Clear Inquiry Mountain Range was the foundation of Seeking Passion sect. It was rumored that the great emperors of Seeking Passion sect had started from scratch here and established such a huge sect. It was also here that they comprehended the Great Tao and became great emperors. A sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years naturally had extraordinary heritage. The rolling mountains, rugged rocks, and clear waters were a place where outstanding people lived. There were countless peaks in Clear Inquiry Mountain Range, and the world energy here was extremely rich. Unlike Ice Heart Valley, which was built in a world of ice and snow, Clear Inquiry Mountain Range's climate was suitable, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. A day later, when Yang Kai arrived with the Monster King and Ji Yao, they found that Seeking Passion sect's gate was wide open. Not only was the spirit array not activated, but there were also no disciples guarding the gate. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the entire Seeking Passion sect was like a ghost town, without a single living person. They sure ran fast. Shi Lei obviously also noticed this and couldn't help but mutter. Even if Feng Xian had taken away a lot of disciples and elders, he would definitely have left some people behind to guard the sect, but now the entire Seeking Passion sect was nowhere to be seen. Undoubtedly, the cultivators who escaped from Ice Heart Valley had spread the news. As a result, the remaining disciples of Seeking Passion sect had abandoned their ancestral home. They had gone to avoid disaster. In other words, Seeking Passion sect had been completely wiped out since yesterday. Looking up at the gate, Yang Kai saw the white jade plaque with the words Seeking Passion sect shining brightly, as if someone had cleaned it all year round. Yang Kai raised his hand and struck. The plaque was smashed to pieces. After greeting the others, Yang Kai walked straight inside. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't see the slightest sign of life. All the pavilions he passed were in a mess, probably because the disciples of Seeking Passion sect had taken some valuable things with them when they fled. In any case, along the way, not only did Yang Kai not see anyone, but He also didn't see anything valuable. The only thing left was this huge foundation. This place is not bad. The world energy here is rich, so there should be a good earth vein here. Shi Lei looked around. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This is a sect with the inheritance of the great emperors, and the founders were the great emperors themselves. If the place was bad, how could they take a fancy to it? There is probably no place better than this in the entire Northern Territory. What a pity, what a pity. They provoked someone they shouldn't have. A foundation of 10,000 years is ruined just like that." Ing Fei sighed. Xia Wuwei rolled his eyes. Suddenly he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, why don't you take over this place? Why don't you take over this place and establish your own sect? In any case, this place is now ownerless, so it would be a pity to waste it." As soon as this statement came out, Shi Lei and Ing Fei were both stunned. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't have the qualifications to establish a sect. After all, he was an emperor realm master, so he naturally had the qualifications and a ready-made location. Moreover, with such a good environment, there was really no better place to establish a sect than here. It was just that the two monster kings didn't know what Xie Wuwei was thinking or why he suddenly made such a suggestion. However, the two of them weren't idiots. After thinking for a moment, their eyes lit up as they understood Xie Wuwei's plan. Ing Fei also smiled and said, "Brother Xie's suggestion is good. If young Master Yang establishes a sect here, please reward him with a guardian elder or something." Shi Lei also grinned and said, "Count old ox in." Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them, secretly laughing in his heart. He understood that the three of them didn't want to return to the ancient lands and only wanted to follow him. He didn't have the face to recruit the three monster kings, but Zhang Ruoshi did. She had an ulterior motive. Yang Kai understood in his heart, but he didn't point it out. He just said, "Aren't you afraid that the Saint Seniors will settle accounts with me? I don't have the guts to poach them." "How could that be?" Xia Wuwei smiled. "The Saint Seniors aren't stingy people. Young Master Yang can talk to them when the time comes, and they will naturally agree." That's right. The Saint Venerables are very reasonable," Ing Fei chimed in. "If an ordinary person wanted to poach them, the Saint Seniors wouldn't know if they were reasonable or not. In any case, Yang Kai would definitely have no problem talking to them." "We'll see." Yang Kai pondered for a moment, but didn't give a definite answer. The three monster kings' eyes lit up when they heard this. They secretly felt that this matter was very promising and became excited. Xia Wuwei's sudden proposal also made Yang Kai quite interested. As they said, this place was excellent and ready-made. Even if Yang Kai didn't want it, it wouldn't be long before it was occupied by another great force. After all, this was a place that Yang Kai had conquered. Although there wasn't a single living person here, the current empty situation was all thanks to him. Since this was a territory that he had conquered, there was no reason to give it away. What's more, Yang Kai felt that he had been wandering in the star boundary for so many years without a stable place to go. It didn't matter when he was alone, but if he brought his family and friends from Shadowed Star here in the future, where would they go? There was also Chi Yu Ghost Ancestor and the others. He couldn't let them stay in Thousand Leaves Sect forever, right? Preparing a place to settle down early would make it convenient for them to stay and cultivate. Therefore, Xia Wuwei's unintentional words did indeed make Yang Kai feel very tempted. However, he also knew that establishing a sect was not so simple. It was a complete coincidence that he was able to successfully establish High Heaven Sect on Shadowed Star back then. Now, if he wanted to establish a foothold in the star boundary, he would need to consider everything carefully. Chapter 26:57. Seeking Passion Sect's foundation was vast, so it took Yang Kai, Ji Yao, and the others 2 days to wander around this place before they finally managed to explore most of this huge foundation. The more he looked around, the more satisfied Yang Kai was with this place. Previously, when he said that this place might have the richest world energy in the Northern Territory, it was only because of the great reputation of the Seeking Passion Sect's great emperors. But now it seemed that he was right, because the cultivation environment here was much better than that of the Azure Sun Temple. The Azure Sun Temple was also a top sect, and in terms of status and strength, it was almost the same as the Seeking Passion Sect, but in terms of cultivation environment, it was slightly inferior. Perhaps only the sects founded by the great emperors could compete with the Seeking Passion Sect. With such a foundation, so many ready-made buildings, and the heritage left behind by the Seeking Passion Sect for tens of thousands of years, Yang Kai was more and more reluctant to hand over this place, so he secretly calculated in his heart. Although they had been to many places, they didn't find anything valuable. In the end, under the leadership of Ji Yao, the group arrived at a towering mountain peak. Ji Yao had visited the Seeking Passion Sect several times in the early years with Bing Yun, so she knew that this mountain peak was the most confidential place of the Seeking Passion Sect. If the Seeking Passion Sect had a storehouse to store their wealth, then this storehouse must be hidden on this mountain peak. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they saw a light curtain enveloping the mountain peak, which looked extremely strong. Obviously, it was because a barrier had been activated. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up, and instead of being surprised, he was happy. The light curtain was intact, which meant that no one had broken through it since it was activated. If there really was something good inside, then that was. It was definitely still inside. It was unlikely that the Seeking Passion Sect's disciples would take it away. After stopping the Monster King from trying to break through the barrier with brute force, Yang Kai rummaged through his space ring and found several extremely extraordinary tokens, then immediately poured his Emperor Qi into them one by one. After a short while, a light flashed from one of the tokens and shot into the light curtain, instantly splitting it open. These tokens, Yang Kai had found all of them from the space ring of the Seeking Passion Sect's high-level cultivator, especially the token that could open the restriction. It should be Feng Xian's sect master's token. Let's go in and see if there's anything good inside. Yang Kai was excited and walked in first. There was a palace at the top of the mountain. It was built with a majestic aura, looking extraordinary. The few of them entered the palace and saw that the decorations were simple and unadorned. It seemed that the furniture was old, and the traces of the flowing time great emperor were obvious. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He pondered for a moment and said, "Let's split up and search. If there's anything suspicious, let me know." "Yes, sir." The three Monster King immediately split up. Ji Yao didn't leave. She just followed behind Yang Kai and wandered around. "Are you really going to establish a sect here?" After walking for a while, Ji Yao suddenly asked. The three Monster Kings were straightforward and open-minded people. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's expression over the past few days. Ji Yao, on the other hand, had been silently observing Yang Kai and found that he was really tempted to establish a sect here. "I have a little idea." Yang Kai looked back at Ji Yao and grinned. "What's wrong?" Ji Yao shook her head gently. "Nothing. It's just that if you want to establish a sect here, it's a good choice." "You also think it's a good choice?" Ji Yao said. "Seeking Passion Sect and my Ice Heart Valley are both in the Northern Territory. If you can take root here, you can help Ice Heart Valley. Moreover, you have the qualifications." Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. However, Ji Yao knew that Yang Kai, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. Even if she were to fight him alone, she definitely wouldn't be his opponent. In this world, Only third-order Emperor Realm Masters could fight him. If even he wasn't qualified to establish a sect, then most sects in this world weren't qualified to exist. Yang Kai smiled and said, I think so too, but I don't have a complete plan yet. There will be a lot of trouble if I really want to implement it. Ji Yao smiled faintly and said, That's not a problem. When the time comes, just tell Honored Master, and she will help you. Ice Heart Valley will also lend you a hand. Yang Kai nodded and said, This matter isn't urgent. I'm just thinking about it. If that day really comes, I will definitely ask Senior Bing Yun to come out and give me some pointers. Oh, Ji Yao nodded, a trace of expectation growing in her heart. Yang Kai had a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley and had a deep relationship with her honored Master Bing Yun. Once he really took root in Seeking Passion Sect, he could really support Ice Heart Valley. At that time, with two behemoths here, who would dare to provoke them? Ice Heart Valley definitely wouldn't be besieged this time. The reason why Ice Heart Valley suffered such a disaster this time was mainly because they had been too conservative and had too little communication with the outside world. Their relationship with the outside sects was too shallow. But you have to think carefully about the name of this sect. You can't keep using Seeking Passion Sect's name, right? Ji Yao reminded. Yang Kai smiled slightly and nodded. I have my own plans. He already had a name for the sect in mind. At that moment, an eagle's cry suddenly came from a certain direction. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in that direction, saying, Ing Fei seems to have found something. Let's go and take a look. Ji Yao nodded and followed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a precipice. This precipice stood on top of a mountain peak and looked unremarkable, but Ing Fei's eyes were burning as he looked at it with interest. From time to time, he would even reach out and pat here and there, touching there. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Ing Fei hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, there's something strange here. Yang Kai glanced at the cliff in front of him and released his divine sense to investigate it. He nodded and said, Sure enough, there's something strange here. At first glance, this cliff looked inconspicuous, but in fact, it was shrouded in a very clever barrier, making it impossible for anyone to discover it inadvertently. If Yang Kai were here, he might have overlooked it carelessly, but Ing Fei's true form was a giant eagle. Not only was he fast, but his eyesight was also good, so he immediately saw what was wrong. I wonder if those tokens can open this barrier, Ing Fei said with some concern. We'll know when we try. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took out the tokens he plundered from Seeking Passion Sect's elders again, testing them one by one. While he was busy, Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei also heard the commotion and rushed over. After asking about the situation, they both had a look of interest on their faces. They secretly felt that this should be the Seeking Passion Sect storehouse or the location of their hidden treasures. A top sect with tens of thousands of years of inheritance would naturally have a lot of wealth stored here. It turned out that the tokens Yang Kai had plundered were really useful. He didn't know which token had a miraculous effect, but just like how it had opened the mountain's barrier before, after a flash of light, the precipice in front of him rumbled and opened, revealing a dark passage that led straight to the belly of the mountain. Immediately afterward, a light suddenly appeared in the passage. This light was like a prairie fire. More and more light bloomed, extending all the way down, illuminating the passage. Let's go, Yang Kai called out, carefully looking around while taking the lead. The others naturally hurriedly followed. After entering the passage, the cliff closed again, but with the illumination of the surrounding light, the passage was still very bright. After walking all the way down for an unknown amount of time, the path ahead suddenly opened up, and a huge underground cave appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After seeing the situation inside the cave, Xie Wuwei sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but exclaim, Sure enough, it's a storehouse for treasures. Not only him, but the other two Monster King and even Yang Kai couldn't remain calm. On the other hand, Ji Yao's expression remained the same, as if she didn't care about money at all. After all, she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, so her heart was as clear as ice. Even if the sky collapsed, she wouldn't be shocked. Inside the rock cave, there were piles of source crystals like small hills. Low-grade source crystals, mid-grade source crystals, high-grade source crystals. There were all kinds of source crystals. It was impossible to tell how many there were. At first glance, Yang Kai was almost dazzled by the light refracted by the source crystals. Although he had taken advantage of the situation in the savage, desolate ancient land and obtained hundreds of millions of source crystals, the source crystals in front of him were definitely not cheap. They were even more than what he had obtained in the savage, desolate ancient land. After all, this was the accumulation of the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. It was indeed not something an ordinary sect could compare with. Since Yang Kai had already decided to establish a sect here, the more resources he had, the better. When he had the ability to bring his family and friends from Shadowed Star to this place, he would at least be able to provide them with cultivation resources. After the origin crystals, there was a wooden shelf. On the wooden shelf, countless boxes were placed. There were wooden boxes, jade boxes, gold boxes, and so on. Kai Yang brought everyone to a wooden shelf and casually picked up a few things to examine. He discovered that the contents of this box were similar to what he had guessed. They were all rare and precious herbs, each of them incomparably precious and full of medicinal age. The Monster King wasn't interested in these herbs because the savage, desolate ancient land was rich in spirit grasses and medicines. If there was a place to find the best spirit herbs in this world, the savage, desolate ancient land would definitely be one of them. So they just took a few glances and didn't pay any more attention. There were also many wooden shelves on the other side, but instead of boxes, they were filled with jade bottles. After Yang Kai checked, he found that these bottles were filled with refined spirit pills of different grades. However, they were all needed for a cultivator's cultivation. There were tens of thousands of jade bottles. Further down, there were all kinds of ancient books, including many secrets of the Seeking Passion sect. These things made Yang Kai's eyes light up because these were all treasures left behind by the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. When he established a sect in the future, his disciples would all be able to use these treasures. In the depths of the grotto, there were a large number of artifacts. The lowest grade of these artifacts was Tao Source grade, and there were even hundreds of Emperor artifacts. With so many artifacts placed in one place, the energy fluctuations emanating from them were truly frightening. Chapter 2658. Along the way, Yang Kai could be considered a knowledgeable person, but he was still shocked by the wealth of the Seeking Passion sect, and such a large fortune would belong to him from today onwards. This was truly a windfall from the sky. There's more over there. Ji Yao suddenly pointed. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw 3 stone platforms in the deepest part of the grotto. Each stone platform was shrouded in a light barrier, and a box was placed on each of them. The fact that they were so carefully preserved showed that the things on these 3 stone platforms were absolutely extraordinary. Yang Kai walked over in high spirits, took out the token that opened the storehouse before, and waved it casually on one of the stone platforms. With a flash of light, the light barrier opened. Yang Kai directly picked up a long box placed on the stone platform. Let's see what kind of treasure it is. The 3 Monster Kings gathered together and looked at it with great interest. Everyone was curious, and the Monster Kings were no exception. Yang Kai weighed the long box in his hand with a strange expression and said, "It seems to be empty." "No way." Ing Fei was stunned. Xia Wu Wei. And Shi Lei also looked unwilling to believe it. but they also knew that Yong-kai had no reason to lie in front of them. Under everyone's gaze, Yong-kai opened the long box in his hand. Sure enough, it was empty. Why would an empty box be placed here so openly? Ing Fei said angrily, somewhat disappointed. Yong-kai glanced at the length of the empty box and suddenly thought of something. He took out something from his space ring. Then he placed it in the box, which fit perfectly. This is the Emperor artifact that Feng Xian used before? Xia Wuwei raised his brow as he recognized the Emperor artifact Yong-kai took out. Yong-kai nodded and said, "The Wind Thunder Divine Spear. It is said to be a relic of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors. So that's how it is. In that case, this Wind Thunder Divine Spear was originally enshrined here and would only be taken out when Feng Xian needed it." Xia Wuwei suddenly understood. It should be. After all, this is an artifact left behind by our ancestor. Even if Feng Xian is the Seeking Passion sect master, he can't carry this Emperor artifact with him at all times. Yong-kai nodded and put away the box. Now it was certain that the Wind Thunder Divine Spear was originally placed in this empty box. As for the remaining two items, since they were also placed here solemnly, their value would definitely not be much lower than the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. Yong-kai was also curious about what was in the remaining two boxes, so he didn't hesitate. He immediately activated the restrictions on the two stone platforms and picked up a box to take a look. Ing Fei was quick to pick up the other box. Yong-kai raised his eyebrows and said with bright eyes, "This is," as soon as he opened the box in his hand, an extremely pure world energy rippled out, resonating with the Emperor Qi in his body. It was as if this pure spiritual energy was very beneficial to cultivation. Source crystals, Xia Wuwei continued, but soon his expression changed. "No, it's a top-rank source crystal." "Top-rank source crystal?" Shi Lei's eyes also widened as he looked at the box in Yong-kai's hand. Even Ji Yao, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but take a look. "It really is a top-rank source crystal." Yong-kai grinned and reached out to take out a thumb-sized, crystal-clear object from the box. This source crystal was one size smaller than a high-rank source crystal, but the world energy stored inside was incomparable to a high-rank source crystal. In the entire star boundary, once a cultivator cultivated to the level of the Emperor realm, low-rank source crystals and even mid-rank source crystals would not be of much use. Generally, a cultivator in the Emperor realm would use a high-rank source crystal to cultivate, and some transactions of valuable items would also use high-rank source crystals as a medium. But above high-rank source crystals, there was an even better existence called the top-rank source crystal. Compared to high-rank source crystals, top-rank source crystals were simply rare and extremely difficult to find. Often, even in 100 source crystal loads, one might not necessarily find one or two. Every top-rank source crystal was formed by seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. It was rumored that top-rank source crystals had many uses, but the most useful for a cultivator was to break through the shackles. If a cultivator encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, top-rank source crystals would be the best auxiliary external force. Moreover, they would not have any hidden dangers like taking some special pills. In the star boundary, countless Emperor realm masters had cultivated for thousands of years, only to find themselves stuck at a bottleneck, unable to make any progress. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had been searching for this legendary top-rank source crystal, hoping to reach a higher level of enlightenment. However, how could it be so easy to find a top-rank source crystal? Those cultivators who had painstakingly searched for it were destined to be in vain. Now, there was a box of top-rank source crystals in the Seeking Passion sect storehouse, and there were quite a few of them. There were as many as 7 of them neatly placed in the box. Good stuff, but it's a pity," Shi Lei praised while shaking his head. The other 2 Monster King heard this and also nodded. It is indeed a pity. Although top-rank source crystals were of great use to a cultivator's breakthrough, the three of them were already monster king-level existences. In other words, they were comparable to third-order Emperor Realm masters. Therefore, although this top-rank source crystal was good, it was of little value to them. If they wanted to make further progress, they could only pin their hopes on the divine spirit source and the bloodline of their ancestors. If not for this reason, with their strength and identity, how could they be willing to follow Yang Kai's orders? Yang Kai also understood why they felt pity, but he did not point it out. He casually put away the box and looked at Ing Fei. "What is that box of yours?" Ing Fei said with a gloomy face, "A secret art." Saying so, he handed the box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it. His face instantly became dignified, and he whispered, "Seeking Passion Supreme Art." This was the foundation of the Seeking Passion sect. It was also a peerless secret art created by the Seeking Passion Great Emperors. Cultivating this secret art, the deeper one's emotions were, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. But for those who were implanted with this secret art, it was a disaster. Because once one was affected by the Seeking Passion Supreme art, they would never be able to extricate themselves. Not only would their cultivation be unable to progress, but they would also be obedient to the cultivator. Back then, Feng Shi had taken a fancy to Ziyu from Ice Heart Valley, and although he genuinely liked her, his main purpose was to use Ziyu to fall in love with her. Once the marriage between the two families was successful, it was likely that Ziyu would become Feng Shi's exclusive property and would never be able to touch the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. This Seeking Passion Supreme art was both good and evil. Although it was a peerless secret art, Yang Kai scoffed at it. He always felt that this secret art relied too much on external forces and could not allow one to pry into the Great Tao. He did not know how the Seeking Passion Great Emperors were able to become supreme. Casually putting away the secret art, Yang Kai turned around and said, "See if there's anything you need. Take whatever you want." The three monster kings looked at each other and chuckled. They cupped their fists and said, "Then we won't be polite." After entering a treasure mountain, there was naturally no reason for them to return empty-handed. Many of the treasures here were quite tempting even to the three monster kings. The three immediately dispersed. Obviously, they already had a target in mind. Yang Kai then looked at Ji Yao and said, "You go and look for something too." Ji Yao shook her head and said, "No need." This time, Ice Heart Valley was able to get out of this predicament, all thanks to you. How can we take your things? Do as you wish. Yang Kai knew that with her temper, since she said that she would not take anything, it would be useless to persuade her. So he did not waste his breath. While wandering around the storehouse, he waved his hand and collected all the tens of thousands of years of Seeking Passion sect's accumulation into the small sealed world. After a short while, more than half of the treasures in the storehouse were gone. At this time, the three monster kings also returned. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that they did not take many things. Each of them took some jade bottles containing pills and an emperor artifact each. No one in the monster race could perform alchemy, so although the ancient wild lands was rich in spirit grasses and medicines, the monster race in the ancient wild lands could not use them perfectly. Basically, the monster race directly swallowed them, which greatly wasted the medicinal efficacy of the herbs. Now that there were so many pills here, the three monster kings naturally took some. After all, there was no harm in being prepared. As for the emperor artifacts, they naturally took one each and held it in their hands, grinning from ear to ear. "Is this enough?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "There are a lot of good things here." "It's enough. It's enough." Ing Fei nodded repeatedly. "Although there are a lot of good things, there aren't many that are useful to us. This is enough." Xie, Wu Wei, and Shi Lei also nodded, expressing their agreement. Yang Kai did not say anything more and just continued to collect the treasures. After a stick of incense worth of time, the huge underground grotto became empty. Countless treasures were moved into the small sealed world by Yang Kai, with these things as a foundation. If Yang Kai really wanted to establish a sect in the future, resources would definitely not be a problem. I suddenly thought of something. Ji Yao frowned slightly. Yao Zhu being able to break through to the Third Order Emperor realm might be due to the top-rank source crystal. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. That makes sense. Yao Zhu was previously a Second-Order Emperor realm master, so it did not make sense for him to suddenly break through. If he had to find a reason, the top-rank source crystal was the most suspicious. Ji Yao smiled again and said, "It's meaningless to think about this now. He's already dead anyway. Let's go." Yang Kai called out and took the lead to return along the original path. After leaving the storehouse, the cliff closed again. Yang Kai took out the token and activated the barrier again. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai said, "I'm going to set up a space array here. You can do as you please." The three Monster King nodded slightly after hearing this and dispersed. Ji Yao asked, "Are you going to connect Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect?" Yang Kai nodded, "And if we connect them, it will be convenient for us to communicate in the future." Since he had plans to take root here, he naturally had to interact more with Ice Heart Valley. Now that he had set up a space array in Ice Heart Valley, he could directly connect them if he set up another one here. In the past, Yang Kai did not have a fixed residence, so he did not think much about this. But now that he had some plans, this arrangement was essential. Chapter 2659. Half a day later, a space array was formed. Yang Kai called out to Ji Yao and said, "Junior Sister Yao, please return to Ice Heart Valley and tell the Southern Gate Army to come here after repairing Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." As he spoke, he handed over a special token to Ji Yao. Ji Yao took it and asked suspiciously, "What is this token for?" She could tell at a glance that this token was newly refined by Yang Kai because it still had his residual aura. Yang Kai smiled. "As long as it is a space array arranged by me, no one can use it without this token or me activating it." This was also the reason why Wan Feng failed to activate the space array in Phoenix Luo Palace that day. Because she didn't have Yang Kai's restriction token, she mistakenly thought that the space array was incomplete. She wanted to laugh at Yang Kai, but the result was disappointing. Ji Yao's eyes flashed when she heard this, but she did not say anything and walked directly to the space array. Yang Kai said while inserting source crystals, "This matter is not urgent. Wait until he repairs Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." "I know." Ji Yao nodded lightly, and in the next moment, her figure was enveloped in a white light and disappeared. After Ji Yao left, Yang Kai glanced around for a moment before his figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. Since he planned to take root here, Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore the Seeking Passion Sect's foundation. Although he had been searching for the hidden treasure trove before, he had not carefully explored this place. Now that he had some free time, Yang Kai naturally wanted to examine this land. As its owner, his mentality had changed. Everything he saw was completely different now. When he was investigating before, he felt that this foundation was very good. But now, Yang Kai's mood could only be described with one word, and that was satisfaction. Inside Seeking Passion Sect, the world energy was rich, the scenery was beautiful, there were many strange mountains, there were many rare beasts running around in the mountains, and there were many spirit springs and spirit springs. It was the holy land of cultivation that every cultivator yearned for. Such a large estate was enough to accommodate 100,000 disciples without feeling crowded. Yang Kai's friends and relatives unshadowed started to have such a number. After wandering for several days, Yang Kai had finally carefully examined this piece of land. He didn't miss a single corner. He had some plans in his heart. He returned to the entrance of the Seeking Passion sect. There used to be a plaque here with the words Seeking Passion sect written on it. This plaque had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, but it was destroyed by the Yang Kai. Back here, Yang Kai naturally had his own plans. However, when he scanned the area with his divine will, he discovered that there were many auras around him. These people's strengths were mixed. Some of them were hiding in the dark, while others were standing not far away. All of them were looking at the Seeking Passion sect. From time to time, they would whisper to each other. There were quite a few of them, at least a few thousand of them. Moreover, there were even more people approaching. The Seeking Passion sect and Iceheart Valley had fought a great battle. After the battle, the Seeking Passion sect's army was completely wiped out, and the helpers they had recruited had also suffered heavy casualties. This news could be said to have caused a huge uproar, and it didn't take long for it to spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. These people suddenly appeared outside the Seeking Passion sect's entrance because they had heard the news and wanted to see if they could get some benefits. When the Seeking Passion sect was at its peak, they could only look up to it. How could they dare to approach? However, the present was different from the past. The Seeking Passion sect was destined to be destroyed. How much wealth did a top sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years contain? Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts. When they thought of the huge wealth hidden in the Seeking Passion sect, naturally, many people couldn't sit still. They wanted to investigate and see if they could get some benefits. The Seeking Passion sect was such a behemoth, so even a little bit of wealth would be enough for them to enjoy endlessly. However, they didn't know the situation inside the Seeking Passion sect, so no one dared to take the lead. Naturally, they could only stand outside the entrance and watch. This group of people had arrived one after another over the past few days. They were from various sects and clans, and there were many different kinds of people. After hesitating for a few days, everyone finally thought of recommending a few leaders to discuss this matter together. However, before they could come up with a solution, they suddenly saw Yang Kai slowly walking out of the Seeking Passion sect. For a moment, thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and the discussion came to an abrupt end. In the next moment, the crowd went into an uproar. Someone came out of the Seeking Passion sect. Could it be a master of the Seeking Passion sect? The Seeking Passion sect's reputation in the Northern Territory was too great, now that they suddenly saw a person appear from inside. Many people subconsciously thought that it was a remnant of the Seeking Passion sect. They couldn't help but tremble with fear, afraid that they would be implicated. Nonsense! The Seeking Passion sect's higher-ups are all dead. Even if someone escaped, how could they return to the sect? Isn't this just walking into a trap? That's right. That's right. Didn't you see that the Seeking Passion sect's 10,000-year-old signboard has been destroyed? How could anyone from the Seeking Passion sect dare to stay here? In my opinion, this person must have come here to take advantage of us. He just got here one step ahead of us, and he must have harvested something. Damn it! Damn it! How dare this person trespass on the Seeking Passion sect's foundation? Damn it! As soon as these words came out, many people suddenly lost their calm. They looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. It was as if the Seeking Passion sect was their territory, and Yang Kai daring to come in and out was disrespectful to them. These people had stayed outside for a few days and didn't have the courage to rush in, but now it seemed that someone had already taken the lead. Since that was the case, what were they still waiting for? For a time, the cultivator, whether they were in the open or hidden in the dark, showed up one after another. Some people who boasted of their strength flew out and greeted Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was only one person, and he didn't look very old, so it was inevitable that people would look down on him. These people had teamed up to take advantage of him, so naturally they weren't afraid of him. Suddenly, more than a dozen people flew to Yang Kai and stood 300 feet in front of him. The middle-aged man in the lead looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, "Boy, did you just come out of the Seeking Passion sect?" Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered in his heart. How could he not know what they were planning? When he first saw so many people gathered outside, he felt a little strange, but after thinking about it for a moment, he understood their intentions. It was undeniable that their idea was correct. Since the Seeking Passion sect had been destroyed, there must be a lot of good things left behind. Since ancient times, it had always been like this. Unfortunately, the Seeking Passion sect was something Yang Kai had fought for. So, how could he give away the many benefits? Faced with the middle-aged man's question, Yang Kai didn't even bother to pay attention to him and just rummaged through his space ring. Yang Kai's indifferent and arrogant appearance made the middle-aged man's face sink. In any case, he was still a sect master. Although the sect he belonged to was not a colossus like the Seeking Passion sect, it was still a decent force in the entire Northern Territory. Now that he had been ignored by this young man, how could he not lose face? Sensing his anger, a young man next to him immediately glared at him and said, "Boy, are you deaf? Didn't you hear my sect master's question?" Yang Kai glanced at the young man and said casually, "Of course this young master isn't deaf. It's just that someone asked some nonsense, and this young master was too lazy to pay attention to it." He had clearly just walked out of the Seeking Passion sect, yet the middle-aged man still asked such a question. Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking. The young man looked angry and was about to scold him, but the middle-aged man waved his hand and stopped him from shouting. He looked Yang Kai up and down and smiled slightly. "This king is Flying Yuan Pavilion's pavilion master, Li Qing Yuan. How should I address little brother?" He suddenly changed his arrogant attitude and became amiable, causing the young man next to him to frown, wondering what the sect master's intentions were. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "We just met by chance. There's no need to ask." Li Qing Yuan frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. He was a second-order emperor, realm master, and the pavilion master of Flying Yuan Pavilion. He had taken the initiative to ask for a junior's name, yet he received such a response. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, he still had some self-restraint. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he didn't show it on his face, and said, "It's like this, little brother. This king and many other heroes of the Northern Territory came here and saw the Seeking Passion sect in ruins. We were quite sad and wanted to go in and investigate, but we were afraid that a rash visit would cause misunderstandings. Since little brother came out of the Seeking Passion sect, you must know a lot about it. Can you explain it to us?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they all nodded in agreement, asking Yang Kai to explain the Seeking Passion sect situation in detail. Yang Kai sneered and said, "You dare call yourselves heroes of the Northern Territory?" He casually swept his eyes over them and nodded lightly, a dozen or so first-order Emperor realm masters. Let's just say that for now. His shameless boasting made many people from the Emperor realm around Li Qing Yuan unhappy. They were from the Emperor realm, not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Every one of them was famous in the Northern Territory, but in Yang Kai's mouth, they were just some random Emperor realm masters. This little brat is too arrogant. Yang Kai's smile disappeared, and he glanced at the crowd in front of him. "You're here to take advantage of the situation, aren't you? You're just not sure if there are any masters in the Seeking Passion sect, so you don't dare to go in, right?" Li Qing Yuan and the others couldn't help but blush when they heard this. Although this was the truth, it was still a little embarrassing to be exposed in front of others. Li Qing Yuan said reluctantly, "Little brother, you're wrong. We are all sects, families, and forces that have some relationship with the Seeking Passion sect. When we heard that the Seeking Passion sect was in trouble, we mainly came to ask if there was anything we could do to help. How could we be here to take advantage of the situation? Little brother, don't think too badly of us. Yes, yes, yes. That's right, we're all here to help. Little brat, don't judge others by your own standards and think too badly of us. Chapter 2660. Yong Kai asked in surprise, "You came here to help Seeking Passion sect in their hour of need. Aren't you afraid that Ice Heart Valley will find trouble with you?" The conflict between Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley had long spread throughout the Northern Territory. Now that Seeking Passion sect was in trouble, they actually came here under the guise of providing timely help. If news of this spread, how could Ice Heart Valley tolerate them? Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Ice Heart Valley won't. Master Bing Yun is a kind person. Since we didn't directly oppose Ice Heart Valley, there is no need for her to vent her anger on us." Indeed, although the women of Ice Heart Valley are a bit arrogant and cold, they are all reasonable people. How could they care about such things? So that's how it is. Yong Kai nodded lightly, with a look of understanding. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be bullied. Although this saying was somewhat inappropriate for Ice Heart Valley, it was close enough. From another perspective, if Ice Heart Valley was in trouble and they came here under the guise of providing timely help, Seeking Passion sect would definitely not let them off. It was precisely because they understood Ice Heart Valley's principles that they were fearless. Little brother, you haven't told us what's going on in Seeking Passion sect. Li Qingyuan saw that the topic had drifted away and quickly brought it back. Yong Kai said lightly, Seeking Passion sect's elders were wiped out and countless disciples were killed or injured. What else could it be? It's just a case of monkeys scattering when the tree falls. Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked in surprise, "So, Seeking Passion sect is now empty?" Yong Kai looked at him mockingly and said, "This master looks very happy. You didn't come here to ask about his well-being. Are you here to provide timely help?" Hearing this, Li Qingyuan immediately showed a sad look and said, "What's there to be happy about? This king's heart is aching right now. Seeking Passion sect is a top sect, but now it has been destroyed. Its foundation of several tens of thousands of years has been destroyed. This is a great loss to the Northern Territory. What a pity! What a pity! How could such a great force be destroyed so suddenly?" Everyone else also sighed with sorrow. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this, they would really think that they had a good relationship with the Seeking Passion sect. Changing the topic, Li Qingyuan asked with a burning gaze, "Since you came out of the Seeking Passion sect, did you find anything inside?" At this point, he was no longer in a hurry to rush in and take advantage of the situation. Since Yong Kai had entered the Seeking Passion sect before them, then if there were any benefits, Yong Kai would definitely take them. At this moment, keeping an eye on Yong Kai was the safest choice. "I found a treasure trove." Yong Kai's words were extremely shocking. As soon as he said that, countless pairs of greedy and covetous eyes stared at Yong Kai like sharp swords. "What is in the treasury?" Li Qingyuan's voice couldn't help but tremble. Yong Kai chuckled. "Source crystals. Hundreds of millions of source crystals. There are all kinds of pills, secret artifacts, emperor artifacts, secret arts, ancient books. There is nothing you can't imagine, nothing you can't see." Hiss, a series of gasps rang out. Everyone was excited, and their eyes were filled with greed. Yong Kai looked at the crowd with a smile and said, "Everyone seems to be very interested." Li Qingyuan resisted the urge to gulp. He was thinking about how to take down this boy, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and then monopolize everything. If he really obtained the tens of thousands of years of accumulation of the Seeking Passion sect, the strength of Fei Yuan Pavilion would definitely increase significantly. In time, it would not be a dream for them to become the second Seeking Passion sect. Many people had the same idea as Li Qingyuan. For a moment, everyone felt like they were surrounded by enemies. As they exchanged glances, vigilance rose. "Boy, you're full of nonsense." A voice suddenly rang out. "It's true that the Seeking Passion sect has a treasure trove, but how can you open it with your strength? You're so young, yet you're already harboring ulterior motives. Don't be fooled by him." When everyone heard this, they were slightly surprised and felt that this person's words made sense. A sect as big as the Seeking Passion sect did indeed have a treasure trove, but how could such an existence be opened so casually? It was likely that only people like Feng Xian and Yao Zhu knew how to open it. Li Qingyuan came back to his senses and immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Little brother, you're not being honest." Yang Kai smiled disdainfully. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Saying so, he suddenly took out a strange stone about 10 meters tall from his space ring. As soon as this strange stone appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted and an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Even the dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor realm who were enveloped by this aura suddenly felt that the power in their bodies was no longer flowing smoothly. "This is 10,000-year cold heart iron." "What? It's actually 10,000-year cold heart iron." Such a treasure actually exists in this world, and such a large piece at that. Heavens, where did this thing come from? "I heard that a palm-sized piece of 10,000-year cold heart iron can be refined into an Emperor artifact. How many Emperor artifacts can this 10-meter-tall thing be refined into?" If this thing were to be sold, it would be worth at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. This little brat isn't lying. He definitely opened the Seeking Passion sect's treasure trove. This thing belongs to the Seeking Passion sect. Ooh. Noisy discussions rang out one after another. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the 10-meter-tall, 10,000-year cold heart iron. They were shocked to the extreme. This thing alone was priceless. If Yang Kai had really opened the Seeking Passion sect's treasure trove, how many good things would he have obtained? Their previous suspicions suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt that Yang Kai had picked up a big bargain in the Seeking Passion sect. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm became restless, eyeing the 10,000-year cold heart iron covetously, as if they would rush over to snatch it at any moment. However, because there were too many opponents, no one dared to act at will. For a time, the situation was in a deadlock. However, more people were curious. Why did Yang Kai suddenly take out such a peerless treasure? Was he showing off his wealth? There was no need for that. Didn't he know that he would only cause trouble for himself? Just as everyone was wondering, Yang Kai shook his hand, and the myriad sword appeared in his hand. He poured his Emperor Qi into the sword, and the space principles lingered around his body as he carved stroke after stroke on the 10,000-year cold heart iron. What is this little brat doing? He seems to be carving words. What a waste of heaven's treasures! How can he carve words on such a treasure? This is simply too wasteful. Asterisk, chi, 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 chi. Asterisk, no matter how angry these people were, Yang Kai still carved stroke after stroke with a focused and meticulous expression. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly took a deep breath and put away the myriad sword, his face faintly pale. It seemed that this action had consumed a great deal of his strength. After all, this was a top-grade artifact refining material, so even carving a few words was not an easy task. However, after Yang Kai looked at it carefully, he was quite satisfied with his masterpiece. At this moment, a strong wind blew past, and some of the fragments on the 10,000-year cold heart iron were blown away, revealing 3 large characters written in flamboyant calligraphy. The characters were not very beautiful, but they gave people a strange feeling. It was as if they looked at them for too long, they would be unable to extricate themselves from them, as if they wanted to devour their minds. High Heaven Palace. Someone read out the 3 characters engraved on the 10,000-year cold heart iron, causing everyone to be puzzled. What is this High Heaven Palace? It sounds like the name of a sect, but is there such a sect in the Northern Territory? Never heard of it. Li Qingyuan, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by this?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the 10,000-year cold heart iron beside him, smiling as he said, "It's nothing. I just want to tell everyone that from now on, this land will be the foundation of my High Heaven Palace. It just so happens that many guests have arrived, so it will save me the trouble of notifying them one by one. I hope that after you return today, you will help this young master spread the word. Otherwise, if anyone dares to intrude into my High Heaven Palace's territory, don't blame this young master for being ruthless." What does this little brat mean? Does he want to establish a sect? What a joke. A mere little brat. What ability does he have to establish his own sect here? Yes, this is the property left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. Even if he wants to occupy it, it won't be his turn. This brat's heart is higher than the sky, but his life is as thin as paper. The discussions reached Yang Kai's ears, but Yang Kai remained as calm as a mountain. After the noise subsided, he sneered, "Does anyone have any objections? If you have any, just keep it to yourself, lest you make everyone unhappy. This brat is too arrogant. Does he really think that there is no one in my Northern Territory?" Ooh. Li Qingyuan's face was also gloomy as he said, "Brat, you are going too far. Since we have gathered here today, then this matter is not up to you alone. The Seeking Passion sect is a sect in my Northern Territory, and the ownership of its inheritance and treasure trove should be discussed and decided by the heroes of my Northern Territory. It is not up to you." With one sentence, he raised the issue of the Seeking Passion sect's inheritance to the Northern Territory. Li Qingyuan was indeed an old fox, and everyone applauded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "In this young master's territory, everyone naturally has to listen to me. If anyone is not convinced, you can stand up. Sect Master Li, this brat is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson today. Yes, we have already given him enough face, but he wants a yard after taking an inch. There is no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's do it. Now that the Seeking Passion sect is empty, there is nothing to worry about. They didn't dare to break in before because they were afraid that the Seeking Passion sect had left some masters in the sect, but now that they had determined that no one from the Seeking Passion sect was here, and Yang Kai had obtained the treasure trove and wanted to occupy it, naturally no one could resist. Li Qingyuan's eyes flashed with determination as he nodded lightly and said, "Fine, since he is so stubborn, let's teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out. The rest of the crowd naturally didn't want to fall behind and rushed towards Yang Kai, all of them wanting to grab Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai casually took out a 10-meter tall piece of 10,000-year cold heart iron. Who knew how many more good things he had in his space ring? In an instant, more than a dozen masters from the Emperor realm rushed over aggressively, making the scene extremely lively. Chapter 2661. Emperor Qi surged, and a great battle was about to break out. Facing the joint attack of more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm, not only did Yang Kai not dodge, he even laughed loudly, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows, wondering what was wrong with this little brat. But at this moment, the arrow was already nocked. So even if everyone noticed that something was wrong, they couldn't stop. All of them were staring at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. In an instant, more than a dozen people pounced in front of Yang Kai, using all kinds of methods to launch a fierce attack. Condense, a cold snort rang out, and under the influence of space principles, the space within a 1,000-meter radius instantly became viscous and solidified. This sudden turn of events caused the dozen or so attackers to turn pale with fright. The Emperor Qi in their bodies suddenly became sluggish, as if they had fallen into a deep swamp, making it extremely difficult for them to even move. The power of their attacks was greatly reduced, and even the brilliance of their Emperor artifacts dimmed. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Realizing that something was wrong, they tried to withdraw, but it was already too late. Yang Kai raised his hands and blasted them forward, filling the sky with palm shadows. With a series of explosions, one figure after another flew out in a sorry state, all of them coughing up blood in midair, their faces as pale as paper. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fell to the ground like dumplings. When they stood up again, everyone's face was ashen, and their souls were shaken. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have used a lot of effort to repel so many cultivators from the Emperor realm at once. His figure swayed slightly, but there was no sign of him retreating. His face also paled slightly before returning to normal. However, that figure still stood tall and straight in front of the mountain gate, like a divine needle that could hold the sky. Like a bottomless abyss, they were guarding this land. How is this possible? He's a first-order Emperor Realm Master? How did he do it? More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor Realm felt like they were in a dream. Although they didn't know Yang Kai's depth before, they could tell that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high because of his young age, so they didn't put him in their eyes. It turned out that their guess was right. When Yang Kai made his move, Yang Kai's face turned red. His cultivation base was exposed. There was no doubt that he was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, weaker than them. But it was this first-order Emperor Realm Master who defeated the joint attack of more than a dozen people all by himself, injuring all of them. If this didn't happen to him, no one would believe it. This was simply a fantasy story. This was especially true for a second-order Emperor Realm Master like Li Qingyuan. He had roamed the Northern Territory for so many years, but he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. He had also fought many First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. It had always been him crushing others, but who was as ferocious as this young man in front of him? His greedy and covetous gaze gradually receded and was replaced by infinite seriousness. It was rumored that there were some martial arts geniuses in this world. Although their cultivation was not high, they could fight and even kill people above their level. Li Qingyuan had also seen such people. However, those so-called geniuses, at most, it would be a tie with him. Compared to this person in front of him, he was simply mediocre. This person in front of him was not only able to fight people above his level, but he was also not at a disadvantage when fighting against more than a dozen people. Li Qingyuan even suspected that this young man had not used his full strength. If he had, perhaps half of the dozen people would have died in an instant. Thinking of this, cold sweat suddenly appeared on Li Qingyuan's forehead. If he was so powerful as a first-order Emperor Realm Master, wouldn't he be invincible if he advanced to the second-order or third-order Emperor Realm? At that time, only those masters who had ascended to the position of great emperors would be his match. Boy, who the hell are you? Someone screamed at the top of his lungs, as if he was unwilling to accept his fate of being sent flying. Thinking that Kai Yang had taken advantage of the situation, his heart was not convinced. This was also a question that everyone wanted to know. It was impossible for such an outstanding young man to be an unknown rising star. At the very least, everyone should have heard of his name. Turning his head to look at the person who asked the question, Yang Kai grinned and said in a clear voice, "This young master is Yang Kai. I believe everyone should be familiar with him. See, he's Yang Kai, the Yang Kai who killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea and angered Feng Xian. The war between Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect started because of him. I heard that the complete annihilation of Seeking Passion Sect was also planned by him. I don't know where he got strong reinforcements from, but he managed to kill Feng Xian, Yao Zhua, and the others in one fell swoop. It had to be said that Yang Kai was quite famous in the Northern Territory, and this was all thanks to Feng Xian's previous publicity. After all, the war between the two sects was of great importance, and it was impossible for Seeking Passion Sect to act without justification. Yang Kai killing Feng Shi and Bing Yun shielding Yang Kai were the reasons for Seeking Passion Sect to declare war on Ice Heart Valley. Before this, all the cultivators in the Northern Territory were very curious about who this guy, named Yang Kai, was, and how he had the guts to kill Feng Shi. They secretly felt that this boy would not have a good ending. However, no one had expected that the Seeking Passion Sect would be destroyed in the end. Moreover, the culprit had actually come to the Seeking Passion Sect's base to establish a new sect, occupying the Magpie's Nest and creating a new towering firmament palace. If this matter was known by the great emperors of Seeking Passion Sect, they would probably be angered to death. For a time, there was silence outside the mountain gate. Whether it was the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm or the thousands of cultivators outside, they all looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as three figures suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. As soon as these three figures appeared, a monstrous pressure surged out from them. This pressure was so strong that it seemed to dim the entire world. Everyone felt their breathing become sluggish, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, causing them to wear bitter looks on their faces. Many pairs of eyes stared at the three figures, and all of them trembled. Although they couldn't see through the real situation of these three people, the powerful pressure told everyone present that any one of these three people could kill everyone here and slaughter them all. A chill instantly rose from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. The thousands of cultivators' faces turned ashen, as if their parents had died. They wanted to escape immediately, but they did not dare to act rashly. They could only stand in place and endure the torment. "Young Master Yang, what happened? Why do I feel that someone is fighting?" Xia Wuwei frowned and asked, "Humph, it seems that someone is acting wildly here." As Ing Fei spoke, his hawk-like eyes swept across the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm. His expression was extremely unfriendly. "Who dares to act wildly? Let this old ox deal with him." Shi Lei roared, his monster chi rolling and stirring up a gust of demonic wind, as if he wanted to poke a hole in the sky. A monster race. Someone noticed the demonic chi and immediately exclaimed, "It's the Monster King." Li Qingyuan screamed at the top of his lungs, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. His face was as pale as paper. Although he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was powerless in the face of the Monster King, who was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He instinctively felt terrified. What's more, if he wasn't mistaken, the other two masters were also from the monster race. They were also powerful existences on the same level as the Monster King. Heavens! Existences like the Monster King were even rarer than third-order Emperor Realm Masters, but today he actually saw three of them here. He didn't know if he was lucky or sad. Thinking about what happened before, Li Qingyuan felt that the latter was more likely. After Li Qingyuan shouted Monster King, the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm, along with the thousands of cultivators, all took a step back and looked at Shi Lei in horror, as if Shi Lei was some kind of scourge that would devour them in the next moment. Who was acting wildly here just now? Stand up for this king. Shi Lei glared at them, his voice like thunder. Who dared to answer? They were afraid that they would be targeted and die without knowing why. The sound of gulping could be heard, but their feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. The dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm all looked at Li Qingyuan, hoping that he would be the first to speak to the Monster King. Li Qingyuan cursed this group of despicable villains in his heart. They had no sense of brotherhood at all, but now that things had come to this, the consequences of not speaking up would not be any better. He could only say dryly, Monster King, Master, it's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Shi Lei glanced at Li Qingyuan and snorted, How is it a misunderstanding? Li Qingyuan racked his brain, his thoughts flying. While choosing his words carefully, he replied, It's like this. We are all cultivators from the Northern Territory. We heard that young Master Yang from Yangkai was establishing a sect here, so we came here to congratulate you. However, we were blind to not recognize young Master Yang and offended you. We hope that young Master Yang and the other master will forgive us. His words were eloquent and clear. Even Li Qingyuan was impressed by his own wit. Establishing a sect? Shi Lei was startled and looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Although he had mentioned this a few days ago, Yang Kai had not given him a direct answer. He did not know why Li Qingyuan suddenly brought this up. Ing Fei's eyes were sharp. He saw the 10,000-year-cold heart iron and clapped his hands. Young Master Yang is really establishing a sect here. High Heaven Palace, your ambitions are soaring. Wonderful, wonderful. Xia, Wu Wei laughed loudly. Very good, very good. Then this Xia will stay in High Heaven Palace from now on. I hope that young Master Yang can bestow upon me some position of protector or deacon. Count me in. Shi Lei put away his ferocious appearance and instead revealed a flattering smile. He looked at Yang Kai and said, Young Master Yang, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Ing Fei nodded. This one also has the same intention. More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fainted at once. The thousands of cultivators were even more dumbfounded. Every one of them felt that this was extremely unreal and questioned their hearing. These were the three great monster kings, masters who were comparable to 3 third-order Emperor realm masters. Yang Kai had just established a sect here and engraved the brand of his sect. He had not even officially established a sect yet, but these 3 could not wait to join. And they only wanted to be rewarded with the position of protector or deacon. Was there any justice in this world? Which third-order Emperor realm master was not an overlord in the entire star territory? Which one of them was not a grand master? With such strength, it was enough for them to establish their own sect. But now they were begging to join this high heaven palace that had not yet been established. What was so special about Yang Kai that the 3 great monster kings were so eager to join him? Chapter 2662. Li Qingyuan and the others were filled with a bitter taste. The 3 monster kings had joined the High Heaven Palace only to be rewarded with the position of guardian deacon. Naturally, their strength couldn't compare to the 3 monster kings. If they were in the High Heaven Palace, would they only be comparable to ordinary disciples? Of course, it was impossible for them to leave their own sects to join the High Heaven Palace. The High Heaven Palace's waters were too deep for them to blend in. However, with the addition of the 3 monster kings, the High Heaven Palace would probably become a first-class sect in the Northern Territory in the future. Once it developed, it would definitely overshadow the glory of the Seeking Passion sect. Li Qingyuan and the others seemed to see the figure of a behemoth about to rise. They were shocked. For such a good thing to fall into Yang Kai's hands. It made the group go crazy with jealousy. If any of the three monster kings could join their sects, they would definitely benefit immensely. But to everyone's surprise, in the face of the three monster kings' earnest request, Yang Kai actually said with some difficulty, "We'll discuss this later." Li Qingyuan and the others instantly widened their eyes and secretly cursed Yang Kai for not knowing what was good for him. This was something that others couldn't even ask for, but when it came to him, he actually wanted to discuss it again. Was there really something wrong with this guy's head? What was there to discuss? Agreeing was the right thing to do. Shi Lei and the others looked at each other. They all knew what Yang Kai was worried about. Although with his current position among the three holy sages, asking for the three monster kings to come from the savage wildland wasn't a big deal. He obviously didn't want to rashly poach other people's sects, especially the three holy sages. At the very least, he had to inform Wan Feng and the others first. After understanding this point, Shi Lei and the other three monster kings didn't force him anymore. They pondered for a while. Shi Lei said, "Young Master Yang, these people, do you want to kill them?" He asked casually, as if he didn't want to kill a few thousand people, but a few thousand chickens and ducks. This made everyone's faces turn pale as they looked at Yang Kai for help. At this time, they also knew that their lives and deaths were in Yang Kai's hands. If Yang Kai wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. The dozen or so leaders of the Emperor realm looked at Yang Kai with flattering smiles and apprehension, fearing that he would say the word kill. "S all. What's there to kill? We don't have any grudges." He knew that since Yang Kai said such words, their lives would not be in danger, so he was grateful for his magnanimity. Shi Lei nodded and said, "Old Ox was too reckless." Changing the topic, he shouted at Li Qingyuan and the others, "You bunch of trash, since you came to congratulate, why didn't you bring any gifts? Did you just say it casually?" Li Qingyuan and the others were shocked. Hurriedly, they said, "We wouldn't dare. Gifts, naturally, we have them. Saying so, the dozen or so leaders of the Emperor realm quickly rummaged through their space rings, sometimes showing resolute and sometimes hesitant expressions. A moment later, more than a dozen space rings were gathered in Li Qingyuan's hands. Li Qingyuan held them with both hands and walked over to Yang Kai with trembling hands, forcing out a smile and saying, "Young Master Yang, this is a trivial gift. I hope young Master Yang will accept it." Yang Kai accepted the rings casually, not bothering to check the things inside. Now that he was rich, he did not lack these dozen or so space rings. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai said, "Sect Master Li is too kind." A faint look of pain appeared on Li Qingyuan's face. Just now, he had plundered most of his many years of savings and was afraid Yang Kai would not be satisfied. Yang Kai guessed that the other leaders of the Emperor realm were also like this. Otherwise, they would not have shown such distressed expressions. How could he have known that once the things were in Yang Kai's hands, Yang Kai would accept them without even looking at them? If he had known this would happen, he would not have spent so much effort and would have just casually stuffed some congratulatory gifts in. Of course, young Master Yang, if there is nothing else, this Li will take his leave." Li Qingyuan's heart was greatly stifled by the loss of his wealth, and he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. "Speaking of which, this young master really does have something he needs your help with," Yang Kai said pleasantly. "Ah." Li Qingyuan was shocked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he asked in a panic, "What is young Master Yang's instructions?" Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "Sect Master Li need not be so nervous. What I want you to help me with is very simple. After leaving this place, you just need to help this young master spread the word in the Northern Territory that this young master has occupied this land and built the High Heaven Palace." Ooh, Hearing this, Li Qingyuan's heart relaxed, and he let out a long sigh. So that's what it is? Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully and said, What does Sect Masterly think it is? Li Qingyuan said awkwardly, It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Leave it to this Li. Although this Li's strength is not enough, he still has some friends who will spread this news as soon as possible, lest some rascals come to harass your palace. That's good. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, then glanced at the other people from the Emperor realm and said, I also hope that you can help me a little. How could the people from the Emperor realm not dare to refuse? They all nodded and promised, patting their chests and making promises. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Since you are all heroes of the Northern Territory, then when my High Heaven Palace officially opens its doors, I will definitely send you invitations. I hope that you will all come and drink a cup of wine at that time. Hearing this, everyone felt bitter in their hearts, knowing that they would definitely have to send a large number of congratulatory gifts when the time came, but on the surface, they kept chatting with Yang Kai, saying that they would definitely come. After a few more words, the group of people couldn't wait to leave. A bunch of trash. Why should young Master Yang give them face? Shi Lei snorted coldly. Although he didn't see the conflict between Yang Kai and the people from the Emperor realm, he vaguely guessed some of the truth. According to his personality, directly killing them all could be considered as making a name for the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. The more friends you have, the more options you have. They were just scheming for the sake of benefits. They have no grievances with me, so why should I kill them all? In the future, if the High Heaven Palace wants to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, it's not suitable to make the whole world their enemy. You have to know that snakes have their own ways and rats have their own ways. One day in the future, they may have a place that they can rely on. Shi Lei immediately flattered. Young Master Yang is wise. Old Ox didn't think it through. Yang Kai wasn't interested in his flattery, so he pretended that he didn't hear it. He raised his hand and said, Follow me. The three Monster King looked at each other. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, they followed obediently. After a short while, everyone arrived in front of the newly arranged space Yang Kai had set up. Glancing at the three, Yang Kai said, This time, I must thank the three Monster Kings. If it weren't for your help, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been able to get out of this predicament so easily. This young master thanks you on behalf of Senior Bing Yun and the thousands of disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Shi Lei and the others were shocked and hurriedly said, Young Master Yang is too serious. It was just a trivial matter. Yang Kai smiled and said, It may be a trivial matter to you, but to Ice Heart Valley, it was a life-saving grace. You can't mix it up. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, But since the dust has settled here, the three of you should return to the ancient wildlands first. Ing Fei was disappointed when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai and stammered, Young Master Yang, you're letting us go back just like that? We've only been out for a few days. That's right. Xia Wu Wei also nodded vigorously. Young Master Yang, if there's anything else you want us to do, the three of us will do our best to help. Shi Lei was eager to move. Young Master Yang, why don't you take us to the Northern Territory and unify the Northern Territories? This proposal made Ing Fei and Xia Wu Wei applaud loudly. The monster chi in their bodies surged, as if they would go and harm the other sects in the Northern Territory as soon as Yang Kai gave the order. Yang Kai laughed and said, Although the three of you are masters, there is still a difference between humans and monsters. If you really cause a stir in the Northern Territory, I'm afraid it will attract trouble. I know what you're thinking, but this matter can't be rushed. It's still unknown when that girl will come out of seclusion. Just wait for the news in the ancient wild lands. The three Monster Kings were a little embarrassed when Yang Kai saw through their thoughts. In the end, It was because of Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi's relationship that they submitted to him. Without Zhang Ruoxi, how could Yang Kai have such weight? The three also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. Although they wanted to follow Yang Kai and be close to him, the key was that the blood door had been hidden since it disappeared. No one knew when Zhang Ruoxi would come out of seclusion, so it was useless to follow Yang Kai even if they followed him. But they were quite unwilling to go back just like that. God knows when Yang Kai would think of them again. Xie Wu Wei rolled his eyes and said, "Young Master Yang, let the two of them go back. This Xie will follow you and make it convenient to protect your safety. Heaven and earth are not benevolent and treat all things as dogs. Walking in the star boundary, it's natural to be careful." "Why should we go and you stay?" Ying Fei and Shi Lei asked in unison, their faces full of resentment. "This guy wants to eat alone. How hateful!" Xie Wu Wei snorted. "No reason." Shi Lei shouted, "Come on, let's fight first. Whoever is stronger will stay. Let's talk with our fists, not with our mouths. Since we want to protect young Master Yang, of course we have to leave the strongest behind." Among the 32 Monster King and the 8 Great Saint emissaries, his strength was enough to rank in the top 3. In a one-on-one fight, Ying Fei and Xie Wu Wei were definitely not his opponents. Xie Wu Wei sneered, "This king disdains." Ying Fei said, "Brother Xie, that's not right. Even if someone had to stay behind to protect young Master Yang, it wouldn't be you. In terms of strength, Brother Shi Lei is better than you, and in terms of agility, no one would dare to claim to be first. This is the responsibility of a bodyguard, and it's my duty to do so." The corner of Xie Wu Wei's mouth twitched, and he coldly snorted. "So what if the Xie is young Master Yang's soul slave?" As he spoke, he suddenly urged his soul power, and a faint golden light emerged in his mind. The golden light was obviously a layer of soul seal branded in Xie Wu Wei's knowledge sea. From the soul seal, Yang Kai's aura was clearly transmitted. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.